forgotten world that came before us. Somewhere in the quiet halls of a museum, behind glass that reflects the modern world back at itself, rests a clay tablet covered in wedge-shaped marks. The marks are cuneiform, one of humanity's first attempts to capture thought in physical form. The tablet is small, unassuming, easily overlooked among the grander relics of ancient empires. But the words pressed into that clay thousands of years ago tell a story so strange, so unsettling, that scholars have spent more than a century trying to explain it away. It's called the Sumerian King List, and if you read it carefully, if you let its words settle into your mind without rushing to dismiss them, you begin to realize that it doesn't sound like mythology at all. It sounds like memory. The list begins in a time before the flood, a great deluge that appears in stories across the ancient world, from Mesopotamia to the Bible, from India to the Americas. But before that flood, according to the king list, there were kings. Rulers who sat on thrones in cities whose names still echo through history. Eridu, Bad Tibera, Larak, Sippar, Shuruppak. These were not mythical places. Archaeologists have found them. They were real cities, built by real hands, occupied by real people. But the kings who ruled them, their reigns stretch across time in ways that defy everything we think we know about human life. One king ruled for 28,000 years, another for 43,000. The shortest reign listed before the flood lasted a mere 18,600 years. And then the flood came. The waters rose, the world ended. When the waters receded and kingship descended from the heavens once more, something had changed. The new kings, the ones who ruled after the flood, lived lifetimes that sound almost human. A few hundred years, a few dozen. Some ruled for less than a decade. It's as though the very nature of existence had shifted, as though time itself had been reset, and humanity had to begin again under different rules. The question that haunts anyone who reads the Sumerian king list is simple, and it echoes across millennia. What happened? What kind of world existed before the flood, where kings could reign for tens of thousands of years? And why does this ancient text, carved into clay by scribes who lived closer to that lost world than we do, insist that it was real? The Sumerian king list was not discovered all at once. It exists in fragments, scattered across time and geography, pieced together from multiple clay tablets found in different locations throughout Mesopotamia. The most complete version was unearthed in the early 20th century during excavations in the ancient city of Nippur, located in what is now southern Iraq. Nippur was a sacred city, a place of temples and learning, where scribes copied and preserved the knowledge of their civilization. The tablet found there, known as the Well-Blundell Prism, is a four-sided clay column covered in cuneiform script. It was created around 2000 BCE, during the reign of the Yisin dynasty, but the information it contains is far older. The scribes who carved it were not inventing a story. They were copying from earlier sources, texts that had been passed down through generations, perhaps even millennia. The king list was not a work of fiction to them. It was a historical record, as real and authoritative as any chronicle of kings and dynasties. Other fragments of the king list have been found in cities like Ur, Lhasa, and Kish. Each version varies slightly, with different kings emphasized or omitted depending on which city-state commissioned the text. But the core structure remains the same, a chronological list of rulers beginning in the distant past before the flood and continuing down through history to the time of the scribes themselves. What makes the king list so extraordinary is not just its age, but its format. It reads like a bureaucratic document, dry and matter-of-fact, listing each king's name, the city where he ruled, and the length of his reign. There is no embellishment, no poetic language, no attempt to glorify or mythologize. It simply states the facts as the Sumerians understood them. After the kingship descended from heaven, the kingship was in Eridu. In Eridu, Alulim became king. He ruled for 20 AC 800 years. That's how it begins. Not with a creation myth or a story of God shaping the world, but with a straightforward declaration: kingship came from the heavens, and the first king ruled for nearly 29,000 years. The list continues in this manner, moving from one king to the next, one city to the next, until it reaches the flood. Then, after a brief acknowledgement that the flood swept over the land and kingship had to descend from heaven once more, the list resumes. But now the numbers are different. The reigns are shorter. The world has changed. Scholars have long struggled with how to interpret the king list. The standard explanation is that the antediluvian kings, the ones who ruled before the flood, are mythological figures, symbolic representations of a distant, idealized past. The enormous lengths of their reigns, according to this view, are not meant to be taken literally. They are exaggerations, perhaps intended to convey the idea that these early rulers were semi-divine, closer to the gods than to ordinary humans. But that explanation raises as many questions as it answers. If the antediluvian kings are purely mythological, why does the king list treat them exactly the same way it treats the later, historically verified kings? Why is there no shift in tone? No indication that the scribes considered the early kings any less real than the later ones? And why do the post-flood kings, whose reigns are still extraordinarily long by modern standards, but far shorter than their predecessors, gradually transition into rulers whose lifespans match those of actual historical figures? The king list doesn't read like mythology. It reads like a record that begins in a time so distant, so different from our own, that the very fabric of existence was not what it is today. And then something happened, something catastrophic, something that changed the world, and after that time moved differently, life moved differently, humanity moved differently. What if the Sumerians weren't exaggerating? What if they were remembering? To understand the weight of that question, you have to step back and consider what Sumer was. This was not a primitive society stumbling towards civilization. When Sumer emerged in southern Mesopotamia around 4500 BCE, it arrived almost fully formed, with cities, temples, irrigation systems, and a written language. The Sumerians had laws, mathematics, astronomy, literature. They built ziggurats that reached toward the sky, massive stepped pyramids that served as bridges between the earthly and the divine. And they had memory. They remembered a time before their cities, before their writing, before the flood. They remembered kings who ruled in an age that felt more like legend than history. Yet they recorded those kings with the same precision they used to record everything else. The flood itself is central to the king list, and it's central to Sumerian mythology as a whole. The most famous account of the flood comes from the Epic of Gilgamesh, one of the oldest surviving works of literature. In that story, the gods decide to destroy humanity with a great deluge, but one man, Utnapishtim, is warned by the god Enki. He builds a boat, saves his family and representatives of all living creatures, and survives the flood. When the waters recede, he is granted immortality by the gods. The parallels to the biblical story of Noah are impossible to ignore, and scholars have long recognized that the Genesis flood narrative likely has its roots in earlier Mesopotamian traditions. But the Sumerian king list adds another layer to the story. It doesn't just tell us that a flood happened. It divides all of history into two eras, before the flood and after the flood. It treats the flood as a boundary, a moment when the old world ended and a new one began. Before the flood, kings ruled for tens of thousands of years. After the flood, they didn't. That's not a metaphor. That's a statement of fact, at least as the Sumerians understood it. Something fundamental changed when the flood came. The world that existed before was not the same as the world that came after. What kind of world could that have been? What kind of civilization could produce kings who reigned for millennia? And why would the Sumerians, who were meticulous record keepers, insist that such a world was real? One possibility is that the antediluvian kings represent entire dynasties rather than individual rulers. Perhaps each name on the list is not a single person, but a lineage, a family, or clan that held power for thousands of years. The enormous lengths of their reigns would then make more sense. They would be the cumulative reigns of many rulers compressed into a single name. But that explanation doesn't quite fit. The king list is very specific about individual kings. It names them, tells us where they ruled, and gives us exact numbers for their reigns. If the scribes had meant to represent dynasties, they could have said so. They didn't. They treated each king as a distinct individual, just as they did with the later, historically verified rulers. Another possibility is that the numbers are symbolic, encoded with astronomical or mathematical significance. Some researchers have suggested that the lengths of the antediluvian reigns correspond to cycles of the heavens, precessions, planetary alignments, or other celestial phenomena that the Sumerians, who were skilled astronomers, might have been tracking. In this view, the king list is not a historical record at all, but a kind of cosmic calendar, a way of marking time on a scale far grander than human lifespans. That's an intriguing idea, and there's some evidence to support it. The Sumerians were obsessed with the heavens. They track the movements of the stars and planets with remarkable precision, and their mythology is filled with references to celestial events. The number 3600, which appears frequently in Sumerian texts, is thought to represent a sar, a unit of time associated with the orbit of a hypothetical planet or celestial body. Some of the reigns listed in the king list are multiples of 3600, which suggests that the numbers might indeed have astronomical meaning. But even if the numbers are symbolic, that doesn't mean the kings themselves were fictional. It's possible that the Sumerians were doing both, recording real rulers while also embedding deeper layers of meaning into the lengths of their reigns. Ancient texts often operate on multiple levels, blending history, mythology, and cosmology into a single narrative. The king list might be no different. And then there's the simplest, most unsettling possibility of all. What if the Sumerians were telling the truth? What if there really was a time, long before recorded history, when human beings, or beings like us, lived far longer than we do now? What if the antediluvian kings were real, and their extraordinary lifespans were not exaggerations but accurate reflections of a world that no longer exists? That idea sounds impossible. It contradicts everything we know about biology, about aging, about the limits of human life. But the Sumerians didn't know they were supposed to find it impossible. They simply recorded what they believed to be true, based on the knowledge that had been passed down to them from their ancestors. And their ancestors in turn had received that knowledge from those who came before them, stretching back into a past so distant that it fades into shadow. What if the shadow is where the truth lies? The Sumerian king list is not the only ancient text that speaks of impossibly long lifespans. Across the ancient world, in cultures that had no contact with one another, similar stories appear. In the Bible, the book of Genesis lists 10 patriarchs who lived before the flood, and their lifespans are staggering. Adam lived for 930 years. Seth lived for 912 years. Methuselah, the longest lived of them all, reached 969 years before he died. After the flood, the lifespans of the patriarchs drop sharply. Noah's descendants lived for a few hundred years, then a few dozen, until eventually human lifespans settled into the range we recognize today. The parallels between the biblical patriarchs and the Sumerian king list are striking. Both texts divide history into two eras, before the flood and after the flood. Both describe a time when human beings, or at least certain exceptional individuals, lived far longer than they do now. And both suggest that the flood was not just a natural disaster, but a turning point, a moment when the rules of existence changed. In ancient Egypt, the Turin King List, also known as the Turin Royal Canon, records the reigns of gods and semi-divine beings who ruled before the first human pharaohs. These divine rulers are said to have reigned for thousands of years, much like the antediluvian kings of Sumer. The list then transitions to the reigns of human kings, whose lifespans are far shorter. Once again, we see the same pattern, a distant past populated by beings who lived on a timescale that seems impossible, followed by a shift to a more recognizable human history. In India, the ancient Puranas describe cycles of time called yugas, vast epochs during which the nature of existence changes. In the earliest yuga, the Satya Yuga, or Golden Age, human beings lived for thousands of years and possessed abilities that seem almost godlike. As the yugas progressed and the world declined, human lifespans grew shorter, and the connection between humanity and the divine weakened. By the time of the Kali Yuga, the current age, humans live for only a few decades, and the world is filled with suffering and ignorance. Even in the Americas, far removed from the civilizations of the Old World, similar stories appear. The Maya and Aztec traditions speak of previous worlds or ages, each of which ended in catastrophe. The beings who inhabited those earlier worlds were different from modern humans, taller, stronger, longer lived. When each world was destroyed, a new one began, and the people of the new world were diminished, less than what had come before. These stories, scattered across continents and millennia, all share a common theme: the idea that humanity's distant past was fundamentally different from the present. There was a time when people lived longer, when the world was closer to the divine, when the boundaries between gods and humans were not as rigid as they are now. And then something happened, a flood, a cataclysm, a cosmic shift, and the old world ended. What came after was smaller, shorter, more fragile. Why do these stories exist? Why do cultures that never met, that developed independently on opposite sides of the planet, all tell variations of the same tale? One explanation is that these are universal myths, archetypes that arise naturally from the human psyche. The idea of a lost golden age, a time of perfection that was destroyed and can never be reclaimed, is a powerful narrative. It speaks to a deep longing within us, a sense that something has been lost, that we are living in the shadow of a greater past. From this perspective, the Sumerian king list and the biblical patriarchs and the Egyptian god kings are all expressions of the same psychological need, a way of imagining a time when life was better, longer, more meaningful. But there's another explanation, one that's harder to dismiss. What if these stories are not myths at all? What if they are memories, distorted, fragmented, passed down through countless generations, but memories nonetheless? What if there really was a time, long before recorded history, when the world was different, when human beings, or beings like us, lived in ways we can no longer imagine? And what if the flood, the cataclysm that appears in so many ancient texts, was a real event, a disaster so catastrophic that it reset human civilization, wiping out almost everything that came before? The geological record tells us that massive floods have occurred throughout Earth's history. At the end of the last ice age, around 12,000 years ago, enormous ice sheets covering much of the northern hemisphere began to melt. The resulting sea level rise was dramatic, flooding coastal regions and river valleys around the world. Some researchers believe that this event, or a series of related events, could be the source of the flood myths that appear in so many ancient cultures. But the Sumerian king list suggests something more specific. It doesn't just say that a flood happened, it says that the flood marked a boundary between two different kinds of existence. Before the flood, kings ruled for tens of thousands of years. After the flood, they didn't. That's not just a story about rising water. That's a story about a world that ended and a new world that began in its place. What if the antediluvian kings were not human in the way we understand the term? What if they were something else? Survivors of an earlier civilization, perhaps, or beings who existed in a time when the conditions of life on Earth were radically different? What if the Sumerians, when they recorded the king list, were preserving the last remnants of knowledge from that lost world? Knowledge that had been passed down through the survivors of the flood? These are not comfortable questions. They push against the boundaries of what we're willing to accept as possible. But the Sumerian king list doesn't care about our comfort. It simply exists, carved into clay, waiting for us to decide what it means. The city of Eridu holds a special place in Sumerian tradition. According to the king list, it was the first city to receive kingship from the heavens. It was where civilization began, where the gods first taught humanity the arts of writing, building, and governance. Archaeological excavations at Eridu have revealed a settlement that dates back to at least 5400 BCE, making it one of the oldest known cities in the world. At the heart of Eridu stood a temple dedicated to Enki, the god of wisdom, water, and creation. Enki was one of the most important deities in the Sumerian pantheon, a god who loved humanity and often intervened to protect them from the wrath of the other gods. In the flood myth, it was Enki who warned Utnapishtim of the coming deluge, giving him the knowledge he needed to survive. The temple at Eridu was rebuilt many times over the centuries, each new structure built on top of the ruins of the old. Archaeologists have uncovered at least 17 layers of construction, stretching back thousands of years. The earliest layers are simple shrines, small structures made of mud brick. But even in those earliest layers, there is evidence of ritual activity, of offerings made to the gods, of a people who believed they were living in a sacred place. Why was Eridu considered the first city? Why did the Sumerians believe that kingship descended from heaven there and nowhere else? The answer might lie in the city's location. Eridu was built near the edge of the marshes, where the Euphrates River met the Persian Gulf. It was a place of transition, a boundary between land and water, between the human world and the realm of the gods. In Sumerian cosmology, water was the source of all life, the primordial substance from which the world was created. Enki, the god of water, was the god of beginnings, the one who brought order out of chaos. If Eridu was the first city, then Alulim, the first king, was the first human to receive the gift of kingship from the gods. According to the king list, he ruled for 800 years. That number is not random. It's a multiple of 3600, the sacred Tsar. a unit of time that appears throughout Sumerian texts. Some researchers believe that the Sa represents a great cosmic cycle, a period during which the heavens complete a full rotation and return to their starting point. If that's true, then Alulim's reign might represent not just a single lifetime, but an entire age, a vast span of time during which the first city flourished under the guidance of the gods. But what does it mean to say that kingship descended from heaven? The Sumerians were not speaking metaphorically. They believed quite literally that the gods lived in the sky, in a celestial realm above the earth. Kingship was a divine gift, a sacred responsibility bestowed upon certain individuals by the gods themselves. The king was not just a political leader. He was a mediator between the human and divine worlds, a figure who maintained the cosmic order through ritual and sacrifice. The idea that kingship came from the heavens appears in other ancient cultures as well. In Egypt, the pharaoh was considered a living god, a divine being who ruled on earth as the representative of the gods. In China, the emperor held the mandate of heaven, a divine right to rule that could be revoked if he failed to govern justly. In Mesoamerica, the rulers of the Maya and Aztec civilizations claimed descent from the gods and performed elaborate rituals to maintain the balance between the earthly and celestial realms. But the Sumerian king list goes further. It doesn't just say that kings were chosen by the gods, it says that kingship itself, as an institution, as a concept, came from the heavens. Before kingship descended, there were no kings. There was no organized society, no cities, no civilization. And then, at a specific moment in time, in a specific place, Eridu, the gods gave humanity the gift of kingship and everything changed. What if that's not mythology? What if it's history? What if there really was a moment when human society underwent a sudden dramatic transformation? When people who had been living as hunter-gatherers or simple farmers suddenly began building cities, developing writing, creating complex social hierarchies? And what if that transformation was so rapid, so unprecedented, that the only way the Sumerians could explain it was to say that it came from the gods? Modern archaeology has struggled to explain the sudden emergence of Sumerian civilization. Around 4000 BCE, the region that would become Sumer was inhabited by small farming communities. By 3500 BCE, those communities had grown into cities with populations in the thousands, with monumental architecture, advanced irrigation systems, and a written language. The transition happened in the span of a few centuries, a blink of an eye in archaeological terms. Where did the Sumerians come from? Where did they learn to build ziggurats, to write in cuneiform, to organize their society into complex bureaucracies? The standard answer is that these developments were gradual, the result of centuries of slow innovation and cultural evolution. But the archaeological record doesn't quite support that narrative. Sumerian civilization appears suddenly, almost fully formed, with little evidence of the intermediate stages we would expect to see. Some researchers have suggested that the Sumerians inherited their knowledge from an earlier, unknown civilization, a culture that existed before them and passed down its wisdom through oral tradition or lost texts. Others have proposed that the Sumerians were influenced by contact with other advanced societies, perhaps from the Indus Valley or the Iranian Plateau, but there's no clear evidence for either of these theories. And then there's the king list, sitting quietly in its museum case, insisting that the answer is simpler than we think. Kingship descended from heaven. The gods gave humanity the knowledge it needed to build cities, to write, to govern. The first kings ruled for thousands of years, guiding their people through an age that we can barely imagine. And then the flood came, and the old world ended, and humanity had to start again. What if the Sumerians were right? The flood is the pivot point of the king list, the moment when everything changes. Before the flood, the reigns of the kings stretch across millennia. After the flood, they contract sharply. The first post-Diluvian king, Joshua of Kish, ruled for 1,200 years, still an extraordinary lifespan, but a fraction of what came before. His successors ruled for even shorter periods, and within a few generations the reigns had dropped to a few hundred years, then a few dozen. The flood itself is described briefly in the king list, almost as an aside. Then the flood swept over. After the flood had swept over, and the kingship had descended from heaven, the kingship was in Kish. That's all. No details about the flood itself. No description of the destruction it caused. No explanation of why it happened. The scribes simply acknowledged that it occurred, and then moved on to the next dynasty. But the brevity of that statement is deceptive. The flood was not a minor event in Sumerian tradition. It was the defining catastrophe of their history, the moment when the old world ended and the new world began. The Epic of Gilgamesh devotes an entire section to the flood, describing how the gods decided to destroy humanity, how Utnapishtim built his boat, how the waters rose and covered the earth, and how, when the flood finally receded, Utnapishtim made a sacrifice to the gods and was granted immortality. The flood appears in other Sumerian texts as well. The Eridu Genesis, one of the oldest known flood myths, tells a similar story. The gods create humanity. Humanity grows too numerous and too noisy. The gods decide to send a flood to wipe them out, but one man is warned and survives. The details vary from text to text, but the core narrative remains the same. The flood was real. It happened, and it changed everything. Why did the gods send the flood? In the Epic of Gilgamesh, the god Enlil is disturbed by the noise of humanity, the constant clamour of human activity, the endless bustle of cities and farms and markets. He convinces the other gods to destroy humanity with a flood, to wipe the slate clean and start over. But Enki, the god of wisdom, takes pity on humanity. He warns Utnapishtim, tells him to build a boat, and ensures that at least some humans survive. In the Eridu Genesis, the reason for the flood is less clear. The text is fragmentary, and much of it has been lost. But the surviving portions suggest that the gods were concerned about humanity's rapid growth, about the way human civilization was spreading across the earth. The flood was a way of resetting the balance, of preventing humanity from becoming too powerful, too numerous, too much like the gods themselves. That's a strange motivation for a divine catastrophe. Why would the gods be threatened by human progress? Why would they want to limit humanity's growth? Unless, of course, humanity was on the verge of discovering something, some knowledge, some power, that the gods wanted to keep hidden. The story of the Tower of Babel, found in the biblical book of Genesis, offers a similar theme. Humanity, speaking a single language and working together, begins to build a tower that reaches toward heaven. The tower is a symbol of human ambition, of the desire to ascend to the realm of the gods. But God sees the tower and is troubled. Behold, they are one people, and they have all one language, God says. And this is only the beginning of what they will do. And nothing that they propose to do will now be impossible for them. So God confuses their language, scatters them across the earth, and the tower is never completed. The message is clear. There are limits to what humanity is allowed to know, to achieve, to become. When those limits are approached, the gods intervene. They send a flood, they scatter the people, they reset the world. What if the flood described in the Sumerian king list was not a natural disaster, but a deliberate act? What if it was a way of ending a civilization that had grown too advanced, too knowledgeable, too close to the secrets of the gods? And what if the antediluvian kings, with their impossibly long reigns, were the leaders of that civilization, beings who possessed knowledge and abilities that we can no longer imagine? The idea that an advanced civilization existed before recorded history is not new. It appears in the writings of Plato, who described the lost continent of Atlantis, a powerful, technologically advanced society that was destroyed in a single day and night by earthquakes and floods. Plato claimed that the story of Atlantis had been passed down from ancient Egyptian priests, who said that it had occurred 9,000 years before their time, placing it around 9600 BCE. Modern scholars generally dismiss Atlantis as a myth, a philosophical allegory that Plato invented to illustrate his ideas about the ideal state. But what if Plato was recording a genuine tradition, a memory of a real civilization that was destroyed in a cataclysm? What if the flood described in the Sumerian king list, the deluge of the Epic of Gilgamesh, and the destruction of Atlantis are all different versions of the same event? A global catastrophe that wiped out an advanced civilization and forced the survivors to start over from scratch. The geological evidence for such a catastrophe is tantalizing but inconclusive. At the end of the last ice age, around 12,000 years ago, the Earth underwent dramatic climate changes. Massive ice sheets melted, sea levels rose by hundreds of feet, and coastal regions around the world were flooded. Some researchers believe that this period, known as the Younger Dryas, was triggered by a comet impact or a series of impacts that caused widespread destruction and climate disruption. If a comet struck the Earth around 12,000 years ago, it would have caused tsunamis, wildfires, and a sudden drop in global temperatures. Coastal civilizations would have been wiped out almost instantly. The survivors would have been scattered, their cities and monuments buried beneath rising seas or destroyed by the impact itself. Within a few generations, the memory of what had been lost would have faded into myth. But some memories would have survived. Oral traditions passed down from parent to child, from generation to generation, would have preserved fragments of the old knowledge. And when writing was finally invented thousands of years later, those traditions would have been recorded, imperfectly, incompletely, but recorded nonetheless. The Sumerian king list might be one of those records, a distant echo of a world that existed before the flood, before the ice melted, before the old civilization was swept away. What if the antediluvian kings were the rulers of that lost civilization? What if their impossibly long reigns represent not individual lifespans, but the duration of their dynasties, their cultures, their cities? What if the Sumerians, when they carved the king list into clay, were preserving the last remnants of a history that stretched back to the very dawn of human civilization, and perhaps even before? The transition from the antediluvian kings to the post-diluvian kings is abrupt, but it's not absolute. The first kings after the flood still lived for centuries, far longer than any human today. Jushur of Kish ruled for 200 years. His successor, Kulasina-Bel, ruled for 960 years. The third king, Nangishlishma, ruled for 670 years. The numbers are still extraordinary, still far beyond the limits of human biology as we understand it, but they're declining. With each generation, the reigns grow shorter, as though the world is slowly returning to normal, slowly settling into the rhythms of existence that we recognize today. By the time the king list reaches the third dynasty after the flood, the reigns have dropped to a few hundred years. By the fifth dynasty, they're down to a few dozen, and by the time we reach the kings of the Akkadian Empire, around 2300 BCE, the reigns are entirely plausible: 20 years, 30 years, 40 years. These are lifespans that match the historical record, that align with what we know about the rulers of ancient Mesopotamia. The king list doesn't explain why the reigns grew shorter. It simply records the change as though it were a natural process, an inevitable consequence of the flood. But the pattern is striking. It's as though the flood didn't just destroy the old world, it fundamentally altered the conditions of existence. Whatever allowed the antediluvian kings to live for tens of thousands of years was gone. The new world was different, smaller, more limited. Humanity had to adapt to a new reality, one in which life was shorter, knowledge was scarcer, and the connection to the divine was more distant. What could cause such a change? If we take the king list at face value, if we assume that the antediluvian kings really did live for thousands of years, then something about the pre-flood world must have been radically different from the post-flood world. The environment, the atmosphere, the very fabric of reality, something was different, and the flood marked the moment when that difference ended. Some researchers have speculated that the Earth's atmosphere was once richer in oxygen, or that the planet's magnetic field was stronger, or that cosmic radiation levels were lower. Any of these factors could, in theory, have extended human lifespans by reducing cellular damage and slowing the aging process. If the flood was accompanied by a dramatic shift in environmental conditions, perhaps triggered by a comet impact or a massive volcanic eruption, then those conditions could have changed, and human lifespans could have shortened as a result. But that's speculation, not evidence. There's no clear proof that the Earth's atmosphere or magnetic field was significantly different 12,000 years ago, and even if it was, it's hard to imagine how such changes could extend human lifespans to the degree described in the king list. 28,000 years is not just a long life, it's a geological timescale, a span of time during which entire civilizations could rise and fall. Another possibility is that the antediluvian kings were not entirely human. In Sumerian mythology, the gods often interacted with humanity, sometimes taking human form, sometimes mating with human women and producing hybrid offspring. The Anunnaki, a group of deities associated with the heavens and the underworld, were said to have descended to Earth and taught humanity the arts of civilization. Some researchers have suggested that the antediluvian kings might have been Anunnaki, or descendants of the Anunnaki, beings who are part god and part human, and who therefore lived far longer than ordinary mortals. This idea is echoed in the biblical book of Genesis, which describes the Nephilim, giants who walked the earth in the days before the flood. The Nephilim were on the earth in those days, Genesis says, and also afterward when the sons of God came into the daughters of man, and they bore children to them. These were the mighty men who were of old, the men of renown. The Nephilim are often interpreted as the offspring of angels and humans, beings who possessed extraordinary strength and longevity, but who were ultimately destroyed in the flood. The parallels between the Nephilim and the antediluvian kings of the Sumerian king list are striking. Both are described as living in the time before the flood. Both are associated with extraordinary abilities and lifespans, and both are said to have been wiped out when the flood came, leaving only a few survivors to carry on the human race. What if the antediluvian kings were the Nephilim? What if they were the mighty men of old, the rulers of a lost civilization that existed before the flood? And what if the flood was not just a natural disaster, but a deliberate act of divine judgment, a way of wiping out a race of beings that had become too powerful, too dangerous, too much like the gods themselves? These are not questions that can be answered with certainty. The evidence is too fragmentary, too ambiguous, too open to interpretation. But the fact that these stories exist, that they appear in multiple cultures and multiple texts, suggests that they are rooted in something real, some memory, some event, some truth that has been passed down through the ages. The Sumerian king list is not just a list of names and numbers. It's a window into a lost world, a world that existed before history, before writing, before the flood. And if we're willing to look through that window, if we're willing to set aside our assumptions and our skepticism, we might catch a glimpse of something extraordinary. A civilization that rose and fell long before our own, a time when the boundaries between gods and humans were not as clear as they are now, and a catastrophe that reset the world and forced humanity to begin again. The city of Kish holds a special place in the post-Diluvian section of the king list. After the flood, kingship descended from heaven once more, and this time it landed in Kish, a city located near the confluence of the Tigris and Euphrates rivers. Kish became the first capital of the New World, the place where civilization was reborn after the waters receded. Archaeological excavations at Kish have revealed evidence of a major flood that occurred around 2900 BCE. A thick layer of sediment, deposited by floodwaters, separates the earlier layers of the city from the later ones. This flood layer has been found at other Mesopotamian sites as well, including Ur and Shuruppak, suggesting that a widespread inundation occurred in the region during this period. Some scholars believe that this flood is the historical basis for the flood myths of Mesopotamia. It was a real event, a catastrophic deluge that destroyed cities and killed thousands of people. The survivors would have passed down stories of the flood, and over time those stories would have been embellished and mythologized, eventually becoming the epic narratives we find in texts like the Epic of Gilgamesh and the Sumerian king list. But the flood layer at Kish dates to around 2900 BCE, which is thousands of years after the end of the last ice age and the dramatic sea level rise that occurred around 12,000 years ago. If the flood described in the king list is the same as the flood layer found at Kish, then the antediluvian kings could not have lived tens of thousands of years ago. They would have lived only a few centuries before the flood, which would make their impossibly long reigns even more difficult to explain. On the other hand, if the flood described in the king list is not the same as the flood layer at Kish, then we're left with two separate floods, one that occurred around 2900 BCE and destroyed the cities of Mesopotamia, and another, much earlier flood that marked the end of the antediluvian age. The earlier flood would have been far more catastrophic, a global or near-global event that wiped out an entire civilization and left only scattered survivors to rebuild. The idea of multiple floods is not without precedent. Many ancient cultures describe a series of cataclysms, each one destroying the world and forcing humanity to start over. The Hindu Puranas describe cycles of creation and destruction, with each cycle ending in a great deluge. The Maya believed that the world had been created and destroyed multiple times, with each new world inhabited by a different race of beings. Even the Bible hints at multiple catastrophes, with the flood of Noah being only one of several divine judgments that reshaped the earth. What if the flood described in the Sumerian king list is not a single event, but a memory of multiple floods, compressed into a single narrative? What if the antediluvian kings lived through a series of catastrophes, each one more devastating than the last, until finally the world they knew was swept away entirely? And what if the survivors of those catastrophes carried with them the knowledge of what had been lost, preserving it in oral traditions and eventually recording it in texts like the King List? The more you examine the King List, the more questions it raises. Every answer leads to another mystery. Every explanation opens up new possibilities. It's as though the text itself is a puzzle, a riddle left behind by the Sumerians for future generations to solve, and the key to solving it might lie not in the text itself, but in the world that produced it, the world of ancient Mesopotamia, where gods and humans walked side by side, where the boundaries between myth and history were fluid, and where the past was not something to be forgotten, but something to be remembered, honoured, and preserved. One of the most intriguing aspects of the Sumerian King List is the way it blends myth and history so seamlessly. The early kings, with their impossibly long reigns, seem like mythological figures, beings from a distant, idealized past. But as the list progresses, the kings become more and more recognizable as historical figures. By the time we reach the kings of the Akkadian Empire, we're dealing with rulers whose names appear in other historical records, whose deeds are documented in inscriptions and monuments, whose reigns can be dated with reasonable accuracy. This transition from myth to history is not abrupt. It's gradual, almost imperceptible. The reigns grow shorter, the kings become more human, but there's no clear line where mythology ends and history begins. It's as though the Sumerians didn't see a distinction between the two. To them, the antediluvian kings were just as real as the kings of their own time. The only difference was that the antediluvian kings lived in a different world, under different conditions, and their lives reflected that difference. Modern historians tend to draw a sharp line between myth and history. Myth is fiction, a story invented to explain the world or to convey moral lessons. History is fact, a record of events that actually happened. But the Sumerians didn't think that way. For them, myth and history were two sides of the same coin, two ways of understanding the past. Myth was the story of the gods, the cosmic forces that shape the world. History was the story of humans, the kings and heroes who lived within that world. But both were real, both were true, and both were worth remembering. This blending of myth and history is not unique to Sumer. It appears in many ancient cultures. The ancient Greeks, for example, believed that the Trojan War was a real historical event, even though it was also the subject of epic poems filled with gods, monsters, and supernatural events. The ancient Egyptians recorded the reigns of their pharaohs alongside the reigns of gods and semi-divine beings, treating both as part of a continuous historical narrative. The ancient Chinese chronicled the deeds of legendary emperors who were said to have ruled for hundreds of years, and they saw no contradiction between those legends and the more recent, historically verified dynasties. What if this blending of myth and history is not a sign of primitive thinking, but a more sophisticated understanding of the past? What if the ancients recognized that history is not just a collection of facts, but a story, a narrative that we construct to make sense of the world? And what if they understood that some truths can only be expressed through myth, through stories that transcend the literal and speak to deeper realities? The Sumerian King List might be one of those stories. It might be a way of saying that the past is not just a series of events, but a journey from a time when the world was young and the gods were close, to a time when the world grew old and the gods withdrew. The antediluvian kings with their impossibly long reigns represent that distant mythical past. The post-diluvian kings with their gradually shortening lifespans represent the transition to the historical present. And the flood, the great catastrophe that divides the two, represents the moment when the old world ended and the new world began. But even if the king list is a myth, that doesn't mean it's not true. Myths are not lies. They're stories that convey truths too complex or too profound to be expressed in simple, literal terms. The truth of the king list might not lie in the exact numbers, in the precise lengths of the reigns, but in the pattern those numbers reveal. The pattern of a world that was once different, that changed, that was lost, and that we are still trying to understand. In recent years, some researchers have proposed that the Sumerian king list might contain encoded astronomical data. The idea is that the lengths of the antediluvian reigns correspond to celestial cycles, precessions, planetary orbits, or other astronomical phenomena that the Sumerians were tracking. If this is true, then the king list is not just a historical record, but a kind of cosmic calendar, a way of marking time on a scale far grander than human lifespans. The Sumerians were skilled astronomers. They tracked the movements of the stars and planets with remarkable precision, and they developed a sophisticated system of mathematics based on the number 60, which is still used today in our measurement of time and angles. They knew about the precession of the equinoxes, the slow wobble of the Earth's axis that causes the position of the stars to shift over thousands of years. They observed the cycles of the moon, the sun, and the planets, and they used that knowledge to create calendars, to predict eclipses, and to time their agricultural activities. Some of the numbers in the king list are multiples of 3,600, which, as mentioned earlier, is thought to represent a psalm, a unit of time associated with the celestial cycle. If the antediluvian reigns are based on SARs rather than years, then the numbers become more manageable. Alulim's reign of 28,800 years, for example, would be 8 SARs. If a SAR represents a specific astronomical cycle, perhaps the orbit of a planet or the precession of the equinoxes, then the king list might be recording not the lifespans of individual kings, but the duration of astronomical ages. This interpretation is intriguing, but it raises as many questions as it answers. If the king list is an astronomical text, why is it framed as a list of kings? Why not simply record the celestial cycles directly, without the need for royal names and dynasties? And why do the post-diluvian reigns gradually decrease, rather than remaining constant multiples of the SAR? One possible answer is that the Sumerians were doing both, recording history and encoding astronomical data at the same time. Ancient texts often operate on multiple levels, with surface meanings and hidden meanings layered on top of each other. The king list might be a historical record that also serves as a mnemonic device, a way of preserving astronomical knowledge in a form that could be passed down through generations. But there's another possibility, one that's even more speculative. What if the astronomical cycles recorded in the king list are not just abstract measurements of time, but markers of real events, cosmic events that had a direct impact on the Earth and on human civilization? What if the antediluvian reigns correspond to periods of stability, when the Earth's orbit and climate were relatively constant, and the flood marks a moment when that stability was disrupted? Some researchers have suggested that the Earth has experienced periodic catastrophes caused by comets, asteroids, or other celestial bodies. These catastrophes would have caused widespread destruction, climate change, and mass extinctions. If the Sumerians were aware of these cycles, if they had inherited knowledge of past catastrophes from an earlier civilization, then the king list might be a way of recording that knowledge. A warning, perhaps, that the cycles will repeat, that the catastrophes will come again. This idea is highly controversial, and it's not supported by mainstream science. But it's worth considering, if only because it offers a way of making sense of the king list's strange numbers and its insistence that the antediluvian kings were real. If the king list is recording cosmic cycles, then the impossibly long reigns are not exaggerations. They're accurate measurements of time on a scale that transcends individual human lives. What if the Sumerians knew something we've forgotten? What if they understood that the Earth is subject to cycles of destruction and renewal, and that human civilization is only one chapter in a much longer story? And what if the king list is their way of telling us that story, of passing down the knowledge they inherited from those who came before? The deeper you go into the Sumerian king list, the more it feels like you're descending into a labyrinth, a maze of names and numbers and half-remembered stories, all pointing towards something just beyond reach. Every time you think you found an answer, the answer dissolves, and you're left with more questions. What were the antediluvian kings? Why did they live so long? What was the flood, and what did it destroy? And why did the Sumerians, who were meticulous record keepers, insist that all of this was real? Perhaps the answer is that the king list is not meant to be solved. Perhaps it's meant to be pondered, to be meditated upon, to be carried with us as a reminder that the past is not as simple or as knowable as we like to think. The Sumerians lived closer to that past than we do. They were only a few thousand years removed from the events they were recording, and they had access to traditions and texts that have since been lost. If they believed that the antediluvian kings were real, if they believed that the flood was a turning point in human history, then maybe we should take them seriously. That doesn't mean we have to accept everything in the king list as literal truth, but it does mean we should be open to the possibility that the Sumerians knew things we don't, that they preserved memories of a world we can no longer see. The king list is not just a curiosity, not just an ancient text to be filed away in a museum. It's a message from the past, a message that says, we were here, we remember, and what we remember is important. What if the antediluvian kings were the last remnants of a lost civilization, a civilization that existed before the flood and was destroyed by it? What if the Sumerians, when they built their cities and developed their writing, were not starting from scratch, but rebuilding, carrying forward the knowledge and traditions of those who came before? And what if the king list is the last surviving record of that lost world, the only text that still remembers the kings who ruled before the flood, before history, before the world as we know it began? These are not questions that can be answered with certainty. The evidence is too fragmentary, too ambiguous. But the questions themselves are worth asking because they force us to reconsider our assumptions about the past. We tend to think of history as a linear progression, a steady march from primitive beginnings to modern civilization. But what if history is not linear? What if it's cyclical, with civilizations rising and falling, knowledge being gained and lost, and humanity starting over again and again? The Sumerian king list suggests that possibility. It suggests that the world we live in is not the first world, that there were others before us, and that those earlier worlds were not necessarily less advanced or less sophisticated than our own. They were just different. And when they ended, when the flood came and swept them away, the survivors had to rebuild from the ruins, carrying with them only fragments of what had been lost. What if we are the descendants of those survivors? What if the knowledge we take for granted, writing, mathematics, astronomy, agriculture, was not invented by us, but inherited from those who came before? And what if the Sumerian king list is one of the few texts that still remembers where that knowledge came from? There's a haunting quality to the king list, a sense of loss that permeates every line. The antediluvian kings are gone. The world they ruled is gone. The flood swept it all away, and what came after was smaller, shorter, more fragile. The Sumerians, when they recorded the king list, were not just preserving history, they were mourning. They were mourning a world they had never known, a world that existed only in memory and myth, but a world that felt more real, more vital, more alive than the one they inhabited. That sense of loss is something we can still feel today, thousands of years later. We live in a world that is constantly changing, constantly moving forward, constantly leaving the past behind. But there's a part of us that longs for something older, something deeper, something that connects us to the very beginning of human existence. The Sumerian king list speaks to that longing. It reminds us that we are not the first, that there were others before us, and that their stories are still worth telling. What if the king list is not just a record of the past, but a map that shows us where we came from and perhaps where we're going? What if the cycles it describes, the rise and fall of kings, the coming of the flood, the slow decline of human lifespans, are not unique to the ancient world, but patterns that repeat throughout history? And what if we are living through one of those cycles right now, moving toward another turning point, another moment when the world will change and everything we know will be swept away? These are uncomfortable thoughts. They challenge our sense of progress, our belief that we are moving forward, that we are building something permanent and lasting. But the Sumerian king list suggests otherwise. It suggests that nothing is permanent, that every civilization eventually falls, and that the only thing that endures is memory, the stories we tell, the texts we write, the knowledge we pass down to those who come after. The Sumerians understood this. They knew that their civilization would not last forever, that one day their cities would crumble and their language would be forgotten. But they also knew that if they recorded their history, if they carved it into clay and buried it in the earth, then some part of them would survive. And they were right. 4,000 years later, we are still reading their words, still trying to understand what they were trying to tell us. What if the message of the king list is simply this? Remember. Remember that there were others before you. Remember that the world has changed before and will change again. Remember that the past is not dead, but alive, waiting to be rediscovered. And remember that the greatest gift you can give to the future is the story of where you came from. The Sumerian king list ends not with a conclusion, but with a continuation. The list of kings goes on and on, dynasty after dynasty, city after city, until it reaches the time of the scribes who recorded it. And even then, it doesn't truly end. It simply stops, as though the story is still being written, as though the list of kings will continue into the future long after the Sumerians themselves have vanished. That open-endedness is fitting. The king list is not a closed narrative, not a story with a neat resolution. It's a record of an ongoing process, a journey that began in the distant past and continues into the present. The antediluvian kings are gone, but their memory remains. The flood swept away the old world, but the new world rose from its ruins. And the cycle continues, generation after generation, king after king, until one day perhaps another flood will come, and the cycle will begin again. What if the Sumerian king list is not just a record of the past, but a prophecy? What if it's telling us that the patterns of history repeat, that the rise and fall of civilizations is not random but cyclical, and that we are living through one of those cycles right now? What if the antediluvian kings, with their impossibly long reigns, represent a time of stability and prosperity that we have lost, and the gradual shortening of lifespans represents a decline that we are still experiencing? These are questions that the king list raises but does not answer, and perhaps that's the point. Perhaps the king list is not meant to give us answers, but to make us think, to make us question, to make us wonder about the nature of time, the nature of history, and the nature of our own existence. It's a text that refuses to be pinned down, that resists easy interpretation, that remains as mysterious and enigmatic today as it was when it was first carved into clay 4,000 years ago. And maybe that's why it endures. Maybe that's why we're still talking about it, still trying to understand it, still searching for the truth hidden within its lines. Because the Sumerian king list is not just a list of kings, it's a mirror, reflecting back to us our own questions about where we came from, who we are, and where we're going. It's a reminder that the past is not something separate from us, but something that lives within us, shaping our present and our future in ways we can barely comprehend. What if the key to understanding the Sumerian king list is not to solve it, but to live with it, to carry it with us as a question, a mystery, a puzzle that we may never fully solve, but that enriches our understanding of the world nonetheless? What if the greatest gift the Sumerians left us is not the answers they recorded, but the questions they asked? Late at night, when the world is quiet and the mind begins to drift, it's easy to imagine the antediluvian kings. You can see them in your mind's eye, sitting on thrones in cities that no longer exist, ruling over a world that has been lost to time. You can imagine the flood rising, the waters covering the land, the old world disappearing beneath the waves, and you can imagine the survivors clinging to whatever they could save, carrying with them the memory of what had been lost. The Sumerian king list is their legacy. It's the story they told, the record they kept, the message they left for us. And if we listen carefully, if we let the words sink in, we might hear something more than just a list of names and numbers. We might hear the echo of a world that once was, a world that existed before history, before writing, before the flood, a world where kings ruled for thousands of years, where the gods walked among humans, and where the boundaries between the possible and the impossible were not as clear as they are now. What if that world was real? What if the Sumerian king list is not mythology, not exaggeration, not symbolic encoding, but memory, distorted by time, fragmented by catastrophe, but memory nonetheless? What if the antediluvian kings really did exist, and their impossibly long reigns are a reflection of a world that operated under different rules, different conditions, different laws of nature? We may never know for certain. The evidence is too scarce, the past too distant, the truth too deeply buried. But the question remains, carved into clay, waiting for us to discover it, to ponder it, to carry it with us into the future. The Sumerian king list is not just a text, it's a doorway, a portal into a past that we can barely imagine, but that continues to call to us, to haunt us, to remind us that there is more to history than we have been taught. And perhaps that's enough. Perhaps the mystery itself is the message. Perhaps the Sumerians, when they recorded the king list, were not trying to give us answers, but to give us something more valuable, a sense of wonder, a sense of possibility, a sense that the world is far older and far stranger than we can ever fully comprehend. So as you drift towards sleep, as the words of the king list fade into the background of your mind, let yourself wonder. Wonder about the antediluvian kings, about the world they ruled, about the flood that swept them away. Wonder about the survivors, about the knowledge they carried, about the stories they told, and wonder about us, about our place in the long, unbroken chain of human history, about what we will leave behind when our own civilization has crumbled and our own cities have turned to dust. The Sumerian king list holds no definitive answers, but it holds something more important, a question that echoes across the millennia, a question that each generation must answer for itself. What if the past is not what we think it is? What if there were others before us, greater than us, wiser than us, who knew things we've forgotten? And what if the key to understanding our future lies not in looking forward, but in looking back into the shadows of the earliest past, where the truth still waits to be discovered? The king list is still there, resting in its museum case, covered in dust and time. But the story it tells is not over. It's still being written, still being discovered, still being remembered. And as long as there are people willing to ask the questions, willing to wonder, willing to imagine a world that existed before history began, the Sumerian king list will continue to speak to us, whispering its secrets across the ages, reminding us that the past is never truly gone. It's just waiting to be found. But what if we've been asking the wrong questions all along? What if the mystery of the Sumerian king list isn't about whether the numbers are literal or symbolic, whether the kings were real or mythological, whether the flood was local or global? What if the real mystery is why we find it so difficult to accept that the Sumerians might have been telling the truth as they understood it? We live in an age of radical skepticism, where the default position toward ancient texts is disbelief. We assume that ancient peoples were superstitious, that they couldn't distinguish between fact and fiction, that their records are riddled with errors and exaggerations. But what if that assumption is wrong? What if the Sumerians were just as rational, just as careful, just as committed to accuracy as any modern historian? They were, after all, the inventors of writing itself. They created one of the world's first legal systems, developed advanced mathematics, tracked the movements of celestial bodies with remarkable precision. These were not primitive people. They were sophisticated, organized, meticulous. So when they recorded that Elulim ruled for 2800 years, they weren't being careless. They weren't confusing mythology with history. They were recording what they believed to be true, based on sources that they considered reliable. The question we should be asking is not whether the Sumerians were wrong, but why their understanding of the past was so radically different from ours. One possibility we haven't fully explored is that the Sumerians were measuring time differently than we do, not just using different units, sars instead of years, but conceptualizing time itself in a fundamentally different way. In the modern world, we think of time as linear, uniform, constant. A year is a year, whether it occurred in 2000 BCE or 2000 CE. Time flows at the same rate for everyone, everywhere, always. But what if that's not how the Sumerians understood time? What if they believed that time itself was variable, that it could flow faster or slower depending on cosmic conditions, divine intervention, or the state of the world. In that case, a year in the antediluvian period might not be equivalent to a year in the post-diluvian period. The two might be measuring the same thing, a cycle of seasons perhaps, or a celestial revolution, but the duration of that cycle might have been different. This idea might sound absurd to modern ears, but it's not without precedent. Einstein's theory of relativity tells us that time is not absolute, that it can be stretched or compressed depending on velocity and gravity. Time passes more slowly near a massive object, more quickly in the vacuum of space. An astronaut orbiting the Earth ages slightly slower than someone on the ground. Time, in other words, is relative. Could the Sumerians have known something about the relativity of time? Could they have inherited knowledge from an earlier civilization that understood that time is not constant, that it can change? If the antediluvian world existed during a period when the Earth's relationship to the Sun was different, when the planet's rotation was faster or slower, when the magnetic field or cosmic radiation levels created different conditions, then time itself might have been experienced differently. A year might have been shorter or longer. Life processes might have unfolded at a different rate. This is admittedly highly speculative, but it's no more speculative than dismissing the entire king list as mythology. At least this approach takes the Sumerians seriously, treats them as intelligent observers trying to make sense of information that had been passed down to them from their ancestors. Another avenue worth exploring is the nature of kingship itself in the antediluvian period. We assume that the kings listed in the king list were individuals, single human beings who ruled for impossibly long periods. But what if king meant something different before the flood? What if it referred not to a person, but to a principle, a system, a continuity of rule that transcended individual lifetimes? In many traditional societies, the king is not just a political leader, but a sacred figure, a living embodiment of the cosmic order. When a king dies, the kingship doesn't die. It passes to the successor, who becomes, in a sense, the same king. The individual changes, but the office remains. In ancient Egypt, every pharaoh was Horus incarnate. In Tibet, the Dalai Lama is believed to be the reincarnation of his predecessor, the same consciousness returning in a new body. The person is temporary, but the essence is eternal. What if the antediluvian kings were understood in this way? What if Alulim was not the name of a single individual, but a title, a position, a sacred office that was occupied by a succession of rulers who were all considered to be Alulim? In that case, the 2080-800-year reign would not be the lifespan of one person, but the duration of the Alulim dynasty, the total span of time during which that particular line of kingship held power. This interpretation has the advantage of making the numbers more comprehensible, without dismissing them as purely mythological. It allows us to take the king list seriously as a historical record, while acknowledging that the Sumerians might have been recording history in a way that's different from our modern conventions. The antediluvian section would then represent very long dynasties, or political systems that remained stable for thousands of years, while the post-diluvian section would represent shorter dynasties that change more frequently. But even this interpretation raises questions. If the antediluvian kings represent dynasties, why did those dynasties remain stable for so long? What kind of society could maintain the same ruling family, the same system of government, the same continuity of power for thousands of years? Our own experience tells us that political systems are fragile, that empires rise and fall, that revolutions and upheavals are inevitable. The longest-lasting dynasties in recorded history, the Zhou dynasty in China, the Roman Empire, the Byzantine Empire, lasted for a few centuries at most. The idea of a single dynasty ruling for 28,000 years seems almost as impossible as a single individual living that long. Unless, of course, the antediluvian world was fundamentally more stable than our own. If the climate was constant, if resources were abundant, if there were no wars or plagues or natural disasters to disrupt the social order, then perhaps a dynasty could last for millennia. The antediluvian period might have been a golden age, a time of peace and prosperity when the world was in balance and kingship was truly ordained by the heavens, not contested by ambitious rivals or threatened by external enemies. And then the flood came, and that stability was shattered. The post-diluvian world was a world of chaos, of struggle, of constant change. Dynasties rose and fell more quickly because the world itself was more volatile. The connection between heaven and earth had been severed, or at least weakened, and kingship was no longer the stable, eternal institution it had once been. There's another pattern in the king list that deserves closer attention: the gradual transition from the mythical to the historical. It's not just that the reign lengths decrease over time. The nature of the information changes as well. The antediluvian kings are listed with minimal detail. Name, city, reign length, that's all. No accomplishments, no genealogies, no stories. They're bare bones, skeletal entries that tell us almost nothing about who these kings were or what they did. But as the king list moves forward in time, the entries become richer. We start to get patronymics, son of so-and-so, which establish genealogical connections. We get epithets and titles that tell us something about the king's character or achievements. We get references to specific events, battles, building projects. By the time we reach the historically verified kings of the late 3rd millennium BCE, the entries are detailed enough to cross-reference with other sources to build a coherent picture of Mesopotamian history. This gradual enrichment of detail suggests that the king list is based on sources of varying quality and age. The antediluvian entries are the oldest, the most distant from the scribes who recorded them, and therefore the most sparse. The information has been compressed, reduced to its essential elements, stripped of context and elaboration. What survives is just the core. These were the kings, this is where they ruled, this is how long they ruled. But even in that compression, there's information. The fact that the antediluvian kings are remembered at all, that their names were preserved across such vast stretches of time, suggests that they were important enough that their memory endured through the catastrophe of the flood, through the collapse and rebuilding of civilization, through countless generations of oral transmission before writing was invented. These were not minor figures. They were the founding fathers of Sumerian civilization, the legendary rulers whose reigns established the template for all kingship that came after. And their names have meaning. Alulim, the first king, might be related to the Sumerian word for stag or ram, animals associated with strength and virility. Enmenluana, the second antediluvian king, has a name that might mean Lord of the Powers of the Sky. Enmengalana, the sixth king, could mean Lord of the Great Crown of Heaven. These are not random names. They're titles that suggest a sacred cosmic dimension to kingship, a connection to the divine powers that governed the universe. The cities where the kings ruled are equally significant. Eridu, the first city, was sacred to Enki, the god of wisdom and water. Bad Tibira was associated with metalworking and the arts of civilization. Larak was a cult centre for the god Pabilsag, a warrior deity. Sippar was the city of the sun god Shamash, the god of justice and truth. Shuruppak was the city of Utnapishtim, the flood hero who survived the deluge and was granted immortality. These cities represent different aspects of civilization, different divine principles, different spheres of knowledge and power. Taken together, they form a complete picture of the antediluvian world, a world where each city was a sacred centre, a place where a particular god was worshipped, and a particular king maintained the connection between heaven and earth. The antediluvian period in this reading was an age when the divine order was manifest on earth, when the gods walked among humans, or at least were closer, more accessible, and when kingship was a direct expression of cosmic law. Let's consider for a moment the possibility that the flood described in the king list was not a meteorological event at all, but something else, something that we've been interpreting too literally. In ancient Mesopotamian thought, water was not just H2O. Water was the primordial chaos, the formless void from which the world was created. In the Enuma Elish, the Babylonian creation epic, the universe begins with two primordial waters, Apsu, the sweet water, and Tiamat, the salt water. These waters mix and give birth to the gods, and eventually the god Marduk slays Tiamat and creates the world from her body. Water, in this cosmology, represents the dissolution of form, the return to chaos, the end of order. A flood, then, is not just a physical disaster, it's a cosmic event, a moment when the ordered world collapses and returns to the primordial state. When the Sumerians said that the flood swept over, they might have been describing not just rising waters, but a complete breakdown of civilization, a return to chaos and formlessness from which a new world had to be created. This interpretation helps explain why the flood is such a sharp dividing line in the king list. It's not just that the waters rose and killed a lot of people, it's that the entire cosmic order was reset. The antediluvian world operated according to one set of principles, one relationship between gods and humans, one understanding of time and kingship. The flood dissolved all of that, swept it away, returned everything to the primordial waters, and when the waters receded, a new world emerged, still connected to the old world through memory and tradition, but fundamentally different, operating under new rules. In this reading, the impossibly long reigns of the antediluvian kings are not anomalies that need to be explained away. They're accurate descriptions of a different mode of existence. The antediluvian world was closer to the divine source, closer to the moment of creation, and therefore time itself operated differently. As the world aged, as it moved further from the initial creative act, time accelerated. The reigns grew shorter because the world itself was changing, aging, moving toward the dissolution that would eventually come with the flood. And after the flood, in the new world, time moved faster still. The first post-Diluvian kings lived for centuries, but their descendants lived for decades. The world was speeding up, moving away from the timeless realm of the gods and toward the fully temporal realm of mortal humanity. The king list, in this interpretation, is a record of that acceleration, that gradual separation of the human and divine realms. There's a strange detail in some versions of the king list that often gets overlooked. The phrase, "then the kingship was taken to" a particular city. This phrase appears repeatedly as the list moves from one dynasty to the next. After Eridu, the kingship was taken to Bad Tibira. After Bad Tibira, the kingship was taken to Larak, and so on. The passive voice is important here. The kingship is not seized, not conquered, not claimed. It is taken, moved from one place to another by an unspecified agent. The implication is that kingship is a portable thing, something that can be transferred from city to city. But who is doing the transferring? The obvious answer in Sumerian cosmology is the gods. Kingship descends from heaven, and it can be moved from place to place according to divine will. This raises an intriguing possibility. What if the antediluvian section of the king list is not describing a succession of dynasties that replaced each other through conquest or inheritance, but a deliberate rotation of power? What if kingship was meant to move from city to city, each city taking its turn as the center of the world, each king ruling until the gods decided it was time to pass the kingship to the next city? In this scenario, the impossibly long reigns make a different kind of sense. If kingship was supposed to remain in each city for a predetermined period, a great cosmic cycle perhaps, then those periods might naturally be very long. The king didn't die and pass power to an heir. He ruled until the completion of his city's cycle, at which point the kingship was taken to the next city, and the next king began his reign. This would also explain why there's no mention of violence or conflict in the antediluvian section. The transitions between kings are peaceful, orderly, almost ritualistic. There are no wars, no rebellions, no usurpations. The kingship simply moves from one place to the next, following a pattern ordained by the gods. And then the flood came, and that orderly pattern was destroyed. In the post-Diluvian world, kingship was no longer passed peacefully from city to city according to divine will. It was fought over, conquered, seized by force. The king list records several instances of cities destroying each other, of dynasties being overthrown, of kingship being smitten with weapons and taken by conquest. The post-Diluvian world was a world of violence and competition, a world where the divine order had broken down and human ambition had taken its place. We keep coming back to this question. What was different about the antediluvian world? What made it possible for kings to rule for thousands of years, for cities to coexist peacefully, for civilization to remain stable across vast stretches of time? One answer that we haven't fully considered is that the antediluvian world had fewer people. Modern scholarship estimates that the total human population before the advent of agriculture was somewhere between 1 and 10 million people worldwide. That's roughly the current population of a single large city, spread across the entire globe. Even after the agricultural revolution, population growth was slow. By 5000 BCE, the estimated global population was still only around 5 to 20 million. By 3000 BCE, perhaps 50 million. If the antediluvian cities were small, a few thousand people at most, then the social dynamics would have been completely different from anything we're familiar with. Everyone would have known everyone else, or at least known of them. Social relationships would have been direct and personal, not mediated through complex bureaucracies or anonymous institutions. A king ruling over a few thousand people would have been more like a village elder than a modern head of state. In such a society, stability would be easier to maintain. There would be less social stratification, less inequality, less potential for conflict. Resources would be abundant relative to population, so there would be less competition, less violence, less need for war. If everyone has enough to eat, if there's enough land for everyone, If there are no external threats, then why would the social order ever change? A dynasty could indeed last for thousands of years if there was simply no pressure forcing it to end. And the king himself, or the succession of kings bearing the same name, might live unusually long lives simply because the conditions were ideal. Good nutrition, low stress, absence of epidemic diseases, a stable and supportive community, all of these factors would contribute to longevity. If we add to that the possibility that the antediluvian world had different environmental conditions, perhaps higher oxygen levels, lower cosmic radiation, a stronger magnetic field, then lifespans of several hundred years start to seem at least theoretically possible. Not 28,000 years, of course. But perhaps the Sumerians, working backward from oral traditions and fragmentary records, had lost track of how many kings had actually ruled under each royal name. What they knew was that the line of Alulim had ruled in Eridu for a very, very long time. So long that the number seemed more like a cosmic cycle than a human lifespan. So they recorded it as a Sar, or 8 Sars, and let the number speak for itself. But there's a darker possibility that we need to consider. What if the flood was not a natural disaster, but a deliberate act of destruction? The Epic of Gilgamesh tells us that the gods decided to destroy humanity because they had become too numerous, too noisy, too troublesome. Enlil, the king of the gods, convinced the other deities to send the flood to wipe out the human race. Only Enki dissented, warning Utnapishtim and giving him the means to survive. Why would the gods want to destroy humanity? This standard interpretation is that humans were disturbing the gods' peace, that the constant noise and activity of human civilization was intolerable to the divine beings. But there might be another reason. The gods were afraid. In several ancient texts, there are hints that humanity was on the verge of becoming too powerful, too knowledgeable, too much like the gods themselves. In the Epic of Gilgamesh, after Gilgamesh and his companion Enkidu slay the bull of heaven, the goddess Ishtar is furious not just because they killed her sacred animal, but because they demonstrated that humans could challenge and defeat divine forces. In the story of the Tower of Babel, God scatters humanity specifically because nothing that they propose to do will now be impossible for them. What if the antediluvian civilization had reached a level of advancement that threatened the gods? What if humans had discovered secrets, developed technologies, achieved understandings that were supposed to remain in the divine realm? The long reigns of the antediluvian kings might reflect not just stability, but progress. A steady accumulation of knowledge and power for thousands of years, an ascent towards something that the gods found dangerous, and so the gods sent the flood. Not as punishment for sin, not because humans were evil, but because humans were becoming too powerful. The flood was a reset button, a way of knocking humanity back down to a more manageable level. The antediluvian knowledge was lost, the cities were destroyed, the long-lived kings were swept away, and humanity had to start over from scratch. But some knowledge survived. Utnapishtim survived, carrying with him memories of the world before the flood. Other survivors scattered across the globe preserved fragments of the old wisdom, and when civilization was rebuilt, when the Sumerians emerged in southern Mesopotamia and created their cities and their writing, they were not starting from zero. They were recovering, rebuilding, trying to piece together what had been lost. The Sumerian king list might be one of those pieces, a fragment of antediluvian knowledge, distorted and incomplete, but genuine. The impossibly long reigns, the mysterious cities, the flood that divided history. All of it might be a garbled but authentic memory of a world that the gods tried to erase. There's an odd detail in the mythology surrounding the antediluvian kings that deserves attention. Several of these kings are said to have ascended to heaven, to have been taken up by the gods without dying. Enmeduranki, the seventh antediluvian king who ruled in Sipar, is particularly important. According to later Babylonian tradition, Enmeduranki was taken up into heaven where the gods Shamash and Adad taught him the secrets of divination, how to read omens, how to interpret the will of the gods, how to see the future. He then returned to earth and taught these secrets to the priests, establishing the guild of diviners that would serve Mesopotamian civilization for thousands of years. This story has clear parallels to the biblical figure of Enoch, the seventh patriarch before the flood, who walked with God, and he was not, for God took him. Enoch, like Enmeduranki, was taken up to heaven and given divine knowledge, which he then recorded in books that became the foundation for later mystical and apocalyptic traditions. The parallel is too precise to be coincidental. Both are the seventh in a series of antediluvian figures. Both are taken up to heaven. Both receive divine knowledge. Both transmit that knowledge to later generations. The two traditions must be connected, must stem from a common source. A memory of an antediluvian figure who bridged the gap between human and divine, who brought down knowledge from heaven and ensured that it would survive the coming flood. What kind of knowledge? The texts are maddeningly vague, but they hint at astronomy, at the movements of the heavens, at the ability to calculate and predict celestial events. Enmeduranki is taught divination, which in Mesopotamian practice meant observing and interpreting natural phenomena. The flight of birds, the patterns in oil poured on water, the movements of stars and planets, the occurrence of eclipses. This was not superstition. It was science, a systematic attempt to understand the patterns that govern the natural world and to use that understanding to predict future events. If the antediluvian kings possessed advanced astronomical knowledge, if they were tracking celestial cycles and recording their observations over thousands of years, then the numbers in the king list might be more than just reign lengths. They might be a kind of code, a way of encoding astronomical data in a form that could be transmitted across the catastrophe of the flood. The reigns of the kings might correspond to celestial cycles, to the periods of planets, to precession of the equinoxes, to cycles within cycles that the antediluvian astronomers had discovered and wanted to preserve. And if that's true, then the king list is not just a historical document, it's a scientific text, a repository of astronomical knowledge so important that it had to be saved, even if that meant disguising it as a list of kings and dynasties. The Sumerians who recorded the king list might not have fully understood what they were preserving. They might have been copying from sources that were already ancient, already mysterious, already partially incomprehensible. But they recognized that the information was important, that it came from a time before the flood, and that it needed to be recorded and passed down. Let's turn now to a question we've been avoiding. If the antediluvian civilization was so advanced, where is the archaeological evidence? Where are the ruins of Eridu from before the flood? Where are the artifacts, the tools, the technologies that this lost civilization would have left behind? The answer might be simpler than we think: underwater. At the end of the last ice age, sea levels rose by more than 400 feet. Coastlines that had been dry land for tens of thousands of years were suddenly submerged beneath hundreds of feet of water. If the antediluvian cities were built along those ancient coastlines, and there's good reason to think they would have been, since river mouths and coastal areas are the most fertile and resource-rich locations, then those cities are now underwater, buried beneath centuries of sediment, completely inaccessible to conventional archaeology. Recent underwater archaeology has revealed that there are indeed structures, settlements, and artifacts beneath the world's oceans. Off the coast of India, underwater ruins have been discovered that some researchers date to 7000 BCE or earlier. In the Mediterranean, Submerged settlements have been found that predate any known coastal civilizations. Off the coast of Japan, the Yonaguni Monument, a massive stone structure that may be natural or may be artificial, sits beneath the waves, a mystery that continues to provoke debate. If we accept that sea level rise submerged thousands of miles of coastline at the end of the Ice Age, then we have to accept that whatever civilizations existed along those coastlines are now lost, visible only to divers and underwater robots. The archaeological record, in other words, is incomplete, radically, fundamentally incomplete. We're looking for evidence of ancient civilizations in the wrong places, in the highlands and river valleys that remained above water, when the real centres of ancient population might be beneath the seas. Eridu, as it happens, was originally a coastal city. When it was founded around 5400 BCE, it stood near the edge of the Persian Gulf. Over the millennia, silt from the Tigris and Euphrates rivers gradually extended the coastline, pushing the sea further and further away. Today, Eridu is miles inland, surrounded by desert. But in the antediluvian period, if that period predates 5400 BCE, Eridu would have been a coastal settlement, possibly even a port city. If the antediluvian cities were built during the Ice Age, when sea levels were much lower, then they would have been located along what is now the floor of the Persian Gulf. And when the ice melted and the seas rose, those cities would have been flooded, destroyed, buried beneath water and sediment. Only the memory of those cities would have survived, preserved in oral traditions and eventually recorded in texts like the Sumerian King List. This would explain why the archaeological evidence for the antediluvian cities is so sparse. We've excavated Eridu, and we've found layers of settlement going back to 5400 BCE, but we haven't found the antediluvian city, the original Eridu where Alulim reigned for 28th Bayun the 800 years. That city, if it existed, is underwater, out of reach, lost beneath the Persian Gulf. The final question, the one that haunts every reading of the Sumerian King List, is this: what does it mean for us? Why should we care about a list of ancient kings, about a flood that may or may not have happened, about a lost civilization that may or may not have existed? We live in the 21st century, in a world of science and technology, of space exploration and artificial intelligence. What possible relevance could the Sumerian King List have to our lives today? The answer is that the King List challenges our fundamental understanding of human history. We've been taught that civilization is a recent phenomenon, that humans lived as primitive hunter-gatherers for hundreds of thousands of years, and only developed agriculture, cities, and writing within the last 10,000 years. We've been taught that history is a story of progress, of steady advancement from simplicity to complexity, from ignorance to knowledge. But the Sumerian King List tells a different story. It tells us that there were civilizations before ours, that there were kings and cities and knowledge that existed long before the earliest dates in our history books. It tells us that history is not linear but cyclical, that civilizations rise and fall, that knowledge can be gained and lost, that humanity has had to start over more than once. If the King List is right, if there really was an antediluvian civilization that was destroyed by a catastrophic flood, then we need to rethink everything we know about the human past. We need to consider the possibility that we are not the first advanced civilization, that there were others before us, and that those earlier civilizations might have known things we don't, might have achieved things we haven't, might have left behind knowledge that we've lost. And if civilizations can fall, if knowledge can be lost, if catastrophe can destroy everything we've built, then we need to ask ourselves, could it happen again? Are we building a civilization that's sustainable, that will endure, that will pass its knowledge down to future generations? Or are we repeating the mistakes of the past, building on unstable foundations, heading toward our own flood, our own moment when everything we've built will be swept away? The Sumerian king list is not just a window into the past, it's a mirror, reflecting back to us our own fragility, our own mortality, our own place in the long cycle of human history. It reminds us that we are not the pinnacle of human achievement, not the final destination of progress. We are one chapter in a much longer story, a story that began long before us and will continue long after we're gone. The antediluvian kings are calling to us across the millennia, their names carved into clay, their reigns stretching across vast epochs of time. They're telling us that the world has changed before and will change again, that nothing is permanent, that even the greatest civilizations eventually crumble and fall. But they're also telling us something else, something more hopeful, that memory survives, that knowledge can be preserved, that even after the flood, after the catastrophe, after everything is lost, something can be saved. The Sumerian king list survived. Despite 4,000 years of wars, invasions, collapses and catastrophes, despite the fall of Sumer and the destruction of its cities, despite the death of its language and the loss of its culture, the king list survived. It was copied and recopied, buried and rediscovered, translated and studied, until finally it reached us, here, now, in the 21st century. That's the real miracle of the Sumerian king list. Not the impossibly long reigns, not the mysterious antediluvian kings, not even the flood that divided history. The miracle is that it survived at all, that the memory was kept alive, that someone cared enough to preserve it. And if the Sumerians could do that, if they could save their knowledge across thousands of years of chaos and destruction, then maybe we can too. Maybe that's the lesson the antediluvian kings are trying to teach us. Not to fear the flood, not to mourn what will be lost, but to do what the Sumerians did, to remember, to record, to preserve, to carve our knowledge into something that will last, something that will survive whatever catastrophes the future holds, something that will speak to whoever comes after us and tell them, "We were here, we knew things, and we wanted you to know them too." The Sumerian king list is still waiting, still speaking, still asking its questions, and maybe, if we listen carefully enough, we'll find not just answers about the past, but guidance for the future. Wisdom from a lost world, preserved across the ages, offering us a chance to learn from those who came before, to avoid their mistakes, to build something that will last. Or maybe the king list is simply reminding us that some mysteries can't be solved, that some questions can't be answered, that the past will always remain partly hidden, partly unknowable. And that's okay, because the value of the mystery is not in solving it, but in carrying it with us, in letting it shape how we see the world, in allowing it to remind us that reality is stranger and deeper and more wondrous than we can ever fully comprehend. The antediluvian kings ruled for thousands of years in cities that no longer exist, in a world that was swept away by a flood. But their names remain, their memory endures, and as long as we continue to ask questions about them, to wonder about them, to imagine the world they inhabited, they are, in a sense, still alive, still ruling, still speaking, still bridging the gap between the earliest past and the present moment. What if that's immortality? Not living for 28,000 years in a physical body, but living forever in memory, in story, in the questions that each generation asks anew. What if the antediluvian kings achieved something far more remarkable than longevity? They achieved permanence, eternity, a kind of existence that transcends time itself. The clay tablets will eventually crumble. The museums will eventually fall. But the story will remain, passed from mind to mind, generation to generation, carried forward into whatever future awaits us. The Sumerian king list will continue to speak, continue to ask, continue to challenge our understanding of who we are and where we came from. And in that persistence, in that refusal to be forgotten, there might be the answer to the greatest mystery of all. Not how long the antediluvian kings lived, but why their memory has endured. Not what happened before the flood, but why we need to keep asking that question. Not whether the king list is true or false, history or mythology, but why it continues to matter, continues to haunt us, continues to call us back to the beginning, to the earliest past, to the moment when kingship descended from heaven and everything began. The Sumerian king list holds the key to our earliest past, but perhaps it also holds the key to our future, a reminder that civilizations rise and fall, that knowledge can be lost and found, that memory is the most precious thing we possess, and that the greatest gift we can give to those who come after us is the truth of where we came from, however strange, however impossible, however difficult to believe. The kings are waiting. The cities are silent. The flood is remembered. And the question echoes across 4,000 years. What if it's all true? What if the Sumerians were right? What if there were a world before this world? And what if some part of that world is still trying to speak to us, still trying to tell us something we desperately need to know? Listen, the clay is still speaking. What if every great civilization that ever rose was never truly the first, or the last? What if humanity's story isn't a straight line, but a circle, endlessly repeating, rebuilding, and forgetting? Imagine standing at the edge of a desert where wind carves patterns into ancient stone. Beneath your feet lie the remnants of cities that once thrived with voices, markets, temples reaching toward heaven. Now there is only silence. The sand has claimed everything. The names, the faces, the songs they sang. And yet, if you listen closely enough, you might hear something beneath the wind. A whisper, a rhythm, the faint echo of a pattern that repeats across millennia, across continents, across every corner of this world where humans have dared to build something lasting. We tell ourselves that history moves forward, that we are the culmination of progress, standing on the shoulders of those who came before. We believe our cities will endure, our knowledge will compound, our legacy will stretch into an unbroken future. But what if that belief is the very thing that blinds us to the truth? What if the story of humanity is not one of steady ascent, but of rise and fall, creation and collapse, memory and forgetting, played out again and again, like waves breaking on an eternal shore? Tonight, we journey into that pattern. We will walk through the ruins of civilizations that vanished without warning, explore the myths that speak of worlds before our own, and ask the questions that haunt the edges of archaeology and philosophy alike. We will consider the possibility that everything we think we know about human history is only the latest chapter in a book that has been written, burned, and rewritten countless times before. This is not a story of doom. It is a meditation on cycles, on the strange and beautiful rhythm that governs all things, seasons, stars, empires, consciousness itself. And as you listen, as your mind drifts between waking and dreaming, perhaps you will begin to see the pattern too. Perhaps you will recognize that the end of one world is always the beginning of another. The first clue lies buried beneath the earth, waiting in layers of sediment and stone. Archaeologists dig through time itself, peeling back centuries like pages in a book, and what they find is not a smooth progression from primitive to advanced, but something far stranger. They find gaps, sudden disappearances, civilizations that reached extraordinary heights and then vanished so completely that even their names were forgotten. Consider the Indus Valley Civilization, which flourished along the rivers of what is now Pakistan and northwest India more than 4,000 years ago. At its peak, it was home to millions of people living in planned cities with sophisticated drainage systems, standardized weights and measures, and a script that remains undeciphered to this day. Mohenjo-Daro and Harappa were marvels of urban planning, their streets laid out in perfect grids, their buildings constructed with precision that would impress modern engineers. And then, around 1900 BCE, it all ended. The cities were abandoned, the people scattered. No invasion is evident in the archaeological record, no great fire, no obvious catastrophe. They simply left. Or take the Maya, whose cities rose like stone dreams from the jungles of Central America. For centuries they built pyramids that touched the clouds, developed a calendar more accurate than the one used in Europe at the time, and created art of breathtaking beauty. Their astronomers tracked the movements of Venus with precision that wouldn't be matched for 1,000 years. And then, during the 9th century CE, the great cities of the southern lowlands were abandoned. Tikal, Palenque, Copan, all left to be swallowed by the jungle. The people didn't vanish entirely. They moved, dispersed, continued in smaller settlements. But the Golden Age ended abruptly, and the reasons remain debated. Drought, warfare, environmental collapse. Perhaps all of these, or perhaps something we haven't yet imagined. The pattern repeats across the globe. The Mycenaean civilization of Bronze Age Greece collapsed around 1200 BCE, taking with it the art of writing for centuries. The Akkadian Empire, the world's first empire, fell after 2 centuries of dominance, possibly due to a prolonged drought that turned fertile lands to dust. The ancestral Puebloans of the American Southwest built elaborate cliff dwellings at Mesa Verde and Chaco Canyon, then abandoned them in the 13th century. Easter Island's inhabitants carved nearly 900 massive stone heads, then saw their society collapse as resources dwindled and the island's forests disappeared. Each of these civilizations left behind monuments that speak of ambition, intelligence, and sophistication. Each reached a level of complexity that took generations to build, and each fell, often rapidly, leaving future generations to wonder what went wrong. The ruins stand as silent witnesses to a truth we find uncomfortable: that advancement is not permanent, that complexity can unravel, that the things we build can be unmade. But here is where the story deepens, because when we look at the myths and legends preserved by cultures around the world, we find something unexpected. We find stories that suggest these collapses were not isolated incidents, but part of a much larger pattern. We find tales of worlds that existed before our own, worlds that rose to great heights and then were destroyed, making way for the world we inhabit now. The ancient Greeks spoke of 5 ages of man, each one ending in destruction. First came the Golden Age, when humans lived like gods, free from toil and suffering. Then the Silver Age, less perfect but still blessed. The Bronze Age followed, marked by warfare and violence. The Heroic Age gave us the legends of Troy and Thebes. And finally, our own Iron Age, the age of struggle and decline. Hesiod, writing in the 8th century BCE, described this progression with a sense of loss, as if humanity had fallen from grace through successive cycles of creation and destruction. The Hindus conceived of time in vast cycles called yugas, each lasting thousands or millions of years. We are said to be living in the Kali Yuga, the age of darkness and discord, which will eventually end in fire and flood before the cycle begins anew with the Satya Yuga, the age of truth and perfection. This wheel of time, the concept of eternal return, is woven into the fabric of Hindu cosmology. The universe itself breathes, expanding into existence, contracting into dissolution, then expanding again in an endless rhythm. The Maya, too, believed in cycles. Their long-count calendar tracked time in units called baktuns, and the completion of 13 baktuns marked the end of one world age and the beginning of another. This is what caused the misguided panic about 2012, a misunderstanding of the Maya concept of cyclical time. For the Maya, the end of a cycle wasn't an apocalypse but a transformation, a moment when the cosmic order reset itself and began again. Even the Abrahamic traditions contain echoes of this pattern. The story of Noah's flood describes a world so corrupted that it had to be washed clean, with only a remnant preserved to start anew. The Book of Revelation speaks of an end times followed by a new heaven, a new earth. These are not presented as unique events, but as fulfillments of a divine plan, suggesting that destruction and renewal are built into the very structure of existence. What are we to make of these stories? Are they merely metaphors, attempts by ancient peoples to make sense of natural disasters and social upheavals? Or could they be something more? Inherited memories of actual catastrophes that reset human civilization, passed down through generations until they became myth. The geological record offers tantalizing hints. Around 12,800 years ago, the Earth entered a period of rapid climate change known as the Younger Dryas. Temperatures plummeted, ice sheets advanced, and the planet was thrown back into near-glacial conditions for more than 1,000 years. What caused this sudden shift remains debated, but some researchers have proposed that a comet or asteroid impact triggered the change, possibly fragmenting over North America and causing widespread fires, floods, and environmental devastation. If such an event occurred, it would have been catastrophic for any human societies existing at the time. And here's the intriguing part. This period coincides roughly with the end of the last ice age and the beginning of the Neolithic Revolution, when humans transitioned from nomadic hunter-gatherers to settled agriculturalists. It's as if the slate was wiped clean and humanity had to start over, rebuilding civilization from the ground up. Could there have been advanced societies before this reset? Societies whose achievements were lost when the world changed? The idea seems far-fetched by conventional standards, yet it persists in the margins of archaeology and in the collective imagination. Plato wrote of Atlantis, a powerful civilization that sank beneath the waves in a single day and night of catastrophe. He claimed the story came from Egyptian priests, who said it happened 9,000 years before Solon's time, placing it roughly in the period of the Younger Dryas. Mainstream archaeology dismisses Atlantis as allegory, a philosophical device Plato used to explore ideas about ideal societies and their corruption. And perhaps that's all it is. But the story resonates because it touches something deep in human consciousness, the fear that everything we build can be lost, that our greatest achievements can vanish as if they never existed. Other legends speak of similar lost lands. The Hindus tell of Kumari Kandam, a continent that once existed south of India before being swallowed by the ocean. The Japanese have stories of Mu, a Pacific civilization that disappeared beneath the waves. Native American traditions speak of previous worlds that were destroyed by fire, flood, or ice before the current world emerged. These stories span cultures that had no contact with one another, yet they share common themes: advanced societies, sudden destruction, and the survival of a remnant who carried knowledge into the New Age. Are these stories evidence of actual lost civilizations, or are they universal archetypes, the human mind's way of processing the impermanence of all things? The answer may lie somewhere between. Perhaps there were no cities of crystal and gold, no technologies beyond our imagining. But perhaps there were societies more sophisticated than we've given credit for, societies that left few traces because they built with wood and fibre rather than stone, or because their remains lie beneath hundreds of feet of ocean water, submerged when sea levels rose at the end of the Ice Age. The coastlines of 12,000 years ago are now underwater. Vast stretches of land that were once habitable are now part of the continental shelf, buried under sediment and waves. If people lived there, and why wouldn't they have, given that coastlines offer abundant resources, then their settlements are lost to us, accessible only through expensive underwater archaeology that has barely begun to explore these drowned landscapes. Göbekli Tepe in Turkey has already forced us to reconsider what we thought we knew about prehistoric humans. This massive complex of carved stone pillars, arranged in circles and decorated with intricate reliefs of animals, dates to around 9600 BCE, before the invention of agriculture, before pottery, before metal tools. It was built by hunter-gatherers, people we assumed were too busy surviving to create monumental architecture. Yet here it stands, proof that our ancestors were capable of far more than we imagined. What else might we have missed? What other sites remain buried, waiting to challenge our assumptions? And if people 12,000 years ago could build Göbekli Tepe, what might they have achieved in the thousands of years before that? During the long stretches of the Ice Age when humans were already anatomically modern, already possessed of the same cognitive abilities we have today. The conventional narrative tells us that civilization began around 5,000 years ago in Mesopotamia, that everything before that was primitive and simple. But this narrative is based on the evidence we've found, not necessarily on the evidence that exists. Absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. The Earth is vast and time is deep, and we have excavated only the tiniest fraction of what lies beneath our feet. So we return to the question, what if the cycle is real? What if human civilization has risen and fallen multiple times, each iteration building on the ruins of the last, each one eventually succumbing to forces beyond its control? What if we are not the first to ask these questions, but merely the latest in a long line of societies that reached for the stars and then fell back to Earth? The idea of cyclical time feels alien to the modern Western mind, which has been shaped by the concept of linear progress. We believe in evolution, in development, in the march toward an ever better future. This belief is relatively recent, a product of the Enlightenment and the Industrial Revolution, when it seemed that human ingenuity could solve any problem and that each generation would live better than the last. But for most of human history, and in most human cultures, time was understood differently. It was seen as circular, seasonal, eternal. The year moved through spring, summer, autumn, and winter, then began again. The moon waxed and waned in endless repetition. The sun rose and set, marking days that were fundamentally the same even as individual events changed. Life itself followed a cycle: birth, growth, decay, death, and then, through children, through the continuation of the community, birth again. This cyclical understanding of time wasn't pessimistic. It was realistic, even comforting. It acknowledged that loss was inevitable, but also that renewal was certain. The harvest would fail, but spring would come again. The king would die, but a new king would rise. The world might end, but a new world would be born from its ashes. The ancient Egyptians built their entire civilization around cycles. The Nile flooded every year, depositing rich silt on the fields and making agriculture possible in the midst of desert. This annual inundation was so reliable that the Egyptian calendar was based on it, and the prosperity of the kingdom depended on it. The Egyptians saw in this pattern a reflection of cosmic order, Ma'at, the principle of truth, balance, and harmony that governed all things. The pharaoh's role was to maintain Ma'at, to ensure that the cycles continued, that chaos did not overwhelm order. Even death was understood cyclically. The sun god Ra travelled through the underworld each night, battling the serpent of chaos, and emerged victorious each dawn. The deceased pharaoh became one with Osiris, the god of death and rebirth, and through proper rituals could be resurrected into eternal life. The pyramids themselves were not just tombs, but machines for transformation, designed to facilitate the king's journey through death and into the next phase of existence. The Aztecs took the concept of cyclical time to an extreme. They believed that the universe had been created and destroyed 4 times before the current era, each world age ending in catastrophe. The first world was destroyed by jaguars, the second by hurricanes, the third by fiery rain, and the fourth by floods. We live in the 5th sun, which will eventually be destroyed by earthquakes. To prevent this, or at least to delay it, the Aztecs performed elaborate rituals, including human sacrifice, to feed the sun and keep it moving across the sky. From our perspective, this seems barbaric, but from theirs it was necessary. They were maintaining the cosmic cycle, ensuring that the world would continue to exist. The Norse had their own version of cyclical apocalypse, Ragnarok, the twilight of the gods. In this final battle, the gods themselves would fall, the world tree would shake, and the earth would sink into the sea. Fire and flood would consume everything. But after Ragnarok, the earth would rise again from the water, green and fertile. 2 human survivors would emerge to repopulate the world, and a new generation of gods would rule. The cycle would begin anew. These myths are not mere stories. They are cosmologies, frameworks for understanding existence. They suggest that the people who created them had observed the pattern of rise and fall, not just in nature but in human affairs, and had concluded that this pattern was fundamental, inescapable, perhaps even necessary. Modern science, interestingly, has begun to circle back towards cyclical thinking, though in different terms. Ecologists speak of succession, the process by which ecosystems develop, mature, and eventually collapse, making way for new ecosystems to emerge. A forest fire destroys the old growth, but it also clears the way for new plants to take root, and within decades, a new forest rises. The fire is not an aberration but part of the cycle. Evolutionary biologists recognize that mass extinctions, while catastrophic, also create opportunities. When the dinosaurs were wiped out 66 million years ago, mammals, which had been small, marginal creatures, suddenly had room to diversify and evolve. Without that extinction event, we wouldn't exist. Destruction and creation are intertwined, two sides of the same coin. Even in physics, we find cycles. The universe itself may be cyclical, according to some cosmological models. The Big Bang might not have been the beginning of everything, but merely the beginning of this particular universe. Before it, there might have been another universe that collapsed into a singularity, then exploded outward again. And our universe, billions of years from now, might collapse or dissipate, only to give birth to another. Time without beginning or end, existence as an eternal rhythm of expansion and contraction. But let's bring this back to human civilization, because that's where the pattern becomes most visible and most unsettling. When we look at the archaeological record, we see that civilizations don't just decline gradually. They often collapse suddenly, within a generation or two. Complex societies with elaborate hierarchies, specialized labor, long-distance trade networks, and monumental architecture can unravel with shocking speed. The Bronze Age collapse around 1200 BCE is a prime example. Within a few decades, the great powers of the Eastern Mediterranean, the Hittites, the Mycenaeans, the Egyptians, the Assyrians, all experienced severe disruptions. Cities were destroyed, trade routes were severed, writing systems were abandoned. The Hittite Empire vanished entirely. Mycenaean Greece entered a dark age that lasted centuries. Egypt survived but was greatly weakened. The causes are still debated: invasions by the mysterious sea peoples, earthquakes, drought, internal rebellions, or some combination of all these factors. What's clear is that the interconnected system that had sustained Bronze Age civilization reached a breaking point and collapsed. The Roman Empire too fell with surprising rapidity in the West. In 400 CE, Rome was still the centre of a vast empire stretching from Britain to North Africa. By 476 CE, the last Western Roman emperor had been deposed, and the empire had fragmented into barbarian kingdoms. The infrastructure that had connected the empire, roads, aqueducts, trade networks, fell into disrepair. Literacy declined. Cities shrank. For centuries afterward, Europeans lived in the shadow of ruins they could no longer build, reading texts they could barely understand, surrounded by evidence of a greatness they had lost. Why does this happen? Why do civilizations collapse? The archaeologist Joseph Tainter proposed that societies become increasingly complex over time as they solve problems and adapt to challenges. But complexity has costs: administrative overhead, infrastructure maintenance, social coordination. Eventually, the costs of complexity outweigh the benefits. The society reaches a point of diminishing returns, where additional complexity doesn't solve problems but creates new ones. When a crisis hits, environmental, economic, military, the society lacks the resilience to respond. It collapses not because it's weak, but because it's too complex, too rigid, too invested in maintaining structures that no longer serve their purpose. Jared Diamond, in his book Collapse, identified several factors that contribute to societal collapse: environmental damage, climate change, hostile neighbours, loss of trading partners, and the society's response to its problems. Often, these factors interact in devastating ways. A drought reduces agricultural output, leading to food shortages. Food shortages cause social unrest. Social unrest weakens the government's ability to respond to external threats. External threats disrupt trade. Loss of trade further weakens the economy. The system spirals downward, each problem amplifying the others. But here's what's fascinating. Collapse is not the end of the human story in that region. People survive, they adapt, they simplify, they rebuild. The collapse of the Roman Empire didn't mean the end of people living in Europe. It meant the end of a particular form of social organization. Life continued, just in a different way, and eventually new forms of complexity emerged. The medieval kingdoms, the Renaissance city-states, the nation-states of modernity, each represented a new cycle of growth and organization. This is the pattern: rise, peak, decline, collapse, and then, after a period of simplification, rise again. Not in the same form, not with the same people, but following the same basic trajectory. It's as if civilization itself is subject to a kind of natural law, a rhythm that plays out regardless of the specific culture or time period. And if this pattern is real, if it's been happening throughout human history, then we must ask, where are we in the cycle? Are we still rising, still building towards some future peak? Or have we already reached the top and are now in the phase of decline, unable to see it because we're too close, too invested in believing that our civilization is different, that we've transcended the limitations that brought down all the others? The signs are there, if we're willing to look. Not with panic or despair, but with a clear-eyed recognition that patterns repeat, that what has happened before can happen again. Consider the environment. Every civilization that has collapsed left behind evidence of environmental degradation. The Maya deforested their lands to build cities and grow crops, leading to soil erosion and water shortages. The ancestral Pueblones of Chaco Canyon depleted their forests for construction and fuel, contributing to their eventual abandonment of the region. Easter Island's inhabitants cut down every tree on the island, destroying the ecosystem that had sustained them. The pattern is consistent. Societies exploit their environment to fuel growth, and when the environment can no longer support that level of exploitation, the society contracts or collapses. We are doing the same thing, but on a global scale. We've cut down forests, depleted fisheries, drained aquifers, and pumped greenhouse gases into the atmosphere at a rate that's altering the climate. The difference is that previous civilizations could collapse locally while the rest of the world continued. We've created a global civilization, interconnected through trade, communication, and shared resources. If our civilization collapses, there's no untouched region to carry on independently. The climate is changing faster than at any point in human history. Temperatures are rising, ice sheets are melting, sea levels are creeping upward. Extreme weather events, hurricanes, droughts, floods, wildfires, are becoming more frequent and more severe. These changes are already displacing people, disrupting agriculture and straining resources, and we're only at the beginning. The full effects of the carbon we've already released won't be felt for decades. This isn't meant to be alarmist, it's simply observation. The Earth's climate has changed many times before, and each time it has reshaped the conditions for life. The question is not whether change will happen, but how we will respond to it. Will we adapt, simplify, and find new ways to live within the planet's limits? Or will we cling to the systems and structures that are no longer sustainable until they collapse under their own weight? Then there's the question of complexity. Our civilization is the most complex that has ever existed. We have global supply chains that deliver goods from one side of the planet to the other. We have financial systems so intricate that even experts struggle to understand them. We have technologies that most people use daily but couldn't begin to explain. This complexity has brought tremendous benefits: medicine, communication, transportation, entertainment. But it has also created vulnerabilities. A single disruption can cascade through the system in unpredictable ways. A pandemic shuts down factories in one country, and suddenly there are shortages of computer chips, cars, medical supplies on the other side of the world. A cyber attack on a pipeline causes fuel shortages and panic buying. A ship gets stuck in a canal, and global trade slows to a crawl. These are small examples, brief disruptions that were resolved relatively quickly. But they reveal how fragile the system is, how dependent we are on everything working smoothly all the time. Joseph Tainter's theory of diminishing returns applies here. We keep adding complexity to solve problems, But each new layer of complexity requires more energy, more coordination, more maintenance. At some point, the system becomes so complex that it's brittle. It can't absorb shocks. A crisis that would have been manageable in a simpler system becomes catastrophic in a complex one. And then there's the social dimension. Civilizations don't just collapse because of environmental or economic factors. They collapse because people lose faith in the institutions that hold society together. When governments can't provide security, when economic systems don't deliver prosperity, when the social contract breaks down, people withdraw their support. They stop paying taxes, stop following laws, stop believing in the shared project of civilization. The centre cannot hold. We see signs of this, of fragmentation today. Political polarization is increasing in many countries. Trust in institutions, government, media, science, religion, is declining. People are retreating into tribal identities, viewing those with different beliefs not as fellow citizens, but as enemies. The shared narratives that once bound societies together are fracturing into competing stories that can't be reconciled. This doesn't mean collapse is imminent or inevitable. Societies can recognize these warning signs and change course. They can simplify, adapt, redistribute resources, rebuild trust. But history suggests that this is difficult. Elites resist changes that threaten their power. Institutions become rigid and self-serving. People become invested in the status quo, even when the status quo is unsustainable. And so the society continues on its trajectory until something breaks. The Roman Empire had centuries of warning signs before it fell. There were economic crises, military defeats, civil wars, plagues. But the empire kept trying to maintain itself through the same methods that had worked in the past: raising taxes, debasing currency, recruiting barbarian soldiers. These measures provided temporary relief but didn't address the underlying problems. Eventually the system could no longer sustain itself, and it collapsed. Are we in a similar position? It's impossible to say with certainty. We might be in the early stages of decline, or we might be experiencing growing pains as we transition to a new form of organization. The future is not predetermined. But the pattern suggests that we should at least consider the possibility that our civilization, like all civilizations before it, is subject to the same forces of rise and fall. And here's where the perspective shifts, because if we accept that collapse is part of the cycle, then it's not something to fear as an ending, but to understand as a transformation. Collapse doesn't mean extinction. It means simplification, reorganization, the clearing away of structures that no longer work to make room for new ones. It's painful, certainly. People suffer during collapses. Knowledge is lost, lives are disrupted, the future becomes uncertain, but life continues. People adapt, and eventually they rebuild. The Dark Ages in Europe were dark only in the sense that we have fewer written records from that period. People still lived, loved, raised children, told stories, created art. They built new communities, developed new technologies, laid the groundwork for the medieval civilization that would follow. The collapse of Rome was traumatic for those who lived through it, but it wasn't the end of the story. It was a chapter break, a pause before the next chapter began. If our civilization were to collapse, and again, this is speculation, not prediction, what would come after? What would the next cycle look like? Would it be a return to simpler, more localized communities? A new form of organization we can't yet imagine? Synthesis of old and new, combining ancient wisdom with modern technology in ways that are more sustainable? The answer depends on what we preserve and what we let go. Every collapse involves loss, but it also involves selection. Some knowledge survives, some practices continue, some values endure. The people who live through the collapse carry forward what they deem most important, and that becomes the foundation for the next cycle. This is why myths and stories matter. They are the vessels that carry knowledge across the gaps, the bridges between one world and the next. When civilizations collapse, libraries burn and databases corrupt, But stories survive. They're told around fires, passed from parent to child, adapted to new circumstances but retaining their essential truths. The myths of flood and fire, of worlds that ended and began again, might be more than metaphors. They might be actual memories, encoded in narrative form, of collapses that our ancestors lived through and wanted us to remember. What would we want to preserve? What knowledge, what values, what practices would we pass on to those who come after? These are not idle questions. They're the questions that every generation should ask, because even if collapse doesn't come in our lifetime, change certainly will. The world our grandchildren inherit will be different from the one we know, shaped by choices we make and forces we can't control. Perhaps the lesson of the cycle is not to prevent collapse, which may be impossible, but to prepare for it, to build resilience rather than rigidity, to value adaptability over efficiency, to maintain connections to the land, to community, to the skills and knowledge that don't depend on complex systems, to remember that we are part of a pattern much larger than ourselves, and that our role is not to escape the cycle but to navigate it with wisdom and grace. But let's go deeper still, into the philosophical and even mystical dimensions of the cycle. Because if we're willing to entertain the possibility that civilizations rise and fall in a pattern, we must also ask, why? Is this pattern random, a product of chance and circumstance? Or is there something more fundamental at work, something woven into the fabric of existence itself? The ancient philosophers grappled with this question. Heraclitus, the Greek philosopher who lived around 500 BCE, famously said that you cannot step into the same river twice. Everything flows, everything changes. Fire transforms into air, air into water, water into earth, and earth back into fire. The universe is in constant flux, and this flux is not chaos, but a kind of cosmic order, a logos, a rational principle that governs all change. For Heraclitus, conflict and opposition were necessary for existence. Day and night, hot and cold, life and death. These opposites define each other and create the tension that drives change. Without destruction, there can be no creation. Without death, there can be no life. The cycle is not a flaw in the universe, but its essential nature. The Stoics, who came later, developed this idea further. They believed in a concept called ekperosis, a periodic conflagration in which the universe is consumed by fire and then reborn. This wasn't a one-time apocalypse, but an eternal cycle. The universe expands, develops, reaches a peak, and then contracts back into pure fire, only to expand again in exactly the same way. Every event that has ever happened will happen again, infinitely, in an eternal return. This idea was later picked up by Nietzsche, who used it as a thought experiment. What if you had to live your life over and over again, exactly as you've lived it, for all eternity? Would you embrace this fate or recoil from it? The eternal return was Nietzsche's way of asking whether we truly affirm life, whether we can say yes to existence in all its joy and suffering, creation and destruction. But perhaps the cycle is not just philosophical speculation. Perhaps it reflects something real about the nature of consciousness and evolution. Consider this. Consciousness seems to require contrast. We appreciate light because we've experienced darkness. We value peace because we've known conflict. We understand creation because we've witnessed destruction. Without these opposites, without the movement between them, consciousness might stagnate. What if the cycle of civilizations is a mechanism for the evolution of consciousness itself? Each civilization rises, explores certain possibilities, reaches certain insights, and then falls. The next civilization rises from the ruins, carrying forward some of what was learned, but also bringing new perspectives, new questions, new ways of being. Over vast stretches of time, consciousness evolves not in a straight line, but in a spiral, returning to similar themes but at higher levels of understanding. This would mean that collapse is not a failure, but a necessary phase in a larger process. Just as a forest fire clears away dead wood and allows new growth, just as death makes room for new life, the collapse of civilizations clears away ossified structures and allows new forms of organization to emerge. It's painful, yes, but pain is often the catalyst for growth. Some spiritual traditions go even further, suggesting that the cycle is intentional, guided by forces or intelligences beyond our comprehension. The Hindu concept of Brahma, Vishnu and Shiva represents this: Brahma the creator, Vishnu the preserver, Shiva the destroyer. But Shiva's destruction is not malevolent. It's necessary for the cycle to continue. Without destruction, there can be no new creation. The three gods work together, each playing their role in the cosmic dance. In Tibetan Buddhism, there's the concept of the bardo, the intermediate state between death and rebirth. It's a liminal space, a time of transition and transformation. What if the collapse of civilizations is a kind of collective bardo, a period when the old forms have died, but the new forms have not yet been born? A time of uncertainty and possibility, when the future is fluid and anything might emerge. These are not scientific theories. They're frameworks for meaning, ways of understanding our place in the larger pattern. But they offer something that purely materialist explanations don't: a sense of purpose, a reason to embrace the cycle rather than resist it. If we see collapse only as tragedy, as the end of everything we've built, then we'll spend our energy trying to prevent it, clinging to structures that may no longer serve us. But if we see collapse as transformation, as part of a larger rhythm that includes both endings and beginnings, then we can approach it differently. We can ask, what needs to die so that something new can be born? What are we holding on to that we should release? What seeds should we plant for the future, even if we won't live to grow? This doesn't mean we should welcome suffering or be passive in the face of injustice. It means we should recognize that change is inevitable, that the forms we've created are temporary, and that our task is not to make them permanent, but to ensure that what comes next is wiser, kinder, more aligned with the deeper patterns of existence. There's a concept in ecology called succession. After a disturbance, a fire, a flood, a volcanic eruption, an ecosystem goes through stages of recovery. First come the pioneer species, hardy plants that can survive in harsh conditions. They stabilize the soil, create shade, begin to build complexity. Then come the intermediate species, which require the conditions created by the pioneers. Finally, if enough time passes, a mature ecosystem emerges, diverse, resilient, capable of sustaining itself. But mature ecosystems can also become stagnant. They reach a climax state where change slows, where the dominant species crowd out newcomers, where the system becomes stable but also rigid. And then a disturbance comes, a fire, a storm, a disease, and the cycle begins again. Human civilizations follow a similar pattern. We start with pioneers, people who settle new lands or develop new ideas. They create the conditions for growth. Then comes expansion, increasing complexity, the development of institutions and hierarchies. Eventually the civilization reaches maturity, powerful, sophisticated, but also rigid and resistant to change. And then comes the disturbance, the collapse, and the cycle begins anew. But here's the crucial point. Each cycle doesn't just repeat the previous one, it builds on it. The soil enriched by the previous forest supports a richer ecosystem. The knowledge preserved from the previous civilization informs the next one. The spiral moves upward, even as it circles back. This is why the cycle is not pessimistic, but ultimately hopeful. Yes, what we build will fall. Yes, the civilizations we create will eventually collapse. But the human story doesn't end. It continues, transformed, carrying forward the best of what came before while leaving behind what no longer serves. And perhaps, over many cycles, Over thousands or millions of years, consciousness evolves towards something we can't yet imagine. Perhaps each cycle is a lesson, a step in a journey whose destination we can't see from where we stand. Perhaps the universe itself is learning, growing, becoming more aware through the countless cycles of creation and destruction that play out across space and time. This is speculation, of course. We can't prove any of this, but we can't disprove it either. And in the absence of certainty, we're free to choose the story that gives our lives meaning, that helps us navigate the challenges we face with courage and grace. So let's return to the present moment, to the world we inhabit now, and ask, what does the cycle mean for us, here, today? We live in a time of extraordinary change. Technology is advancing at a pace that would have seemed impossible a generation ago. We carry in our pockets devices more powerful than the computers that sent humans to the moon. We can communicate instantly with people on the other side of the planet. We have access to more information than any previous generation could have dreamed of. At the same time, we face challenges that are equally unprecedented. Climate change threatens to reshape the planet in ways that will affect every living thing. Economic inequality is growing, with wealth concentrating in fewer and fewer hands. Political systems are straining under the weight of problems they weren't designed to solve. The social fabric that holds communities together is fraying. Are these the signs of a civilization approaching collapse? Or are they the birth pangs of a new form of organization, a transition to something different and potentially better? The answer may be both. Transitions are messy. The old forms break down before the new ones are fully formed. There's a period of chaos, of uncertainty, when it's not clear what will emerge. We may be living in that period now, the bardo between one world and the next. If that's true, then our task is not to prevent change but to guide it, to be conscious participants in the cycle rather than passive victims, to ask ourselves, what do we want to preserve? What do we need to let go? What kind of world do we want to create for those who come after us? This requires a shift in perspective. We're trained to think in terms of progress, of building toward a future that's better than the past. But what if the future is not a straight line, but a spiral? What if progress means not accumulating more, but understanding more deeply? Not building higher, but building wiser? Indigenous cultures around the world have maintained this perspective for thousands of years. They speak of 7 generations, the idea that every decision should be made with consideration for how it will affect the next 7 generations. This is cyclical thinking. It recognizes that we are not separate from the past or the future, but part of a continuous flow, receiving from those who came before and passing on to those who will come after. Many indigenous cultures also maintain a relationship with the land that modern civilization has lost. They see themselves not as owners or masters of nature, but as participants in it, subject to the same cycles of growth and decay, abundance and scarcity. They practice reciprocity, taking what they need but also giving back, ensuring that the land remains healthy for future generations. This is not romanticization. Indigenous peoples have faced their own challenges, their own collapses and transformations. But they've also demonstrated a resilience that comes from being embedded in place, from maintaining knowledge that doesn't depend on complex systems, from understanding that humans are part of nature, not separate from it. As our global civilization faces increasing instability, there's much we could learn from these older ways of knowing. Not to abandon technology or return to some imagined past, but to integrate ancient wisdom with modern capabilities, to build systems that are resilient rather than brittle, that work with natural cycles rather than against them, that value long-term sustainability over short-term gain. This is already happening in pockets around the world. There are communities experimenting with regenerative agriculture, which builds soil health rather than depleting it. There are architects designing buildings that produce more energy than they consume. There are economists developing models that measure well-being rather than just GDP. There are educators teaching children to think systemically, to understand connections and cycles rather than just linear cause and effect. These are seeds being planted for the next cycle. They may not prevent collapse. The forces driving our current civilization may be too powerful, too entrenched, but they offer alternatives, possibilities, ways of living that could flourish in the spaces left when the old structures fall away. And perhaps that's the real lesson of the cycle, that endings and beginnings are not separate but intertwined, that every collapse contains the seeds of renewal, that our task is not to cling to what's dying, but to nurture what's being born. This requires courage. It requires letting go of certainty, of the belief that we can control the future, of the need to know how the story ends. It requires trust in the pattern, in the resilience of life, in the creativity and adaptability of human beings. It also requires humility. We are not the pinnacle of evolution, the final chapter in the human story. We are one iteration among many, one cycle in an endless spiral. What we build will not last forever, and that's okay. What matters is not permanence but participation. How we show up, what we contribute, how we treat each other and the world we inhabit during our brief time here. The ancient Stoics had a practice called memento mori. Remember that you will die. It wasn't meant to be morbid, but liberating. When you remember that your time is limited, you stop wasting it on things that don't matter. You focus on what's essential. You appreciate the present moment because you know it won't last. Perhaps we need a collective memento mori. Remember that this civilization will end, not to induce despair, but to clarify priorities, to help us distinguish between what's truly important and what's merely urgent, to remind us that we're part of something larger than ourselves, a pattern that extends far beyond our individual lives or even our civilization's lifespan. When you stand in the ruins of an ancient city, Machu Picchu, Angkor Wat, Petra, you feel this perspective viscerally. These places were once alive with voices, with commerce, with the daily dramas of human life. Now they're silent, reclaimed by jungle or desert, visited by tourists who marvel at what was lost. But they're also beautiful in their decay, testament to the impermanence of all things and the enduring human impulse to create, to build, to reach for something beyond mere survival. We will leave ruins too. Future archaeologists, if there are any, will dig through the layers of our civilization and try to understand who we were, what we valued, why we fell. They'll find our buildings, our technologies, our art. They'll piece together our story from fragments, just as we've pieced together the stories of those who came before. What will they conclude? Will they see us as wise or foolish? As a civilization that learned from the past or one that repeated its mistakes? As people who face the cycle with courage or with denial? The answer depends on what we do now in this moment with the knowledge we have. We can't prevent the cycle. It's too fundamental. And again, each time erased, rebuilt, and forgotten. Think about it for a moment. We look at our world and see progress stretching back a few thousand years. We see Egypt and Mesopotamia, Greece and Rome, the rise of empires and the birth of science. We imagine ourselves at the peak of a long, unbroken climb from caves to cities, from stone tools to smartphones. But what if that story is incomplete? What if the timeline we've been taught is just the most recent chapter in a book that's been written and rewritten more times than we can count? The idea sounds impossible at first. How could entire civilizations rise to greatness and then vanish so completely that we have no memory of them? How could the evidence disappear? How could the knowledge be lost? And yet, when you start looking closely at the myths, the ruins, and the strange gaps in our understanding of the past, a different picture begins to emerge. A picture of cycles, of floods and fires, of worlds that ended and worlds that began again, of humanity climbing toward the light, only to fall back into darkness, over and over like waves breaking on an endless shore. Tonight, we're going to explore that possibility. We're going to walk through the evidence, the stories, the stones, the silences, and ask ourselves whether the world we know might be just one iteration in a series of forgotten ages. We're going to consider the myths that speak of earlier humanities, the ruins that shouldn't exist according to our timelines, and the catastrophes that could erase everything we've built in a matter of days or hours. We're going to look at what science says, what history whispers, and what the Earth itself might be trying to tell us. Because if civilization has been reset before, then everything changes. Our sense of who we are, where we came from, and how fragile our world really is, all of it shifts. And the question becomes not just has it happened before, but when will it happen again? So settle in. Let the world outside fade away. And let's begin at the beginning, or rather, at one of many beginnings, with the stories that have survived the resets, carried forward in myth and memory, waiting for us to finally understand what they're trying to say. Every culture on Earth tells a story about a flood. Not just any flood, a flood that covered the world, that rose higher than mountains, that drowned cities and forests and entire civilizations beneath its waters. The details change from place to place, but the core remains the same. There was a world before this one, and it ended in water. The most famous version comes from the Bible, of course. Noah and his ark, the rain that fell for 40 days and 40 nights, the animals saved 2 by 2 while the rest of the world perished. But the biblical flood is just one telling of a much older story. Long before Genesis was written, the Sumerians told of Ziusudra, a king who survived a divine flood sent to destroy humanity. The Babylonians had Utnapishtim, who built a great boat and weathered the deluge while the gods wept at what they had done. The Greeks spoke of Deucalion and Pyrrha, the sole survivors of a flood sent by Zeus to cleanse the earth of a corrupt and violent age. And it's not just the Mediterranean world. The Hindus describe a great flood in the Matsya Purana, where Manu, the first man, is warned by a fish, an avatar of Vishnu, to build a boat before the waters come. In China, the legend of Gunyu tells of a catastrophic flood that lasted for generations, reshaping the land and forcing humanity to rebuild from almost nothing. The Hopi people of North America speak of multiple worlds that came before this one, each destroyed when humanity fell out of balance, and the third world, they say, ended in a flood that swallowed everything. The Maya had their own version, recorded in the Popol Vuh. The gods created humanity multiple times, and each time, when the people failed to honor their creators, the world was destroyed. One of those destructions came as a great flood, a resin that fell from the sky and drowned the earth, wiping away the flawed creations so the gods could try again. The Aboriginal peoples of Australia, whose oral traditions stretch back tens of thousands of years, tell of a time when the seas rose and swallowed the coastal lands, forcing their ancestors to flee inland. The Maori of New Zealand speak of Tauhaki, who caused a great flood to punish the wicked. In South America, the Inca remembered a deluge that destroyed the world, leaving only a handful of survivors on the highest peaks of the Andes. These are not isolated stories, they are global. They span continents, cultures, and millennia. And they all say the same thing: there was a world before, and it drowned. Now, the conventional explanation is that these myths reflect local flooding events, rivers overflowing, tsunamis, storm surges, that were so traumatic they became embedded in cultural memory and exaggerated over time. And that makes sense to a point. Floods are terrifying. They're sudden, destructive, and they leave deep scars on the communities they touch. It's natural that people would tell stories about them, and natural that those stories would grow in the telling. But here's the thing. Many of these myths don't describe local floods. They describe global floods, waters that covered the entire Earth, mountains submerged, every living thing drowned except for a chosen few, and they describe these events not as natural disasters, but as resets, as the end of one age and the beginning of another, as the destruction of a previous version of humanity. What if they're not exaggerations? What if they're memories? Consider the timeline. The last ice age ended around 12,000 years ago. As the glaciers melted, sea levels rose dramatically, by more than 300 feet in some estimates. Coastlines that had been dry land for millennia were swallowed by the ocean. Entire landscapes disappeared beneath the waves. And where do humans tend to live? Near water, near coasts, near rivers and lakes. If there were civilizations living along those ancient shorelines, cities, settlements, centers of culture and trade, they would have been obliterated, drowned, lost beneath hundreds of feet of water where no archaeologist has ever looked because we assume there's nothing there to find. The flooding wouldn't have been instant, but it wouldn't have been slow either. There's evidence of periods where sea levels rose rapidly, perhaps in catastrophic pulses triggered by the collapse of massive ice dams or ice sheets. Imagine living in a coastal city and watching the ocean rise 10 feet in a single generation, then another 10 feet in the next. Your ports flood, your fields are swallowed, your temples and monuments disappear beneath the surf. You flee inland, carrying what you can, and the world you knew becomes a memory, a story, a myth about a flood that drowned everything. And if that happened 12,000 years ago, what about earlier? The Ice Age wasn't the first time the climate shifted dramatically. There have been other periods of rapid warming and cooling, other times when the seas rose and fell. Could there have been even older civilizations lost in earlier floods, their stories passed down and blended with the more recent catastrophe until they all became one great deluge in the collective memory of humanity? The Greek philosopher Plato wrote about Atlantis, a powerful island civilization that sank beneath the ocean in a single day and night of catastrophe. Most scholars dismiss it as allegory, a moral tale about hubris and divine punishment, but Plato claimed he was recounting a story told to the Athenian lawmaker Solon by Egyptian priests who said their records went back thousands of years further than Greece's. The priest told Solon that the Greeks were like children, remembering only the most recent disasters, while Egypt's records preserved the memory of many destructions, by fire, by flood, by plague, that had wiped out earlier civilizations. What if the priests were right? What if Atlantis wasn't allegory, but a fragment of genuine memory, distorted, mythologized, but rooted in something real? A civilization that existed before the flood, before the ice melted and was lost when the waters came? We'll never know for certain, because the ocean keeps its secrets well. But the myths remain, and they all point to the same conclusion. This is not the first time. Humanity has been here before. We built something, we lost it, and we started again. But the flood is only one kind of reset. There are others, and some of them are even more terrifying. If water is the first great destroyer in human mythology, fire is the second. Across the world, cultures speak of ages that ended not in drowning, but in burning, in flames that fell from the sky, in heat that melted stone, in light so bright it turned day into something unbearable. These stories are less famous than the flood myths, but they're just as widespread, and they suggest that whatever resets civilization doesn't always come from below. Sometimes it comes from above. The ancient Greeks believed in a cyclical view of history, divided into ages of metal, gold, silver, bronze and iron, each one progressively more corrupt and violent than the last. But they also told the story of Phaethon, the son of Helios, the sun god. Phaethon begged his father to let him drive the chariot of the sun across the sky, and Helios reluctantly agreed. But Phaethon couldn't control the horses. The chariot veered too close to the earth, scorching the land, boiling the seas and turning fertile fields into deserts. To stop the destruction, Zeus struck Phaethon down with a thunderbolt, sending him plummeting into a river. The earth was saved, but the damage was done. The story was often interpreted as a myth about youthful arrogance. But what if it was something else? What if it was a memory of the sky itself turning hostile? The Hopi, again, speak of multiple worlds. The first world, they say, was destroyed by fire. Volcanoes erupting, the earth splitting open, flames consuming everything. The second world ended in ice, and the third in flood. Each destruction came because humanity had fallen out of balance, and each time a few people were saved to carry the knowledge forward and begin again. The pattern is clear. The world ends, and the world begins. Over and over. In Hindu cosmology, time is divided into vast cycles called yugas, and at the end of each cycle, the world is destroyed and recreated. One of the forms this destruction takes is fire, specifically the fire of Shiva, the destroyer and transformer, whose dance brings the universe to an end so it can be born anew. The Rig Veda, one of the oldest religious texts in existence, describes cosmic fires and celestial battles that reshape the heavens and the earth. The Norse had Ragnarok, the twilight of the gods, when the world would be consumed by fire and flood simultaneously. The great wolf Fenrir would break free, the serpent Jormungandr would rise from the ocean, and the fire giant Surtur would set the world ablaze with his flaming sword. After the destruction, the earth would sink into the sea and then rise again, green and fertile, ready for a new age. The Zoroastrians of ancient Persia believed in a final purification by fire, when molten metal would flow across the earth, burning away all impurity and evil, leaving only the righteous to inherit a renewed world. The Maya too spoke of worlds destroyed by fire, including one age where the people were turned into birds and fled into the trees as flames consumed the land. These aren't just poetic metaphors, they're descriptions of catastrophe. And when you start looking at the physical evidence, you find traces of events that could match these stories. Take the Younger Dryas, a period of sudden, dramatic cooling that began around 12,800 years ago and lasted for more than 1,000 years. Just as the Ice Age was ending and the climate was warming, something happened that plunged the Northern Hemisphere back into near-glacial conditions almost overnight. Temperatures dropped, ice sheets advanced again. Megafauna that had survived for millennia, mammoths, saber-toothed cats, giant ground sloths, went extinct in a geological instant. For a long time, scientists couldn't explain what caused the Younger Dryas. But in recent years, a controversial theory has gained traction, the impact hypothesis. The idea is that around 12,800 years ago, a comet or asteroid, or multiple fragments of one, struck the Earth or exploded in the atmosphere above North America. The impacts would have triggered massive wildfires, throwing soot and debris into the atmosphere and blocking out the sun. The sudden cooling would have followed, along with the extinction of the megafauna and possibly the collapse of the Clovis culture, one of the earliest known human societies in North America. The evidence is still debated, but it's compelling. Researchers have found a layer of sediment from that time period containing high concentrations of iridium, a rare element more common in asteroids than on Earth. They've found nanodiamonds which form under extreme heat and pressure. They've found spherules, tiny glassy beads created when rock melts and cools rapidly, the kind of thing you'd expect from an impact or an airburst. And they've found this layer not just in one place, but across North America, Europe, and parts of Asia. If the impact hypothesis is correct, then the myths of fire falling from the sky aren't myths at all. They're memories. Memories of a time when the heavens opened and rained down destruction, when the forest burned and the sky turned black, when the world as people knew it came to an end. But it's not just ancient impacts we need to worry about. The sun itself is a threat. Every so often the sun releases a burst of energy called a solar flare or a coronal mass ejection. Most of the time these events are harmless. Beautiful auroras dancing in the polar skies, nothing more. But occasionally a truly massive flare can strike the Earth's magnetic field with enough force to cause real damage. In 1859, an event called the Carrington Event sent a solar storm so powerful that telegraph systems around the world sparked and caught fire. Operators received electric shocks, papers ignited. Auroras were visible as far south as the Caribbean. If a storm like that hit today, it could fry power grids, destroy satellites, and plunge modern civilization into chaos. Now imagine a solar storm 10 times stronger, 100 times stronger. There's evidence in ice cores and tree rings of solar events in the distant past that dwarf anything we've experienced in recorded history. If one of those storms hit a pre-industrial civilization, one that relied on oral tradition, on fragile records, on knowledge passed from generation to generation, it could have been devastating. Not just physically, but culturally. The people who survived would remember the sky burning, the heat, the light, the destruction, and they would tell their children and their children's children until the memory became myth. Fire from above, fire from the sky, fire that resets the world. And then there's the fire we make ourselves. Not all resets come from nature, some come from us. There's a haunting passage in the Bhagavad Gita, one of the sacred texts of Hinduism, where the warrior Arjuna is given a vision of the god Krishna in his true cosmic form. The description is overwhelming. Thousands of mouths, thousands of eyes, a being of infinite power and terror. And then Krishna speaks of weapons that can destroy entire armies in an instant. Weapons that shine like 1,000 suns, weapons that leave the earth scorched and the survivors wishing they had died. When J. Robert Oppenheimer, the father of the atomic bomb, witnessed the first nuclear test in 1945, he famously quoted the Bhagavad Gita, "Now I am become death, the destroyer of worlds." He saw the connection. He recognized that the ancient text was describing something that sounded disturbingly like a nuclear explosion. And the Bhagavad Gita isn't alone. The Mahabharata, another ancient Indian epic, describes wars fought with weapons called astras, divine weapons of immense power. Some of these weapons are described as releasing blinding light, unbearable heat, and devastation that lingers long after the battle is over. Cities are reduced to ash, rivers boil, the land becomes poisoned, and those who survive suffer from strange illnesses, hair falling out, skin blistering, weakness and death following weeks or months later. Sound familiar? The descriptions are eerily similar to the effects of nuclear weapons. And while mainstream scholars interpret these passages as mythological exaggeration or poetic metaphor, there are those who wonder if something else is going on. What if these texts are describing real events? What if, in some distant age, humanity developed technology advanced enough to destroy itself, and did? There are strange anomalies in the archaeological record that fuel this speculation. In the Indus Valley, at sites like Mohenjo-Daro and Harappa, archaeologists have found layers of vitrified stone, rock that has been melted and fused together by extreme heat. The temperatures required to create vitrification are far higher than anything a normal fire could produce. Some researchers have pointed to this as evidence of ancient nuclear warfare, though mainstream archaeology attributes it to more conventional causes like pottery kilns or natural fires. In the deserts of the Middle East and North Africa, there are vast fields of a glassy substance called Libyan desert glass and trinitite. Libyan desert glass is found scattered across the Sahara, and its origin is still debated. Some say it was formed by a meteorite impact, others by an airburst. Trinitite, on the other hand, is the glassy residue created by the first atomic bomb test in New Mexico. The two substances are remarkably similar. Could ancient desert glass have been created the same way? Then there are the stories. The Bible describes the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah, cities obliterated by fire and brimstone raining from the sky, leaving the land so poisoned that nothing could grow there. Lot's wife looked back at the destruction and was turned into a pillar of salt. Or was it something else? Radiation sickness, perhaps, or the flash of an explosion so bright it burned her where she stood. The ancient Sumerian texts speak of wars between the gods, battles fought with weapons that shook the earth and split the sky. The Epic of Gilgamesh describes a great cedar forest that was destroyed by fire, leaving the land barren. The Egyptian texts mention a time when the gods fought among themselves and the land was laid waste. What if these weren't gods at all? What if they were people? People with technology we can barely imagine. People who built a civilization so advanced that it could harness the power of the atom, or something even more destructive. And what if, like us, they reached a point where they turned that power against each other? It's not hard to imagine. We've come close ourselves. During the Cold War, the United States and the Soviet Union built enough nuclear weapons to destroy the world several times over. We stood on the brink more than once, and only luck or the courage of a few individuals kept us from pulling the trigger. If we had, what would be left? Cities turned to rubble, forests burned, the atmosphere choked with ash and radiation. And in a few thousand years, after the survivors had rebuilt what they could, what would they remember? Would they have clear records of what happened, or would the truth fade into myth? Would they tell stories of gods who fought in the sky, of weapons that shone like the sun, of a world that ended in fire? The idea that an ancient civilization destroyed itself with advanced technology is, admittedly, speculative. There's no smoking gun, no undeniable proof, but the absence of evidence is not the same as evidence of absence. If a civilization did destroy itself 10,000 years ago, or 20,000 or 50,000, what would remain? Metal corrodes, stone crumbles, cities are swallowed by jungles, deserts and seas, and if the survivors were few, scattered and traumatized, they might not have the means or the will to preserve the knowledge of what came before. They would start over from scratch, and the old world would become a story, a warning, a myth. And maybe that's what all these myths are. Warnings, echoes of a time when humanity reached too far, built too much, and paid the price. a reminder that the cycle can end not just with floods and fires from the heavens, but with fires we light ourselves. But whether the reset comes from nature or from us, the question remains: how many times has it happened? How many civilizations have risen and fallen before ours? And what evidence might still be out there waiting to be found? If civilizations have been reset before, you'd expect to find traces, ruins, artifacts, something that doesn't fit the timeline we've been taught. And when you start looking, you find exactly that. There are structures scattered across the world that defy easy explanation. Not because they're impossible, clearly they exist, but because they seem too advanced, too precise, too ambitious for the cultures we believe built them. They sit like riddles in stone, challenging our assumptions about what ancient people could and couldn't do. Take Göbekli Tepe in southeastern Turkey. Discovered in the 1990s, it's a massive complex of stone pillars arranged in circles, some weighing up to 20 tons, carved with intricate reliefs of animals, foxes, lions, scorpions, vultures. The site is breathtaking in its artistry and scale. But here's the thing, it's nearly 12,000 years old. That puts it firmly in the Neolithic period, a time when, according to conventional archaeology, humans were just beginning to figure out agriculture. They were hunter-gatherers, living in small mobile groups, with no cities, no writing, no complex social structures. And yet, Göbekli Tepe exists. It would have required hundreds of people working together, coordinating their efforts, quarrying and transporting massive stones, carving them with sophisticated tools. It suggests a level of organisation and ambition that shouldn't have been possible. And then, after it was built, it was deliberately buried, filled in with rubble and soil, hidden away, as if someone wanted to erase it from memory. Why? What was Göbekli Tepe? A temple? An astronomical observatory? A monument to something lost? And who built it? The people we think of as primitive hunter-gatherers, or the remnants of an earlier, more advanced culture, trying to preserve something before it was forgotten entirely. Then there's Baalbek in Lebanon. The Roman temple complex there is impressive enough on its own, but beneath the Roman construction lies something even more mysterious. The foundation stones. 3 massive blocks of limestone, each weighing around 800 tons, fitted together so precisely that you can't slide a piece of paper between them. They're called the trilithon, and no one knows how they were moved or placed. The Romans didn't claim to have built them, they built on top of them, suggesting the stones were already ancient when the Romans arrived. 800 tons. To put that in perspective, the largest stones used in the Great Pyramid of Giza weigh around 80 tons. The trilithon stones are 10 times heavier. Modern cranes can lift that much, but only the very largest, and they require careful planning and infrastructure. How did ancient people do it? And more importantly, why? What was so important that it required stones of such impossible size? The same question applies to Sacsayhuaman, the fortress above Cusco in Peru. The walls are made of stones that weigh up to 200 tons, cut and fitted together with such precision that, again, you can't fit a blade between them. These stones aren't rectangular, they're polygonal, with multiple angles and curves, each one unique, each one fitting perfectly with its neighbours like a 3-dimensional jigsaw puzzle. The Inca, who controlled the region when the Spanish arrived, said they didn't build Sacsayhuaman. They said it was built by the gods, or by a race of giants who lived before them. The Spanish chroniclers recorded these claims but dismissed them as superstition. Modern archaeologists attribute the construction to the Inca, despite the Inca's own insistence that they didn't do it. But if the Inca didn't build it, Who did? And if they did, why don't we find similar construction techniques anywhere else in the Inca Empire? Sacsayhuaman stands alone, an anomaly, a masterpiece of engineering that seems to belong to a different age. Then there are the underwater ruins. Off the coast of Japan, near the island of Yonaguni, divers have found what appears to be a submerged stone structure. Terraces, steps, flat platforms, right angles. Some researchers believe it's a natural formation, shaped by erosion and geological processes. Others argue that it's man-made, a remnant of a civilization that existed when sea levels were lower, before the end of the Ice Age. The debate continues, but the structure remains, silent and enigmatic beneath the waves. Similar formations have been reported off the coasts of India, Cuba, and the Mediterranean. Most are dismissed or ignored because they don't fit the narrative. If they're real, if they're man-made, then they suggest that people were building complex structures more than 10,000 years ago, during a time when we're told they were barely surviving. And if sea levels rose and drowned those structures, how much else was lost? How many coastal cities, how many harbours and temples and monuments now lie beneath hundreds of feet of water, unseen and unsearched? The problem is that underwater archaeology is expensive and difficult. The ocean is vast and most of it has never been explored. We've mapped the surface of Mars in more detail than we've mapped the floor of our own oceans. If there are ruins down there, ruins of civilizations that existed before the flood, we might never find them. Or if we do, it'll be by accident. And by then, how much will have been lost to time and tide? But it's not just massive stones and submerged ruins. There are smaller anomalies too, artifacts that don't belong. In the 1900s, divers recovering cargo from an ancient shipwreck off the coast of Greece found a corroded lump of bronze and wood. When researchers examined it, they discovered gears. Dozens of interlocking gears, precisely cut, forming a complex mechanism. It's called the Antikythera mechanism, and it's an ancient analog computer used to predict the positions of the sun, moon, and planets. It dates to around 100 BCE, and it's so sophisticated that nothing remotely comparable appears in the historical record for another 1,000 years. How did the Greeks build it? Where did the knowledge come from? And if they could build something like that, what else could they do? What other technologies did they possess that we've lost or forgotten? There are other examples. The Baghdad Battery, a clay jar from ancient Mesopotamia that some believe was used to generate electricity. The Piri Reis map, a 16th century chart that appears to show the coastline of Antarctica accurately, centuries before Antarctica was officially discovered, and at a time when it should have been covered in ice. The Dropper Stones, mysterious discs found in a cave in China, carved with tiny hieroglyphs that no one has been able to translate. Some of these artifacts are controversial. Some are probably misunderstood or misidentified, but taken together, they paint a picture of a past that's more complex, more mysterious than the neat timeline we've constructed. They suggest that knowledge has been lost and found and lost again, that the march of progress isn't a straight line but a cycle, and that we might not be as advanced as we think, or at least not as advanced as we could be if we hadn't forgotten so much. Because that's the thing about resets. They don't just destroy buildings and cities, they destroy knowledge. Libraries burn, scrolls rot, oral traditions fade when the people who carry them die, and within a few generations the past becomes myth, and myth becomes legend, and legend becomes nothing at all. So how much have we forgotten? How much did the people before us know? And how many times have we had to start over, rebuilding from the ruins, rediscovering fire and the wheel, and writing, while the ghosts of the old world watch from the stones we can't explain. One of the strangest things about human history is how recent it all seems. We have cities that are 5,000 years old, writing that goes back maybe 6,000 years, agriculture that started around 10 to 12,000 years ago. And before that, almost nothing. A vast stretch of time, tens of thousands of years, hundreds of thousands of years, where anatomically modern humans existed, but left almost no trace of complex civilization. Homo sapiens has been around for at least 200,000 years, possibly longer. For most of that time, we were hunter-gatherers, living in small groups, following the herds, gathering plants, making tools from stone and bone. And then suddenly, around 12,000 years ago, everything changed. We started farming. We built permanent settlements. We developed pottery, weaving, metallurgy. We created art, religion, government. We built cities and temples and monuments. Civilization exploded into existence, seemingly out of nowhere. Why? The standard explanation is that the end of the Ice Age created favourable conditions for agriculture. The climate warmed, the glaciers retreated, and suddenly there was more arable land, more predictable weather, more resources. People settled down, started planting crops, and the rest followed naturally. But that explanation has always felt incomplete. Humans were just as intelligent 50,000 years ago as they are today. They had the same brains, the same capacity for language and abstract thought and innovation. So why did it take so long for civilization to emerge? Why did we spend nearly 200,000 years as hunter-gatherers, and then suddenly, in the blink of an eye, become builders and farmers and priests? One possibility is that we didn't. One possibility is that civilization emerged before, perhaps many times, and was destroyed. And the 12,000-year mark isn't the beginning of civilization, it's the beginning of the current cycle, the latest attempt, the newest chapter in a story that's been told and retold over and over since the dawn of our species. Think about it. If a civilization existed 30,000 years ago, or 50,000, or 100,000, what would remain? Wood rots, fabric disintegrates, even stone erodes given enough time, metal corrodes and crumbles, glass shatters. The only things that last are the hardest materials, certain types of stone, ceramics, maybe some metals in the right conditions, and even those can be buried, scattered, or destroyed by geological processes. And then there's the problem of ice. During the Ice Age, much of the northern hemisphere was covered by glaciers miles thick. Those glaciers moved, grinding everything beneath them into dust. If there were cities in Europe or North America during the Ice Age, they would have been obliterated, scraped away, leaving no trace. The same goes for coastal areas. As we've discussed, sea levels have risen dramatically since the Ice Age ended. If ancient civilizations built their cities near the coasts, and why wouldn't they? Those cities are now underwater, buried under sediment, invisible to us. So the absence of evidence doesn't mean much. We're looking in the wrong places, or we're not looking at all because we assume there's nothing to find. But there are hints, strange gaps in the archaeological record, sudden jumps in technology that don't seem to have any precursor. The appearance of agriculture, for example, is often described as the Neolithic Revolution. But it wasn't really a revolution. It happened independently in multiple places around the world: the Fertile Crescent, China, Mesoamerica, the Andes, within a relatively short span of time. Almost as if people in different parts of the world suddenly remembered how to farm, or were taught by someone who already knew. The same goes for megalithic construction. Around the same time that agriculture appeared, people started building massive stone structures, Göbekli Tepe, the megalithic temples of Malta, the stone circles of Britain and Europe. These structures required knowledge of engineering, astronomy, and social organization. Where did that knowledge come from? Did it develop independently in each place, or was it inherited from an earlier culture, passed down through myth and memory until people were ready to use it again? There's also the mystery of the megafauna extinctions. At the end of the last ice age, dozens of large animal species went extinct. Mammoths, mastodons, giant sloths, saber-toothed cats, dire wolves. The timing coincides with the rise of human populations and the spread of hunting, leading many scientists to conclude that humans hunted them to extinction. But some researchers have questioned this. The extinctions happened very quickly, almost simultaneously across different continents, and they affected species that had survived previous climate changes without issue. Could something else have been involved? A catastrophe that killed not just the animals, but also any human civilizations that existed at the time. And then there are the stories, the myths we've already discussed, the floods, the fires, the wars, all described worlds that came before this one, worlds that were destroyed. And in many of these myths, the survivors are described as carrying knowledge from the old world into the new. The gods teach humanity how to farm, how to build, how to write. Prometheus brings fire. Quetzalcoatl teaches the Maya agriculture and astronomy. Osiris brings civilization to Egypt. Viracocha does the same in the Andes. What if these gods were people, survivors of the previous cycle, carrying the remnants of their knowledge forward, trying to rebuild? They would have seemed like gods to the people they encountered, people who had lost everything, who were starting over from scratch. And over time, the memory of those teachers would be mythologized, turned into divine figures, until the truth was buried beneath layers of legend. It's a compelling idea, and it fits the pattern we see in the myths, a world that ends, a few who survive, and a slow, painful process of rebuilding. Each time, a little more is lost. Each time, the new civilization starts from a lower baseline, until eventually, the memory of the old world fades entirely, and we're left with nothing but stories. But if that's true, then the silence in the timeline isn't a mystery. It's a scar, a gap left by the resets, by the cycles of destruction and rebirth that have shaped our species since the beginning. And the question becomes, how many scars are there? How many times have we risen and fallen? And are we approaching the next scar, the next silence, the next reset? The thing about resets is that they don't announce themselves. They don't give warnings. They just happen. One day the world is normal. People go about their lives, building and creating and planning for the future, and then, in an instant, everything changes. The ground shakes, the sky darkens, the waters rise, and the world as they knew it ends. We like to think we're safe from that kind of catastrophe. We have technology, science, early warning systems. We can predict earthquakes, sort of. We can track hurricanes and volcanic eruptions. We can see asteroids coming, at least the big ones. But the truth is, we're not as safe as we think. There are threats out there that we can't predict, can't prepare for, and might not even see coming until it's too late. Take supervolcanoes. There are several around the world. Yellowstone in the United States, Toba in Indonesia, the Campi Flegrei in Italy. And when they erupt, they don't just destroy the surrounding area. They change the climate of the entire planet. The eruption of Toba around 75,000 years ago is believed to have caused a volcanic winter that lasted for years, dropping global temperatures and pushing humanity to the brink of extinction. Genetic evidence suggests that the human population bottlenecked around that time, dropping to as few as 10,000 individuals. We almost didn't make it. And Toba could erupt again. Yellowstone could erupt. We don't know when, and we don't know how to stop it. If it happens, the ash would block out the sun, crops would fail, and billions of people would starve. Civilization as we know it would collapse, and the survivors would be left to start over in a world that had turned hostile and dark. Then there are asteroid impacts. We've gotten better at tracking near-Earth objects, but we're far from perfect. Most of the asteroids we've catalogued are the big ones, the kind that would cause an extinction-level event if they hit. But there are thousands, maybe millions of smaller asteroids that we haven't found yet. An asteroid just a few hundred meters across could destroy a city. 1 kilometer across could trigger a global catastrophe. And if it came from the right angle, or if we simply didn't see it in time, there would be nothing we could do. The Tunguska event in 1908 is a reminder of how vulnerable we are. An asteroid or comet exploded in the atmosphere over Siberia, flattening 2,000 square kilometers of forest. If it had hit a few hours later, it could have destroyed a major city, and we had no warning. We didn't even know it was coming. Then there's the sun. We've already talked about solar flares, but it's worth emphasizing just how dangerous they can be. A direct hit from a massive coronal mass ejection could fry power grids across entire continents. No electricity means no refrigeration, no transportation, no communication, no water pumps, no hospitals. Modern civilization would grind to a halt within days, and unlike an asteroid, we can't deflect a solar storm. We can only watch it come and hope it misses. There are other threats too. Gamma-ray bursts from distant supernovae, capable of stripping away the Earth's ozone layer and bathing the surface in lethal radiation. Rogue planets wandering through the galaxy that could destabilize the orbits of the planets in our solar system. Magnetic pole reversals which happen every few 100,000 years and could leave the Earth temporarily unprotected from cosmic radiation. And then there are the threats we create ourselves. Nuclear war, as we've discussed, but also biological weapons, engineered pandemics, artificial intelligence run amok, environmental collapse. We're very good at building things that could destroy us, and we're not always so good at controlling them. The point is, resets don't require ancient gods or lost civilizations. They can happen naturally at any time, and we might not see them coming. And when they do happen, the results are the same. Cities destroyed, populations decimated, knowledge lost. The survivors are left to pick up the pieces and start over, and within a few generations the old world becomes a myth. So how many times has it happened? How many times has humanity been brought to the brink only to claw its way back? And how many times have we not made it back? How many cycles ended with no survivors, no memory, no trace? We don't know, we can't know, but the evidence suggests that it's happened before, and it will happen again. The only question is when. If you step back and look at the big picture, a pattern emerges, not just in the myths and the ruins, but in the very structure of time itself. The Earth moves in cycles, the seasons change, the climate shifts, ice ages come and go, each one lasting tens of thousands of years, separated by brief warm periods like the one we're living in now. These cycles are driven by changes in the Earth's orbit and axial tilt, Milankovitch cycles they're called, and they're predictable, at least in the long term. We know that another ice age is coming eventually. We just don't know when. But within those long cycles, there are shorter ones. The Sun goes through an 11-year cycle of activity, with periods of high and low solar output. The Earth's magnetic field fluctuates, weakening and strengthening over centuries and millennia. Ocean currents shift, driven by changes in temperature and salinity, and those shifts can trigger rapid climate changes. The Gulf Stream, for example, which keeps Europe warm, could shut down if enough fresh water from melting ice dilutes the North Atlantic. If that happens, Europe could plunge into a mini ice age within a matter of decades. And then there are the cycles we don't fully understand. The rise and fall of civilizations, for example. Empires grow, reach their peak, and then collapse over and over with eerie regularity. The Romans, the Mayans, the Egyptians, the Khmer, the Anasazi, all of them built great civilizations, and all of them fell. Sometimes the collapse was gradual, a slow decline over centuries. Other times it was sudden, a matter of decades or even years, and in many cases we still don't know exactly why it happened. Some collapses are clearly linked to environmental factors, droughts, floods, soil depletion. Others seem to be driven by internal factors, political instability, economic inequality, overextension. But there's often a sense that the collapse was inevitable, that the civilization had reached a point of no return, and that no amount of effort could have saved it. The historian Arnold Toynbee studied the rise and fall of civilizations and concluded that they follow a predictable pattern: genesis, growth, breakdown, and disintegration. Each civilization faces challenges, and how it responds to those challenges determines whether it survives or collapses. But eventually every civilization fails. The question is not if, but when. And if individual civilizations follow cycles, why not humanity as a whole? Why not the entire species, rising and falling in great waves, each wave reaching a little higher or a little lower than the last, but always following the same basic pattern? The ancient Greeks believed in the concept of the great year, a cycle lasting thousands of years, at the end of which the planets would return to their original positions and history would begin again. The Hindus believe in the Kali Yuga, the age of darkness and decline, which will eventually give way to a new golden age. The Maya had their long count calendar, which tracked cycles of creation and destruction spanning thousands of years. These aren't just philosophical ideas, they're reflections of a deep human intuition that time is not linear, but circular, that what has happened before will happen again, that the end is also the beginning. And maybe they're right. Maybe we're living in one of many cycles, one of many attempts by humanity to build something lasting, and maybe, like the civilizations that came before us, we're approaching the end of our cycle. The signs are there, if you know where to look: climate change, resource depletion, political instability, the rise of technologies we don't fully understand and can't fully control. We're pushing the limits of what the planet can sustain, and we're doing it faster than any civilization in history. The question is, will we be different? Will we break the cycle, or will we follow the same path as those who came before us? Will we learn from the past, or will we repeat it? And if we do collapse, what will the next cycle look like? Will the survivors remember us? Will they tell stories about the people who built cities of glass and steel, who flew through the air and spoke across oceans, who reached for the stars and then fell back to Earth? Or will we fade into myth, like Atlantis, like the gods of old, until we're nothing but a whisper in the dark? If civilizations have been reset, before then someone must have remembered. Someone must have carried the knowledge forward, even if only in fragments. In almost every culture, there are stories of wise teachers who appeared after the catastrophe, bringing knowledge and guidance to the survivors. In Egypt, it was Thoth, the god of wisdom, who taught writing and mathematics. In Mesopotamia, it was the Apkallu, the 7 sages who came from the sea and taught humanity the arts of civilization. In Mesoamerica, it was Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, who brought agriculture and astronomy. In the Andes, it was Viracocha, the creator god, who walked among the people and showed them how to build and farm. These figures are always described as coming from somewhere else, from the sea, from the sky, from a distant land. They're always associated with knowledge that seems too advanced for the time, and they're always credited with jump-starting civilization, with taking people from a state of barbarism or ignorance and lifting them up. What if these stories are based on real people? Not gods, but survivors of the previous cycle, carrying the remnants of their knowledge forward. They would have seemed like gods to the people they encountered. People who had lost everything, who were struggling to survive in a world that had been turned upside down. And over time, the memory of those teachers would be mythologized, turned into divine figures, until the truth was buried beneath layers of legend. But the knowledge would remain, encoded in myths, in symbols, in the structures they built. The pyramids, the megaliths, the temples, all of them might be more than just monuments. They might be messages left by the memory keepers, trying to preserve something important for the next cycle. Take the Great Pyramid of Giza. It's one of the most studied structures in the world, and yet it's still full of mysteries. The precision of its construction is astonishing. The base is level to within a fraction of an inch. The sides are aligned almost perfectly with the cardinal directions. The dimensions encode mathematical constants like pi and the golden ratio. Some researchers believe the pyramid was designed as a kind of time capsule, a repository of knowledge encoded in its measurements and proportions. The same has been said of other ancient structures. Stonehenge, for example, is aligned with the solstices and may have been used as an astronomical observatory. The temples of Angkor Wat in Cambodia are laid out to mirror the constellation Draco as it appeared in the sky thousands of years ago. The Nazca lines in Peru, massive geoglyphs that can only be fully appreciated from the air, may have been a kind of map or calendar, encoding information about the stars and the seasons. And then there are the myths themselves. Joseph Campbell, the great scholar of mythology, argued that myths are not just stories, they're carriers of deep truths, encoded in symbolic language. They preserve knowledge about the human condition, about the cycles of life and death, about the relationship between humanity and the cosmos. And if Campbell was right, then the myths about resets, the floods, the fires, the wars, might be preserving knowledge about real events, real catastrophes that shaped our species. The problem is that we've forgotten how to read the myths. We treat them as entertainment, as primitive superstition, as relics of a less enlightened age. But what if they're more than that? What if they're the last surviving fragments of a much older knowledge, a knowledge that was once common but has been lost and rediscovered and lost again, over and over with each cycle? The memory keepers tried to preserve it. They built structures that would last. They encoded knowledge in stories and symbols. They passed it down through secret societies, mystery schools, priesthoods. But with each reset, a little more was lost. The signal degraded. The message became garbled, until all that remained were fragments, myths that no one believed, ruins that no one understood, symbols that no one could read. And now, here we are, at the end of another cycle, trying to piece it all together, trying to remember what we've forgotten, trying to understand the warnings that were left for us before it's too late. So how many times has civilization been reset? We don't know. We can't know. The evidence is too fragmentary, too ambiguous, too buried beneath the weight of time. But the question itself is important, because it forces us to confront the possibility that we're not as unique as we think, that we're not the pinnacle of human achievement, but just the latest iteration in a long series of attempts, that the story of humanity is not a straight line from caves to cities, but a spiral, circling back on itself, rising and falling over and over. And if that's true, then everything changes. Our sense of progress, our confidence in the future, our belief that we're building something permanent, all of it becomes uncertain. Because if civilizations have been reset before, they can be reset again. And there's no guarantee that we'll survive the next one. But maybe that's the point. Maybe the resets are not punishments or accidents, but part of the natural order. A way for the earth to cleanse itself, to start fresh, to give life another chance. And maybe humanity's role is not to escape the cycle, but to learn from it, to carry the knowledge forward, to become the memory keepers for the next cycle, to leave behind something that will help the survivors rebuild. Or maybe the cycle can be broken. Maybe we can learn from the mistakes of the past, avoid the catastrophes that destroyed the civilizations before us, and build something that lasts. Maybe we can be the ones who finally get it right. But to do that, we have to remember. We have to look at the myths, the ruins, the anomalies, and ask ourselves, what are they trying to tell us? What did the people before us know that we've forgotten? And what can we learn from their mistakes? Because the clock is ticking. The signs are all around us. The climate is changing. The resources are running out. The tensions are rising. And if we're not careful, we'll find ourselves at the end of another cycle, watching the world we built crumble around us, wondering how it all went wrong. And the survivors, if there are any, will tell stories about us. Stories about the people who flew to the moon and split the atom, who built towers that touched the sky, and machines that could think. Stories about the people who had everything and lost it all. And those stories will become myths, and those myths will be forgotten, and the cycle will begin again, unless we break it, unless we remember, unless we learn. There's a story written in our DNA, a story that contradicts everything we think we know about the smooth, steady progress of human civilization. It's a story of catastrophe, of populations crashing to the edge of extinction, of humanity reduced to a handful of survivors clinging to life in a world that had turned hostile. And it's happened not once, but multiple times. When scientists first began studying human genetics in detail, they discovered something strange, something that didn't fit the narrative of a species that had been steadily growing and expanding for hundreds of thousands of years. They found evidence of what's called a population bottleneck, a moment when the total human population dropped to a tiny fraction of what it had been before. The most famous of these is the Toba bottleneck, which we mentioned earlier. Around 75,000 years ago, something reduced the human population to somewhere between 3,000 and 10,000 individuals. That's it. The entire human species, which had been spread across Africa and possibly into Asia, was reduced to a number small enough to fit into a modern sports stadium. For perspective, that's a smaller population than most small towns. It's fewer people than attend an average high school. And for a period that may have lasted thousands of years, Those few thousand people were all that stood between humanity and total extinction. What caused it? The conventional explanation is the Toba supervolcanic eruption in Indonesia, which would have thrown enough ash and sulfur dioxide into the atmosphere to trigger a volcanic winter lasting years, possibly decades. Temperatures would have plummeted, plant life would have died, animals would have starved, and humans, already scattered in small groups across a vast landscape, would have been decimated. But here's what's interesting. The genetic evidence suggests this wasn't the only bottleneck. There are signs of other population crashes, other moments when humanity was pushed to the brink. Some geneticists have found evidence of a bottleneck around 900,000 years ago, long before modern humans even existed, that reduced the population of our ancestors to just over 1,000 breeding individuals. The species survived, obviously, but barely, and there are hints of more recent events as well. Localized bottlenecks in specific populations, genetic markers that suggest sudden, dramatic reductions in diversity. The kind of patterns you'd expect to see if entire civilizations were wiped out, leaving only scattered survivors to carry on. Now, here's where it gets really interesting. When a population goes through a severe bottleneck, it doesn't just lose people, it loses genetic diversity. Rare genes, unique traits, variations that might have been useful. All of them can disappear if the individuals carrying them don't survive. The population that emerges from the bottleneck is more homogeneous, more similar to each other, because they're all descended from a very small number of survivors. And when you look at human genetic diversity today, what do you find? We're remarkably uniform. Far more uniform than we should be for a species that's supposedly been around for 200,000 years. Chimpanzees, which live in a much smaller geographic range than humans, have significantly more genetic diversity than we do. So do gorillas. So do many other species that are far less widespread. Why? The most likely explanation is that we've gone through multiple severe bottlenecks, events that killed off most of humanity, leaving only small pockets of survivors to rebuild. And each time it happened, we lost a little more diversity, a little more of what made us varied and adaptable. But we also gained something. We gained resilience. Because the people who survived those bottlenecks weren't random. They were the ones who were smart enough, adaptable enough, lucky enough to make it through. They were the ones who could survive when the world fell apart, and they passed that survival instinct down to us. If you want to understand what a reset looks like, don't just look at humans, look at everything else that disappeared at the same time. At the end of the last ice age, roughly 12,000 to 10,000 years ago, something extraordinary happened. Across the entire planet, dozens of large animal species, megafauna, went extinct in what appears to have been a geological instant. Mammoths, mastodons, saber-toothed cats, giant ground sloths, dire wolves, short-faced bears, woolly rhinoceroses, giant beavers the size of modern bears, armadillos the size of cars, all gone. These were animals that had survived for millions of years. They had weathered previous ice ages, previous climate shifts, previous environmental changes. They were successful, well-adapted, dominant species, and then suddenly they weren't. The conventional explanation is the overkill hypothesis, that humans, spreading across the continents and becoming more efficient hunters, simply killed them all. We hunted the mammoths to extinction. We wiped out the giant sloths. We were so effective, so destructive, that we eliminated dozens of species in just a few thousand years. And there's some evidence for this. Human kill sites have been found with mammoth bones. We know humans hunted these animals. We know that wherever humans arrived, Australia, the Americas, Madagascar, waves of extinctions followed. But the timeline is problematic. The extinctions didn't happen gradually, as you'd expect if humans were slowly hunting species to extinction over thousands of years. They happened rapidly, almost simultaneously across different continents. Species that had never encountered humans went extinct at the same time as species that had been living alongside humans for tens of thousands of years. In North America, the extinctions were particularly severe. Roughly 80% of large mammal species disappeared. In South America, the number was similar. In Australia, which humans had reached much earlier, the extinctions happened thousands of years before, around 45,000 years ago. But again, they were rapid and devastating. Something doesn't add up. If humans were the sole cause, why didn't the extinctions happen gradually as human populations grew? Why did they cluster around specific time periods? And why did they affect animals that humans didn't even hunt, like giant tortoises and large flightless birds on remote islands? The alternative explanation is that something else happened. Something catastrophic that affected the entire planet. And humans didn't cause the extinctions. We survived them, barely, along with the few other large animals that made it through. Remember the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis? The idea that a comet or asteroid struck the Earth around 12,800 years ago, triggering the sudden cooling period that lasted more than 1,000 years. If that happened, it would explain a lot. The impacts would have triggered massive wildfires, throwing soot and debris into the atmosphere. The sky would have darkened, temperatures would have plummeted, plant life would have died, and herbivores, which depended on that plant life, would have starved. The carnivores that depended on the herbivores would have followed, and the few animals that survived would have been those that were adaptable enough, small enough, or lucky enough to find shelter and food in the chaos. Humans survived. But we weren't unscathed. If the genetic bottleneck evidence is correct, our population crashed. We were reduced to scattered bands, struggling to survive in a world that had become hostile and strange. And when we finally recovered, when we finally started building civilizations again, the megafauna were gone. The world we emerged into was emptier, quieter, smaller than the one that had existed before, and we forgot. We forgot what it had been like to live alongside mammoths and saber-toothed cats. We forgot that there had been creatures so large they could shake the earth when they walked. The memory faded into myth, stories of giants, of monsters, of legendary beasts that our ancestors defeated in the distant past. But the bones remain, scattered across the world, buried in tar pits and frozen in permafrost. The bones of the megafauna remind us that the world was once different, that something happened, that there was a time when everything changed, and most of what existed before was lost. Language is one of the most remarkable things about being human. It's what allows us to share ideas, build cultures, pass knowledge across generations. And when you look at the diversity of human languages, you see thousands of different tongues, each with its own grammar, vocabulary, and structure. But here's something strange. Almost all of them can be traced back to a handful of language families, and those families appear to have emerged relatively recently, within the last 10,000 to 15,000 years. Before that, silence, or at least a silence in the linguistic record. We have no idea what languages people spoke before the end of the last ice age, because language doesn't fossilize. It doesn't leave physical traces. It exists only in the minds and mouths of the people who speak it, and when those people die, if they haven't passed it on, the language dies with them. But linguists have noticed something curious. When they trace languages back through time, looking for common roots and ancestral tongues, they keep hitting a wall around the same period, roughly 10,000 to 15,000 years ago. Beyond that point, the connections become fuzzy, speculative, impossible to prove. It's as if language itself was reset. Now, that doesn't mean humans before the time didn't have language. Anatomically, modern humans have been around for at least 200,000 years, and we almost certainly had language for most of that time. The capacity for language is hardwired into our brains. It's one of the things that makes us human. But something happened around 12,000 years ago that disrupted the linguistic landscape so completely that almost all traces of older languages were wiped out. What could do that? A population bottleneck, a catastrophe severe enough that only small, scattered groups of humans survived, and the languages they spoke became the ancestors of all modern languages. The diversity that had existed before, the thousands of different tongues that had developed over hundreds of thousands of years, was lost. And the new languages that emerged from the survivors were the foundation of everything that came after. There are a few languages that might be exceptions, a few isolated languages that don't seem to fit into any known family, that appear to be the last survivors of much older linguistic lineages. Basque, spoken in the Pyrenees between France and Spain, is one of them. It has no clear relationship to any other language in Europe or anywhere else. It's a linguistic island, a remnant of something that existed before the Indo-European languages swept across the continent. The same is true of some indigenous languages in the Americas, in Australia, in Papua New Guinea. Languages that seem to stand alone, unconnected to anything else. Are these the last echoes of pre-catastrophe languages, the survivors of linguistic lineages that were otherwise completely erased? We don't know. We can't know, but the pattern is suggestive. And then there's the question of why language evolved in the first place. Modern humans existed for well over 100,000 years before we see any clear evidence of complex symbolic thought, art, music, elaborate tools, jewellery. For most of our history, we seem to have been anatomically modern, but behaviourally archaic. And then suddenly, around 50,000 to 70,000 years ago, something changed. We started creating art. We started burying our dead with grave goods. We started making sophisticated tools and ornaments. What happened? Some researchers call it the Great Leap Forward, or the Upper Paleolithic Revolution, the sudden emergence of modern human behaviour after tens of thousands of years of apparent stagnation. But was it really sudden? Or is it just that the evidence from before that time didn't survive? If there were earlier periods of cultural sophistication, earlier attempts at civilization, they would have been lost in the Toba bottleneck or other catastrophes. We'd only see the evidence from after the most recent reset when survivors started rebuilding. And if language was part of that earlier sophistication, if humans 100,000 years ago spoke languages as complex and rich as the ones we speak today, we'd never know. Because language leaves no fossils. It only survives if it's passed down. And if the chain is broken, if the speakers die without passing it on, the language vanishes as if it never existed. How many languages have been lost? How many words? How many concepts? How many ways of seeing the world existed once and are now gone forever? How much of human thought and culture has been erased by the resets, leaving only fragments and shadows behind? Here's something most people don't think about. If humanity has been reset multiple times, if we've been brought to the edge of extinction and forced to rebuild from almost nothing, that experience would leave scars. Not just physical scars, not just genetic scars, but psychological ones. Patterns of behaviour, deep-seated fears, instincts that don't make sense in the modern world but would have been essential for survival in the aftermath of a catastrophe. And when you look at human psychology, you find exactly that. Take our fear of the dark. It's nearly universal. Children are afraid of the dark. Adults are uncomfortable in complete darkness. We have an instinctive wariness of spaces where we can't see, where we don't know what might be lurking. From a modern perspective, this doesn't make much sense. We live in cities with streetlights, homes with electricity. Darkness isn't a threat anymore. But imagine surviving a catastrophe. Imagine living in a world where the sky had darkened with ash, where the sun was obscured for months or years, where the normal cycles of day and night were disrupted. Darkness would have been terrifying. It would have been associated with cold, with hunger, with danger. The people who survived would have been the ones who were most cautious, most afraid, most willing to seek shelter and light. And they passed that fear down to us. The same is true of our fear of sudden loud noises, thunder, explosions, crashes. These trigger an immediate startle response, a spike of adrenaline, a fight or flight reaction. Why? Because in the ancestral environment, sudden loud noises meant danger, an animal attacking, a tree falling, a rock slide. Or if you were living through a catastrophe, the sound of the earth splitting open, of impacts, of destruction. Our fear of heights, our discomfort with instability and uncertainty, our tendency to hoard resources when we feel threatened. All of these could be evolutionary adaptations to surviving in a world that had become hostile and unpredictable. But there's something deeper too. Something that shows up in our myths, our dreams, our collective unconscious. Carl Jung, the psychologist, argued that humans share certain archetypal images and stories, patterns that appear in cultures all over the world, independent of contact or influence. The flood, the fire, the end of the world, the hero's journey, the wise old man or woman who teaches the survivors. Where do these archetypes come from? Jung believed they were part of the collective unconscious, a shared psychological substrate that all humans inherit. But what if they're not abstract symbols? What if they're memories? Not individual memories, but cultural memories, passed down through countless generations, of real events that happened in the deep past. What if the reason every culture has a flood myth is because every culture is descended from people who survived the flood? What if the reason we dream about falling, about being chased, about the world ending, is because those experiences are encoded somewhere in our psychological makeup, remnants of traumas that our ancestors endured? There's a concept in psychology called transgenerational trauma, the idea that trauma can be passed down from parents to children, not just through learned behavior, but through epigenetic changes, alterations in gene expression that can persist for multiple generations. Studies of Holocaust survivors and their descendants have found evidence of this. The children and grandchildren of people who experienced extreme trauma show different stress responses, different patterns of gene expression, even though they never experienced the trauma themselves. If that's true for individual families, could it be true for entire species? Could humanity as a whole be carrying the scars of catastrophes that happened thousands of years ago? Could the anxiety, the fear, the sense of impending doom that so many people feel, even in the absence of immediate threats, be an echo of a time when those fears were justified, when the world really was ending? It's a disturbing thought, but it would explain a lot. It would explain why we're so drawn to apocalyptic stories, why we can't stop imagining the end of the world. It would explain why we build bunkers and stockpile supplies, why we have an instinct to prepare for disaster even when everything seems fine. Because deep down, we remember. Not consciously, but in our bones, in our blood, in the ancient parts of our brains that evolved to keep us alive. We remember that the world has ended before. We remember that safety is an illusion. We remember that everything can change in an instant, and we're waiting for it to happen again. Let's talk about why so many ancient cultures were obsessed with the heavens. Everywhere you look, ancient civilizations built structures aligned with astronomical phenomena. The pyramids of Egypt are aligned with Orion's belt. Stonehenge marks the solstices. The temples of Angkor Wat mirror the constellation Draco. The Mayan pyramids align with Venus and other celestial bodies. The Nazca lines in Peru are best viewed from above, as if they were meant to be seen from the sky. Ancient observatories appear in cultures that supposedly had no contact with each other. Yet they all show the same preoccupation with tracking the stars, the planets, the movements of the heavens. Why? What was so important about the sky? The conventional answer is that ancient people used the stars for calendars, for agriculture, for navigation. And that's true, as far as it goes. Knowing when to plant crops, when the seasons would change, when to expect floods or droughts. All of that would have been essential for survival. But it doesn't explain the scale of the effort. It doesn't explain why cultures would invest enormous resources, decades or centuries of labour, into building massive stone structures just to track the movements of celestial bodies. A simple wooden post would work as a sundial. A row of stones would be enough to mark the solstice. You don't need a pyramid. You don't need Stonehenge. Unless the sky wasn't just a calendar. Unless it was something more. Something dangerous. What if ancient cultures were so obsessed with tracking the heavens because they knew that's where the danger came from? What if they were watching for asteroids, for comets, for signs that another catastrophe was coming? Think about it. If your civilization had been destroyed by an impact from space, if you had survived and rebuilt, what would you do? You'd watch the sky. Obsessively. You'd track every celestial object, every anomaly, every change in the patterns you knew. You'd build structures to help you observe, to help you remember, to help you predict, and you'd teach your children to do the same, because forgetting, even for a generation, could mean extinction. The ancient astronomers weren't just priests conducting rituals. They were sentries, watchers, early warning systems for a threat that could appear at any time, without warning, and destroy everything. And there's evidence that they knew more than we give them credit for. The Sumerians had detailed astronomical records that go back thousands of years. They tracked the precession of the equinoxes, a cycle that takes 26,000 years to complete. How? Why? What could they possibly use that information for, unless they were thinking in terms of deep time, unless they were trying to preserve knowledge across multiple cycles, multiple resets, unless they knew that civilizations rise and fall, and they wanted to leave markers, guideposts for whoever came after. The Great Pyramid encodes mathematical constants. P, the golden ratio, the speed of light in some interpretations. The dimensions of the Earth and the Moon can be derived from its measurements. Some researchers believe it's a time capsule, a repository of knowledge encoded in stone, designed to survive any catastrophe and speak to whoever finds it thousands of years later. Is that crazy? Maybe. But consider this. If you wanted to preserve knowledge for the long term, for thousands or tens of thousands of years, how would you do it? Books decay. Digital storage requires technology to read. Language changes and becomes incomprehensible, but mathematics is universal, geometry is universal, and stone lasts. What if the pyramids, the megaliths, the ancient observatories aren't just monuments? What if they're messages? Messages to the future, from people who knew the past, people who had survived resets and were trying to warn us, trying to give us the tools we'd need to survive the next one. The sky was important to them because the sky was the threat. And they were trying to tell us, watch the heavens, remember, be ready, because it will happen again. One of the most unsettling things about knowledge loss is how easily it happens, how quickly a civilization can forget what it once knew. You don't need a catastrophe. You just need a few generations of people who don't think the old knowledge is important anymore. The Library of Alexandria is the classic example. One of the largest and most significant libraries of the ancient world, containing hundreds of thousands of scrolls, decades or centuries of accumulated knowledge, and then it burned. Or was it gradually neglected and stripped over time? Historians disagree, but the result was the same. An immense amount of knowledge was lost. Books that existed in only a single copy were gone forever. We know the names of lost works, entire plays by Sophocles, multiple books of Livy's history of Rome, scientific treatises by Archimedes and others, but we'll never read them. They're gone. How much did we lose? We can't even estimate because we don't know what we don't know. There could have been works of genius, revolutionary discoveries, insights that would have advanced human knowledge by centuries. Or there could have been mundane administrative records. We'll never know, and Alexandria wasn't unique. The destruction of the House of Wisdom in Baghdad during the Mongol invasion in 1258 destroyed centuries of Islamic scholarship. The burning of the Mayan codices by Spanish priests eliminated almost all written records of Mayan history and knowledge. The loss of the library of the Temple of Jerusalem, the destruction of countless monasteries and their libraries during various wars and persecutions. Each time, irreplaceable knowledge vanished. But here's the thing, you don't need fire or invaders. Knowledge can be lost through simple neglect. When the Roman Empire fell, Europe entered the Dark Ages. It's not that people became stupid. They were just as intelligent as their ancestors. But the institutions that preserved and transmitted knowledge collapsed. Books were no longer copied. Schools closed. Trade networks that brought materials and ideas from distant places broke down. And within a few generations, Europeans had forgotten how to build aqueducts, how to make concrete, how to perform surgeries that Roman doctors had considered routine. The knowledge didn't disappear all at once. It faded. Each generation knew a little less than the one before. Techniques became rituals, performed without understanding why. Tools were used without knowing how they'd been made. And eventually people forgot that they'd forgotten. They thought the Roman ruins were built by giants or gods, because the idea that ordinary humans had built them seemed impossible. It took 1,000 years for Europe to recover the knowledge it had lost, and it only recovered it because some of that knowledge had been preserved elsewhere, in the Islamic world, in the Byzantine Empire, in scattered monasteries where monks painstakingly copied ancient texts, often without understanding what they were copying, how much didn't survive, how much was lost permanently. We know that Roman engineers built mechanical devices, automated systems, sophisticated machinery. We have descriptions of them in ancient texts, but we don't have the devices themselves, and the descriptions aren't detailed enough to reconstruct them. The knowledge of how to build them died with the craftsmen who made them, and this keeps happening. Every civilization that falls loses knowledge. Every time a cultural chain is broken, information disappears. We've lost the ability to navigate by the stars the way Polynesian sailors could, crossing thousands of miles of open ocean with no instruments. We've lost traditional medicinal knowledge from countless indigenous cultures, plants and treatments that could have had real value but were dismissed as superstition. We've lost crafts, techniques, entire ways of understanding the world. And now, in the digital age, we're more vulnerable than ever. We store everything on systems that require constant maintenance, constant power, constant technological support. If those systems fail, we don't just lose access to the information, we lose the information itself. A book in a library can sit on a shelf for centuries and still be readable. A hard drive without power is just a useless lump of metal and plastic. We like to think we're too advanced to lose knowledge, that we have too many backups, too many copies. But the same has been true of other civilizations. The Romans thought their empire would last forever. The Mayans built cities they thought would stand for all time. The Library of Alexandria was supposed to preserve knowledge for eternity. They were all wrong, and we might be wrong too. Let's zoom out for a moment and look at the bigger picture. Because when you look at human history from a biological perspective, we're an anomaly. We shouldn't have made it this far. Most species last on average a few million years before going extinct, and most species maintain relatively stable population sizes within their ecological niches. They evolve slowly, adapt gradually, and when they can't adapt anymore, they disappear. Humans don't follow that pattern. We went from a population measured in the thousands to a population measured in the billions in just 10,000 years. We spread from Africa to every continent except Antarctica. We adapted to every climate, every environment, from Arctic tundra to tropical rainforests to high-altitude mountains to deserts. And we did it not through biological evolution. We're essentially identical to humans from 50,000 years ago, but through cultural evolution, through knowledge, tools, technology, social organization. That's unprecedented. No other species has done anything remotely similar. And from a biological standpoint, it's fragile. We're not physically adapted to most of the environments we live in. We survive through technology, through culture, through collective knowledge. Take that away, and we're vulnerable. Naked apes with no claws, no fangs, no fur, no natural defenses except our brains. And our brains aren't even that impressive individually. A human child raised in isolation, without culture, without language, without being taught anything, would be barely functional. They wouldn't invent language on their own. They wouldn't figure out how to make fire or tools. They'd be far less capable than an adult chimpanzee. What makes humans special isn't our individual intelligence. It's our collective intelligence, our ability to share information, to build on what previous generations learned, to accumulate knowledge over time. We're not smart individually. We're smart as a species. But that means we're dependent on the chain of transmission. If the chain breaks, if knowledge isn't passed down, we regress. Fast. Within a single generation, without elders to teach them, people forget sophisticated skills. Within a few generations, they forget that those skills ever existed. So how did we survive the bottlenecks? How did we make it through catastrophes that reduced our population to a few thousand individuals scattered across a devastated landscape? Luck is part of it. But there's also something else. Humans are incredibly adaptable, not because of our biology, but because of our culture. When the environment changes, we don't wait for evolution to adapt us. We change our behavior. We create new tools, new strategies, new social structures, and we do it fast. The survivors of the bottlenecks were the ones who are best at that. the ones who could improvise, who could learn, who could hold on to crucial knowledge and pass it down even in the worst circumstances. They were the memory keepers, the innovators, the teachers, and they were the foundation of every civilization that came after. But here's the unsettling part. We're not immune to bottlenecks now. We might think we're too advanced, too numerous, too distributed. But we're also more specialized, more dependent on systems and infrastructure, more vulnerable to disruptions. If something happened, a supervolcano, a massive solar storm, a pandemic worse than COVID, a nuclear war, runaway climate change, how many of us would survive? And more importantly, how much of our knowledge would survive? Would the survivors know how to grow food without industrial agriculture? How to purify water without modern treatment plants? How to generate power, manufacture medicine, communicate across distances? Or would they have to start over, learning everything again from scratch, rediscovering fire and the wheel and agriculture while the ruins of our civilization crumbled around them, monuments to a knowledge they could no longer access? We're the species that shouldn't have survived. We've been knocked down repeatedly, reduced to almost nothing, forced to rebuild from the edge of extinction. And we did it. We survived. We persisted. But there's no guarantee we'll keep doing it. The next reset could be the last. Or it could be just another in a long series, another turn of the wheel, another forgetting and remembering. The question is, when it comes, will we be ready? Or will we, like those before us, be caught off guard, convinced until the last moment that it couldn't happen to us? There's something strange about certain pieces of ancient knowledge, not just that they exist, but how they exist, fully formed, sophisticated, with no apparent learning curve, no trial and error, no primitive precursors. Take mathematics. The ancient Sumerians, one of the earliest civilizations we know of, didn't use a base 10 number system like we do. They used base 60, a sexagesimal system that's actually far more elegant for certain calculations. It's why we have 60 seconds in a minute, 60 minutes in an hour, 360 degrees in a circle. The number 60 is divisible by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10, 12, 15, 20, 30, and 60. 12 factors, making it incredibly useful for dividing things up. But here's the question. Why would a civilization that was supposedly just figuring out agriculture and writing choose such a sophisticated mathematical system? Base 10 makes intuitive sense. We have 10 fingers. But base 60 requires a level of mathematical thinking that seems advanced for people who were, according to the standard timeline, just beginning to organize themselves into cities, unless they didn't invent it, unless they inherited it. The same pattern appears with astronomy. The ancient Mayans calculated the length of the solar year as 365 on 420 days. The modern calculation is 365 422 days. They were off by less than 2/10,000ths of a day, without telescopes, without computers, without any of the instruments we consider essential for that level of precision. They also tracked the cycles of Venus with incredible accuracy, created complex eclipse prediction tables, and understood the precession of the equinoxes, a phenomenon that takes 26,000 years to complete a full cycle. How do you discover something that takes 26,000 years to observe? You don't. Not unless you've been watching for 26,000 years, or someone before you was watching and passed the knowledge down. The ancient Egyptians aligned the Great Pyramid to true north with an accuracy of 3/60th of a single degree. They calculated pi to several decimal places. Their medical texts describe surgical procedures, antibiotics made from mouldy bread, and an understanding of the circulatory system that wouldn't be discovered again until the Renaissance. The Edwin Smith papyrus, dated to around 1600 BCE, but believed to be a copy of much older texts, describes 48 surgical cases with a level of anatomical knowledge that seems impossibly advanced. In ancient India, the mathematician Aryabhata calculated pi to 4 decimal places in the 5th century CE, and stated that the Earth rotates on its axis, more than 1,000 years before Copernicus. The ancient Indian texts on astronomy, the Vedanga Jyotisha, contain calculations of planetary periods that are accurate to modern standards, and the concept of zero, perhaps mathematics' most important invention, appeared in India in the 5th century CE, though some scholars believe the concept is much older. The ancient Chinese calculated the movements of the planets, predicted eclipses, and created star catalogues thousands of years ago. They invented the seismograph in 132 CE, a device that could detect earthquakes hundreds of miles away and indicate the direction they came from. They had blast furnaces capable of producing steel more than 1,000 years before Europe. They understood the magnetic compass, gunpowder and paper making at a time when much of the world was still using stone tools. And everywhere you look you find this pattern, sophisticated knowledge appearing suddenly, often with no clear developmental path. It's as if someone turned on a light switch, and humanity went from darkness to illumination in an instant. The conventional explanation is that we're simply missing the intermediate steps. The papyri rotted, the records were lost, the gradual development happened but left no trace. And that's possible. But it's also possible that the knowledge didn't develop gradually, that it was inherited, passed down from an earlier time, preserved by the memory keepers we talked about, and slowly rediscovered and reapplied as new civilizations emerged from the ruins of the old. There are hints of this in the ancient texts themselves. The Egyptians spoke of the Zep Tepi, the first time, a golden age when the gods walked among men and taught them the arts of civilization. The Sumerians wrote about the Apkallu, the 7 sages who came before the flood and brought wisdom to humanity. Plato wrote about the Egyptian priest who told Solon that Greece was young, that Greek records only went back to the most recent catastrophe, while Egypt remembered much older times. The Hindu Vedas speak of earlier yugas, earlier ages, when humanity possessed knowledge that was later lost. The Buddhist texts describe previous world systems, previous cycles of creation and destruction. The Zoroastrian texts speak of a time before time when knowledge was whole and complete, before it was shattered and scattered. What if they're all describing the same thing? A time before the reset, when knowledge was more complete, more integrated, before it was broken into fragments and had to be painstakingly reassembled by each new civilization that emerged from the ashes. And what if some of that knowledge is still out there, hidden in plain sight, encoded in myths and monuments, waiting for us to remember how to read it? In 1929, a Turkish officer named Muhyiddin Piri Reis discovered a fragment of an old map in the library of the Topkapi Palace in Istanbul. The map, dated to 1513, showed the Atlantic Ocean, the coasts of South America and Africa, and curiously what appeared to be the northern coast of Antarctica. This wouldn't be particularly remarkable except for one problem. Antarctica wasn't officially discovered until 1820, more than 300 years after the map was drawn. And the map doesn't just show Antarctica as a vague landmass. It shows details of the coastline, bays, and geographic features. Features that, in 1513, would have been buried under miles of ice. When modern scholars examined the Piri Reis map more closely, things got even stranger. In the 1960s, Charles Hapgood, a professor of the history of science, noticed that the Antarctic coastline on the map didn't match the current coastline. It matched the coastline as it would have appeared thousands of years ago before it was covered by ice. He sent the map to the US Air Force, which confirmed that the map showed features that had been discovered by modern seismic surveys, features that lay beneath the ice sheet. How is that possible? Piri Reis himself claimed that he had compiled the map from older source maps, some dating back to the time of Alexander the Great or earlier. He said he used about 20 older maps as references, maps that had been preserved in various libraries around the Mediterranean. But where did those maps come from? Who made them? And how did they map Antarctica before it was covered in ice? The ice sheet over Antarctica is believed to be at least 6,000 years old, and possibly much older. That means someone would have had to map the continent before 4000 BCE, well before any civilization we know of had the technology to cross the ocean, navigate to the southern pole, and conduct a detailed survey of the coastline. Unless, of course, there was a civilization we don't know about. The Piri Reis map isn't alone. There are other ancient maps that show geographic knowledge that shouldn't have existed at the time they were drawn. The Orontius Phineus map of 1531 also shows Antarctica, this time with rivers and mountains free of ice. The Philippe Boischer map of 1737 shows Antarctica divided into two landmasses by a waterway, a feature that was only confirmed in the 1960s when seismic surveys revealed a channel beneath the ice that does in fact divide the continent. The Mercator map of 1569 shows the Arctic with surprising accuracy, including details of the coastlines and islands that wouldn't be properly surveyed for hundreds of years. The Zeno map of 1380 shows Greenland and the North Atlantic with features that suggest the mapmakers had access to information from a time when the climate was warmer and the ice coverage was different. And then there are the Chinese maps. In 2006, a controversial map surfaced in China, purportedly dated to 1418, that showed the entire world, including the Americas, Australia and Antarctica, in remarkable detail. The map's authenticity has been hotly debated, and many scholars believe it's a modern forgery. But if it's genuine, it would mean that Chinese explorers circumnavigated the globe decades before Columbus, and had knowledge of lands that Europeans wouldn't discover for another century. The problem with all of these maps is the same. They show knowledge that shouldn't exist, and the usual explanations that they were based on older source maps only pushes the question back further. Who made those older maps? And how far back do they go? Hapgood proposed a radical theory that an advanced civilization existed during the last ice age, a maritime civilization that mapped the entire world when sea levels were lower and the climate was different. When that civilization was destroyed by the floods at the end of the ice age, by asteroid impacts, by some other catastrophe, their maps survived, passed from culture to culture, copied and recopied, slowly degrading but retaining enough detail that later civilizations could use them as references. It's a compelling theory, but it's also speculative. There's no direct evidence of such a civilization, no cities, no artifacts, no clear proof. But the maps exist. The knowledge exists, and no one has yet provided a satisfactory explanation for how it came to be, unless, once again, we're looking at the remnants of something older, something that was lost but not entirely forgotten, something that the memory keepers preserved, even when they no longer understood what they were preserving or why. Let's go back to the stones, because the more you look at them, the stranger they become. It's not just that ancient cultures moved massive blocks of stone, though that alone is impressive. It's the precision with which they worked, the tolerances they achieved, the techniques they used that we still can't fully explain. Take the granite boxes inside the Great Pyramid. deep in the bedrock beneath the pyramid, in a chamber called the grotto, and in the king's chamber above, there are enormous boxes carved from solid granite. They're perfectly rectangular, with walls that are flat to within thousandths of an inch. The corners are exact right angles. The inside surfaces are smooth and polished. To create something like that today, you'd need industrial machinery, diamond-tipped saws, precision grinding equipment, laser measuring tools. The tolerances are tighter than you can achieve with hand tools, no matter how skilled you are. And yet, according to conventional archaeology, these boxes were carved by people using copper chisels and stone hammers. It doesn't add up. Christopher Dunn, an engineer who has studied the Great Pyramid extensively, argues that the precision of the stonework suggests the use of advanced tools, possibly even machine tools. He points to evidence of what appear to be saw marks in the granite, cuts that are too straight, too uniform, too deep to have been made by hand. He notes that some of the drill holes in the granite show a spiral pattern, as if a drill bit was used with tremendous pressure and speed. But the ancient Egyptians didn't have drill bits. They didn't have saws with teeth hard enough to cut granite. They didn't have lathes or grinding wheels powered by anything more than human muscle, or so we're told. The same mystery appears at other sites. At Pumapunku in Bolivia, there are blocks of andesite, a very hard volcanic rock, that have been carved with precision that rivals modern machine work. The blocks have flat surfaces, perfect right angles, and complex interlocking shapes that fit together like a three-dimensional puzzle. Some of the blocks have drill holes that are perfectly round and perfectly straight, showing no evidence of wobbling or drift. Again, this is supposedly the work of a pre-industrial culture, people with no written language, no wheel, no draft animals, and yet the precision is there, undeniable, measurable. At Ollantaytambo, another site in Peru, there are massive blocks of red granite that were quarried from a mountain 6 miles away, across a river, and somehow transported uphill to the construction site. The blocks weigh up to 50 tons each. They're fitted together with joints so tight you can't fit a knife blade between them, and they show evidence of some kind of vitrification or melting on their surfaces, as if they were subjected to intense heat. How? The conventional answer is always the same: time, patience, and manpower. Given enough people and enough years, you can move any stone, shape any block, build any monument. And that's true, to a point. But it doesn't explain the precision. It doesn't explain how cultures with supposedly primitive tools achieve tolerances that we struggle to match with modern equipment. It doesn't explain the evidence of advanced techniques, drilling, sawing, polishing, that shouldn't have been possible. Unless, once again, they had knowledge we don't credit them with. Techniques we've lost, tools we haven't found, because they are made of materials that don't survive. Wood, perhaps, or bronze, or something else entirely. Or unless they inherited the techniques from an earlier time, from a civilization that did have advanced tools, advanced knowledge, and passed that knowledge down through the generations until it became fragmented, ritualized, half-remembered, so that the later builders were following instructions they didn't fully understand, replicating techniques they couldn't quite explain, working from plans that were far older than their own culture. It sounds far-fetched. But the alternative, that people with the stone hammers carved granite within thousandths of an inch, sounds even more impossible. If civilizations have been reset, then somewhere, someone must remember. Not in the mainstream, not in the official histories, but in the margins, in the oral traditions, in the secret knowledge passed down through generations of initiates and elders who are told never to forget, never to let the old ways die completely. Indigenous cultures around the world carry stories that go back much further than written history. The Aboriginal peoples of Australia have oral traditions that describe events from more than 10,000 years ago. The flooding of coastal areas, the existence of land bridges that are now underwater, the megafauna that once roamed the continent. These aren't vague myths. They're specific, detailed accounts that match what geologists and archaeologists have discovered through scientific investigation. The Gunditjmara people of southeastern Australia tell of a time when the land was different, when volcanoes erupted and reshaped the landscape. Geologists have confirmed that volcanic activity in the region occurred around 30,000 years ago. The stories have been passed down, generation after generation, for 300 centuries. Think about that. 300 centuries of unbroken oral tradition. While empires rose and fell, while glaciers advanced and retreated, while the world changed again and again, these people remembered. They kept the stories alive. The same is true in other parts of the world. The Hopi speak of multiple worlds, each destroyed in turn, and they describe the migrations of their people over thousands of years across landscapes that have long since changed. The Coast Salish people of the Pacific Northwest tell of a great flood that drowned their ancestral lands that are now beneath the waters of Puget Sound, submerged when sea levels rose at the end of the Ice Age. In India, there are oral traditions about Kumari Kandam, a lost continent that sank beneath the Indian Ocean. The Tamil people describe it as a great landmass that connected India, Sri Lanka, and parts of what is now Southeast Asia. Modern geology has confirmed that sea levels in the region were indeed much lower during the Ice Age, and that there was once more exposed land. Did the Tamils preserve a memory of that time, passed down through countless generations? In the Middle East, the marsh Arabs of southern Iraq claim descent from the ancient Sumerians, and they preserve traditions about the time before the flood, when the world was different. In Africa, the Dogon people of Mali have astronomical knowledge that has baffled researchers. They describe the star Sirius as having a companion star, Sirius B, which is invisible to the naked eye and wasn't confirmed by Western astronomy until the 20th century. They also describe its orbital period with surprising accuracy. Where did they get this knowledge? The conventional explanation is usually that they learned it from Western astronomers in the 19th or 20th century, and the older stories were retrofitted. But the Dogon insist that the knowledge is ancient, part of their core mythology, taught to them by beings they call the Nommo, who came from the sky in ancient times. Whether you believe that or not, the pattern is clear. Indigenous cultures preserve knowledge. They remember. Even when the rest of the world forgets, even when the written records are lost or destroyed, the oral traditions survive. They're encoded in stories, in songs, in rituals that are passed down with incredible fidelity from one generation to the next. And often, those stories describe a time before, a time when things were different, a time when the world ended and began again. The question is, how much of that knowledge is accurate? How much is metaphor and how much is history? And what have we lost by dismissing these stories as primitive superstition instead of treating them as the archives they might actually be? Graham Hancock, the journalist and author who has spent decades investigating ancient civilizations, argues that indigenous traditions are a form of science, not science in the modern sense, but a systematic way of preserving and transmitting knowledge across deep time. He suggests that the myths and symbols we find around the world are not random, but deliberate attempts to encode information in ways that can survive catastrophe. Because that's the thing about oral tradition. It's resilient. You can burn a library, destroy a hard drive, erase every written record. But you can't erase a story that lives in the minds of a people, a story that's told every night around the fire, a story that's woven into the fabric of the culture itself. The memory keepers didn't just build monuments, they built cultures, cultures designed to remember. There's a tendency, when we look at ancient cultures, to assume they were primitive, that they lack the sophistication, the intelligence, the creativity that we possess. We see stone tools and think cavemen. We see pyramids and think slave labour. We see myths and think superstition. But what if we're wrong? What if ancient people were just as intelligent as we are, just as capable of innovation and problem solving, but working with different materials, different priorities, different worldviews? Consider the Antikythera mechanism again. It's not just that the Greeks built a complex mechanical computer in 100 BCE, it's that the device shows evidence of sophisticated engineering principles, differential gears, epicyclic gearing, a level of miniaturization and precision that wasn't seen again until the Renaissance. And it's not some crude prototype, it's a finished, refined product, suggesting that similar devices had been built before, that there was a tradition of mechanical engineering that we've lost almost all trace of. What else did they build that didn't survive? Devices made of wood and bronze, materials that corrode and rot. How much technology have we lost simply because it was made from things that don't last? Or take Roman concrete. The Romans built structures, aqueducts, harbours, buildings that have stood for 2,000 years, many of them still intact and functional. The Pantheon in Rome, built in 126 CE, has the largest unreinforced concrete dome in the world, and it's still standing, still in use. Meanwhile, modern concrete structures often start crumbling after a few decades. The secret is in the mixture. The Romans used volcanic ash and seawater in their concrete, creating a chemical reaction that actually makes the concrete stronger over time, especially when exposed to seawater. We only figured out how they did it in the last few years. For centuries we thought we were more advanced than the Romans, and yet we couldn't replicate what they had achieved 2 millennia ago. What else did they know that we've forgotten? The Damascus steel of medieval Syria was legendary for its strength and sharpness, capable of cutting through European swords and armour with ease. The technique for making it was lost centuries ago, and despite modern metallurgical analysis, we still can't quite replicate it. The carbon nanotubes and specific crystalline structures in the steel suggest a level of understanding, or at least practical knowledge, that rivals modern materials science. Greek fire, the incendiary weapon used by the Byzantine Empire, was so effective that enemy ships would burn even on water. The formula was a closely guarded secret, and when the empire fell, the secret was lost. We still don't know exactly what it was made of. The astronomical computers of ancient China, the water clocks of ancient Egypt, the batteries of ancient Mesopotamia, all of them suggest that technology is not a straight line, that knowledge can be lost as well as gained, and that our ancestors were far more capable than we give them credit for. And then there are the technologies we can't explain at all, the acoustic properties of certain ancient sites, for example. At Newgrange in Ireland, a 5,000-year-old passage tomb, the interior chamber has acoustic properties that amplify certain frequencies, specifically the frequencies of the human voice in ritual chanting. The chamber acts as a resonator, creating effects that would have seemed magical or divine to the people using it. The same phenomenon appears at other sites. The Temple of Kukulkan at Chichen Itza produces an echo. that sounds like the chirp of the Quetzal bird, considered sacred by the Maya. The Whispering Gallery in the Temple of Heaven in Beijing allows a whisper at one side of the chamber to be heard clearly on the other side, hundreds of feet away. The Great Pyramid itself has acoustic properties that researchers are still studying. Certain chambers seem designed to resonate at specific frequencies. Were these effects intentional? Did ancient builders understand acoustics in ways we don't? And if so, why? What were they trying to achieve? Some researchers have proposed that ancient cultures use sound as a technology for healing, for ritual, for altered states of consciousness. That the pyramids and temples weren't just buildings, but machines, designed to produce specific acoustic effects that would affect the people inside them. It sounds like pseudoscience, and maybe it is, but the acoustic properties are real, they're measurable, and it's hard to believe they're all accidental. Here's the uncomfortable truth. We're living through a knowledge bottleneck right now, and if civilization were to be reset tomorrow, most of what we know would be lost. Think about it. How much of our knowledge exists only in digital form? Billions of books, millions of scientific papers, entire libraries of information, all stored on servers and hard drives that will be useless without electricity. If the power grid went down permanently from a solar storm, an EMP, societal collapse, all of that would become inaccessible within days or weeks. And even the knowledge that exists in physical form is fragile. Modern books are printed on acid paper that degrades within decades. The bindings fall apart. The ink fades. We've designed our information storage systems for convenience, not longevity. Meanwhile, ancient texts carved in stone have lasted thousands of years. The clay tablets of Mesopotamia are still readable after 5,000 years. But how many modern books will be readable in 5,000 years? How many hard drives? How many USB sticks? We've also become hyper-specialized. In ancient times, a master craftsman might understand every step of creating a tool, from mining the ore to forging the blade. Today, no single person understands how to build a smartphone from scratch. The supply chains are global, the knowledge is distributed, and if those systems broke down, we wouldn't be able to replicate our own technology. A Stanford archaeologist named William Rathje once said that if modern civilization collapsed, future archaeologists would find almost nothing. Our buildings are made of materials that don't last: steel, glass, concrete that isn't as durable as Roman concrete. Our artifacts are made of plastic, which degrades. Our records are stored digitally, which requires technology to access. In 1,000 years, what would remain? Landfills full of non-biodegradable waste, scattered ruins of concrete foundations, fragments of plastic and metal, and almost no record of who we were, what we knew, or what we achieved. We would become a mystery, a gap in the timeline, a silence just like the ones we've been talking about. And if someone in the future tried to piece together our civilization from the ruins, what would they conclude? Would they understand how advanced we were? Would they find the remains of our computers and recognize them as technology? Or would they dismiss them as religious artifacts, decorative objects, things whose purpose was lost? Would they tell stories about us? Would we become their Atlantis, their lost golden age, their myth of a civilization that flew through the air and spoke across continents and knew the secrets of the universe? And would they believe those stories, or would they dismiss them as impossible, as exaggeration, as the fantasies of a primitive people who didn't understand how the world really worked? The cycle continues. Knowledge is gained and lost, gained and lost. And each time we think we're the first, the most advanced, the pinnacle. until the reset comes and we learn, too late, that we were just another iteration, another attempt, another civilization that thought it was too advanced to fall. There's one more possibility we haven't fully explored, one more explanation for the patterns we see, the knowledge that appears and disappears, the cycles that seem to repeat. What if it's intentional? Not in the sense of a conspiracy, but in the sense of design. A natural design built into the fabric of time itself, or perhaps into the nature of consciousness, or the structure of civilizations. What if civilizations are meant to rise and fall? What if the resets aren't catastrophes to be avoided, but part of a larger pattern, a larger purpose that we can't see from our limited perspective? The ancient Stoics believed in the concept of ekpyrosis, the idea that the universe undergoes periodic cycles of destruction and rebirth through fire. It wasn't seen as a tragedy, but as a natural process, like the seasons. Winter must come before spring. Destruction must come before creation. The Buddhists speak of kalpa, vast cycles of time during which the universe comes into being, exists, and is destroyed, only to begin again. It's not punishment, it's just the way things are, the nature of existence itself. What if they're right? What if the resets serve a purpose we don't understand? A cleansing, a renewal, a way of preventing civilizations from becoming stagnant or overextended or disconnected from the natural world? Or what if it's even stranger? What if consciousness itself goes through cycles, and civilizations are the physical manifestation of those cycles? Rising when consciousness expands, falling when it contracts, only to rise again when the time is right. There are researchers who study collective consciousness, the idea that human minds are somehow connected, that we share information in ways we don't fully understand. The biologist Rupert Sheldrake calls it morphic resonance, the idea that patterns of behavior and knowledge can be transmitted across space and time through fields that connect similar forms. If he's right, then maybe knowledge doesn't really disappear when a civilization falls. Maybe it goes dormant, stored in some collective field of consciousness, waiting to be accessed again when conditions are right. That would explain why similar ideas appear independently in different cultures, not because they copied each other, but because they're all tapping into the same underlying field of information. It sounds mystical, and maybe it is. But it's also consistent with some findings in quantum physics, with phenomena like entanglement and non-locality, with the strange ways that information seems to behave at the deepest levels of reality. And if it's true, then the resets aren't endings at all. They're transformations. The knowledge doesn't die. It's released, redistributed, made available for the next cycle. The memory keepers aren't just preserving information for the survivors, they're anchoring it in the collective consciousness, ensuring that it can't be completely lost. This is speculation, of course, but it's speculation that ancient cultures would have understood. They didn't see knowledge as something that existed in books or buildings. They saw it as something that existed in the cosmos itself, in the structure of reality, accessible to those who knew how to look. The real question isn't how many times civilization has been reset. The real question is, what are we supposed to learn from the cycle? What is the pattern trying to teach us? And are we finally ready to hear the answer? So here we are, at the edge of another possible reset, standing on the same precipice that countless others have stood on before us, looking out at an uncertain future, wondering if this time will be different. The signs are familiar if you know the pattern: climate instability, resource depletion, rising tensions between nations, technological advancement outpacing wisdom, the same markers that appeared before other collapses, other falls, other endings. But we also have something previous civilizations might not have had: awareness. We can see the pattern. We can study the past, learn from it, potentially break the cycle. The question is, will we? Or will we, like those before us, convince ourselves that this time is different, that we're too advanced to fall, that it can't happen to us, right up until the moment it does? The clock is ticking, the earth is shifting beneath our feet, and somewhere, in the ruins we haven't found yet, in the myths we haven't decoded, in the silence between the cycles, the answer is waiting. Waiting for us to finally listen, waiting for us to finally remember, waiting for us to finally understand what the stones, the stories, and the stars has been trying to tell us all along. We've been here before, and we'll be here again, unless we learn, unless we change, unless we break the cycle once and for all. The choice, as always, is ours, for now. Right now, a mysterious object is drifting through our solar system, an interstellar visitor unlike anything we've ever seen. Its name is 3I Atlas, a frozen messenger from the depths of the galaxy, moving at over 60,000 miles per hour, shimmering with the light of distant suns. But what if this isn't just a fragment of the rock and ice? What if it's something far older, a relic of a civilization returning home? Tonight, we journey beyond the boundaries of science and myth, through the origins of stars, the ruins of lost worlds, and the haunting possibility that we are not the first to rise. Let the journey begin. What if the object we call 3I Atlas, the mysterious interstellar visitor hurtling through our solar system, isn't just a fragment of rock or ice but a messenger? What if it's the return of something we once knew, a sign that the first civilization in our galaxy is coming home? The question hangs in the darkness like a star that refuses to fade. For years now, astronomers have been tracking objects that don't belong to our solar system, visitors from the vast emptiness between stars. They arrive without warning, moving through our cosmic neighbourhood with trajectories that defy the gentle orbits of planets and asteroids born here. These interstellar wanderers carry with them the dust of other suns, the chemistry of alien worlds, and perhaps something more, something we haven't yet learned to recognise. 3I Atlas appeared in our telescopes like a whisper from the void. Its designation marks it as the third confirmed interstellar object ever detected passing through our solar system, following the enigmatic Oumuamua in 2017 and the comet Borisov in 2019. But while those earlier visitors sparked wonder and debate, 3I Atlas arrived with a different quality, a strangeness that settled into the minds of those who studied it and refused to leave. There was something about its path, something about the way it moved through space that felt less like chance and more like intention. The discovery came through patient observation, the kind of work that requires watching the same patch of sky night after night, waiting for something to shift against the background of distant stars. When 3I Atlas first revealed itself, it appeared as nothing more than a faint smudge of light, barely distinguishable from the countless other points that populate our telescope's fields of view. But as the observations accumulated, as the measurements refined themselves, a pattern emerged. This object was moving differently. Its velocity carried the unmistakable signature of something that had travelled between the stars, something that had never been bound by our sun's gravity, something that came from somewhere else entirely. The mathematics of orbital mechanics are precise and unforgiving. When an object moves through space, its path tells a story written in the language of gravity and momentum. Objects born in our solar system follow elliptical orbits, bound to the sun in an eternal dance that began billions of years ago, when our planetary system first condensed from a cloud of gas and dust. But interstellar objects move differently. Their trajectories are hyperbolic, open-ended paths that carry them through our system and back out into the galaxy beyond. They are not prisoners of our star. They are travellers, and 3I Atlas was travelling with purpose. What made 3I Atlas unusual wasn't just its interstellar origin. Other objects had already claimed that distinction. What set it apart was the subtle anomalies in its behaviour, the small deviations from predicted paths that accumulated over weeks and months of observation. Astronomers expected it to follow a clean hyperbolic trajectory, accelerated by the sun's gravity as it fell inward, then flung back out into the darkness. But 3I Atlas didn't quite follow that script. There were perturbations, tiny adjustments in its velocity that couldn't be fully explained by gravitational interactions alone. Some suggested outgassing, the release of volatile materials as the object warmed in the sun's light, creating a subtle rocket effect that nudged it off course. This explanation had been invoked for Oumuamua as well, though that earlier visitor had shown no visible signs of a comet's tail, no cloud of dust and gas that should accompany such outgassing. The explanation felt incomplete then, and it felt incomplete now. Others proposed that the object might be tumbling in complex ways, its irregular shape creating unexpected interactions with solar radiation pressure. But the more data that accumulated, the more these conventional explanations seemed to strain against the observations. There were whispers in the astronomical community, quiet conversations that happened in the margins of conferences and in the comment threads of preprint papers. What if 3i Atlas wasn't entirely natural? What if some aspect of its composition or structure was influencing its path in ways that natural processes couldn't fully account for? These weren't mainstream theories, not the kind of ideas that made it into press releases or textbooks, but they persisted nonetheless, circulating among those who had spent enough time staring at the data to notice that something felt wrong, or perhaps more accurately, something felt different. The object itself remained frustratingly difficult to characterize. Even through the most powerful telescopes, 3i Atlas appeared as little more than a point of light, too distant and too small to resolve any surface features or structural details. Spectroscopic analysis revealed hints about its composition, the chemical fingerprints of elements and molecules on its surface, but these measurements were noisy and ambiguous. Was it primarily rocky or metallic? Was it a fragment of a shattered world, or something that had formed intact in the depths of interstellar space? The data suggested possibilities but confirmed nothing. What could be measured with certainty was its trajectory, and that trajectory told a story that grew more intriguing the longer astronomers studied it. 3 Atlas had entered our solar system from a specific direction in the sky, arriving from the general region of the constellation Perseus. Tracing its path backward through space and time, astronomers could estimate where it might have originated, though the uncertainties grew enormous over interstellar distances. It could have been travelling for millions of years, drifting through the galaxy at speeds that would carry it past countless stars before finally arriving here at this moment in our small corner of the cosmos. But what if that arrival wasn't random? What if the timing, the trajectory, the very presence of 3i Atlas in our solar system at this particular moment in human history meant something more than cosmic coincidence? These questions began to take root, not just among fringe theorists, but among serious researchers who understood that the universe was far stranger than our models predicted, that every assumption we made about what was possible and what was natural deserved to be questioned when confronted with something genuinely unprecedented. The name itself carried weight. Atlas. In Greek mythology, Atlas was the titan condemned to hold up the heavens, to bear the weight of the celestial sphere on his shoulders for eternity. He was a figure of immense strength and endurance, a being who stood at the boundary between earth and sky, between the mortal world and the realm of the gods. The astronomers who designated this object 3i Atlas might have chosen the name for purely technical reasons, following the conventions of astronomical nomenclature. But names have power, and this one resonated with meanings that reached far deeper than any technical classification. What if the myths remembered something real? What if the stories of Atlas holding up the heavens preserved some ancient knowledge about visitors from the sky, about objects that came from beyond the known world and carried with them the weight of cosmic significance? Throughout human history, cultures around the world have told stories of beings who came from the stars, who brought knowledge and technology, who promised to return when the time was right. These stories were dismissed as primitive superstition, as the imaginative attempts of pre-scientific peoples to explain natural phenomena they couldn't understand. But what if those stories were memories, distorted by time and retelling, but memories nonetheless? The ancient Greeks weren't the only ones who looked to the sky and saw more than just lights in the darkness. The Sumerians spoke of the Anunnaki, beings who descended from the heavens and taught humanity the arts of civilization. The Egyptians built their pyramids aligned to the stars, their texts filled with references to gods who travelled between earth and sky. The Maya tracked the movements of Venus with obsessive precision, their calendars marking cycles that stretched across millennia, as if they were waiting for something to return. The Hindu Vedas described Vimanas, flying vehicles that carried the gods across the heavens. The Book of Enoch told of Watchers, celestial beings who descended to earth and shared forbidden knowledge with humanity. These stories shared common threads that wove through cultures separated by oceans and millennia. They spoke of visitors from above, of knowledge given and then withdrawn, of promises made about return and renewal. They described cycles of time, great ages that rose and fell, civilizations that reached heights of wisdom and power before collapsing back into darkness. And they all suggested that the sky itself was alive with intelligence, that the stars were not just distant suns but waypoints in a vast network of consciousness that stretched across the galaxy. Modern science had largely dismissed these myths as the products of human imagination, as stories we told ourselves to make sense of a universe we didn't yet understand. But what if we had been too quick to dismiss them? What if the ancients had witnessed something real, something that our technological civilization was only now beginning to rediscover? The arrival of interstellar objects like 3I Atlas forced us to confront the possibility that our solar system was not isolated, that we existed within a larger cosmic context where objects, and perhaps intelligences, moved between the stars. The connection between 3I Atlas and the mythological Atlas grew more intriguing the deeper one looked. The Titan Atlas was said to have been punished for his role in the war between the Titans and the Olympian gods, condemned to hold up the sky as eternal penance. But other versions of the myth suggested different interpretations. Some ancient sources described Atlas not as a prisoner, but as a guardian, a being who voluntarily took on the burden of separating heaven and earth, of maintaining the cosmic order. He was associated with astronomy and navigation, credited with creating the first celestial globe, with understanding the movements of the stars and planets in ways that allowed mortals to find their way across land and sea. What if Atlas represented not a person, but a concept, a symbol of something that connected Earth to the heavens? What if the myth preserved the memory of an object or a presence that served as a bridge between our world and something beyond? The image of Atlas holding up the sky could be interpreted as a metaphor for something that maintained a connection, that kept open a pathway between different realms of existence. And if 3I Atlas was named after this figure, perhaps that name was more appropriate than anyone realized. The object continued its journey through our solar system, indifferent to the speculation and wonder it generated. Telescopes tracked its progress, measuring its position against the background stars with ever-increasing precision. Computer models predicted its future path, calculating when it would reach perihelion, its closest approach to the Sun, and when it would eventually exit our solar system, returning to the interstellar void from which it came. But those predictions carried uncertainties, small margins of error that reflected the anomalies in its motion, the subtle ways it deviated from purely gravitational trajectories. Some astronomers proposed sending a mission to 3I Atlas, a spacecraft that could intercept the object and study it up close, perhaps even land on its surface and return samples to Earth. The technical challenges were enormous. Interstellar objects moved at tremendous velocities, far faster than any spacecraft humanity had ever built. Catching up to 3I Atlas would require propulsion systems that didn't yet exist, or at minimum launch windows and trajectories that would take years to execute. By the time any mission could be designed, funded and launched, 3I Atlas would likely be long gone, receding into the darkness beyond Neptune's orbit, beyond the Kuiper Belt, beyond the reach of our most ambitious space probes. But the desire to reach it, to touch it, to understand what it truly was, burned in the minds of those who studied it. Because 3I Atlas represented something more than just scientific curiosity. It represented the possibility of contact, of connection with something beyond our isolated corner of space. If it was indeed artificial, if some aspect of its structure or composition revealed the hand of intelligence, then it would be the first confirmed evidence that we were not alone, that other minds had arisen in the universe and had achieved the capability to send their creations between the stars. The implications of such a discovery would reshape human civilization. Every assumption about our place in the cosmos would need to be reconsidered. Every question about the origin and destiny of intelligence would take on new urgency. If another civilization had existed long enough and grown advanced enough to send objects across interstellar distances, then what had become of them? Were they still out there, watching and waiting? Or had they vanished, leaving behind only these silent messengers drifting through the galaxy like messages in bottles cast into an infinite ocean? The possibility that 3I Atlas might be connected to an ancient civilization, perhaps the first civilization to arise in our galaxy, opened up vistas of speculation that stretched across billions of years of cosmic history. Our galaxy was old, more than 13 billion years by current estimates, formed in the early universe when the first generations of stars began to coalesce from primordial hydrogen and helium. The Sun and Earth were relative latecomers, born only 4.5 billion years ago. That meant there had been billions of years before our solar system even existed. billions of years during which other stars formed, other planets coalesced, and potentially other forms of life and intelligence emerged? What if one of those early civilizations had achieved technological maturity billions of years before humanity even existed? What if they had spread across the galaxy, establishing themselves on countless worlds, building structures and networks that spanned interstellar distances? And what if, after reaching such heights, they had faced some crisis or transformation that caused them to withdraw, to retreat from the galaxy they had once dominated, leaving behind only traces and remnants of their existence? The idea of a first civilization, a progenitor species that arose when the galaxy was young and shaped its development in ways we couldn't yet perceive, had been explored in science fiction for decades. But science fiction was often just speculation running ahead of science, imagining possibilities that might one day be confirmed or refuted by observation and evidence. The arrival of interstellar objects in our solar system, objects that behaved in ways that challenged our understanding of what was natural and what was artificial, suggested that some of those speculative possibilities might deserve more serious consideration. There were theories in astrobiology and the search for extraterrestrial intelligence that addressed this possibility directly. The Fermi paradox asked why, if intelligent life was common in the universe, we hadn't yet detected any clear signs of it. Various solutions had been proposed. Perhaps intelligence was rare. Perhaps civilizations destroyed themselves before achieving interstellar capability. Perhaps they were deliberately hiding. Or perhaps they existed in forms so different from us that we couldn't recognize their presence. But another possibility was that we were looking in the wrong places or at the wrong times, that the evidence of ancient civilizations might not take the form of radio signals or megastructures, but something more subtle, more enigmatic. What if ancient civilizations left behind artifacts that drifted through the galaxy for eons, silent and dormant until they encountered something that triggered their activation? What if 3i Atlas was such an artifact, a probe or marker sent out millions or billions of years ago, programmed to follow certain trajectories, to visit certain star systems, to observe and record and perhaps, under the right conditions, to signal back to its creators that it had found something worth noting? The concept of self-replicating probes, often called von Neumann probes after the mathematician who first formalized the idea, suggested that a sufficiently advanced civilization could explore the entire galaxy using automated spacecraft that traveled from star to star, gathering resources, building copies of themselves, and continuing the expansion indefinitely. Such a strategy would allow a single civilization to establish a presence throughout the galaxy over the course of millions of years, even if they never developed faster than light travel. The probes would be the civilization's eyes and hands, extending their reach across distances that biological beings could never traverse in a single lifetime. If such probes existed, what would they look like? Would they be obviously artificial, gleaming metal constructs bristling with sensors and antennas? Or would they be more subtle, designed to blend in with natural objects, to avoid detection by primitive civilizations that weren't yet ready for contact? A probe disguised as an asteroid or comet could pass through a solar system unnoticed, gathering data and moving on, its true nature hidden beneath a shell of rock and ice. Only careful observation, only detailed analysis of its trajectory and composition might reveal the anomalies that hinted at something more. 3i Atlas exhibited exactly the kind of anomalies that such a disguised probe might display. Its trajectory was almost but not quite natural. Its behaviour was almost but not quite predictable. It was as if something about it was carefully calibrated to appear ordinary, while still retaining some capability for adjustment, some ability to modify its path in subtle ways that natural objects couldn't achieve. The outgassing explanation, the tumbling explanation, all the conventional theories felt like attempts to force the observations into familiar categories to avoid confronting the possibility that we were seeing something genuinely unprecedented. But if 3i Atlas was a probe, if it was artificial, then who had sent it? And more importantly, when? The object's trajectory suggested it had been travelling through interstellar space for an immense period of time. Even at velocities of tens of kilometres per second, crossing the distances between stars required thousands or millions of years. If 3i Atlas had been launched from another star system, it would have begun its journey long before human civilization existed. Perhaps before humanity's ancestors had even descended from the trees, perhaps before complex life had emerged on Earth at all. The implications were staggering. If 3D Atlas was artificial and ancient, then it represented a message from a time so remote that the civilization that created it might no longer exist in any recognizable form. It would be like discovering a message in a bottle that had been floating in the ocean for millions of years, written in a language no one could read, sent by people whose entire world had long since vanished. The message might still be there, encoded in the object's structure or behaviour, but deciphering it would require understanding contexts and references that had been lost to time. Yet the name Atlas suggested something else, something about return rather than mere passage. The Titan Atlas was condemned to his burden, but he endured, he persisted, he remained at his post holding up the heavens through all the ages of the world. What if 3i Atlas wasn't just passing through, but returning, coming back to a place it had visited before, following a cycle that repeated across vast stretches of time? What if our solar system was one stop on a circuit that this object traced through the galaxy, visiting certain stars at certain intervals, checking in on the worlds that orbited them, observing how they had changed since the last visit? The idea of cyclical return appeared throughout human mythology and religion. The concept of eternal return, of time as a circle rather than a line, of history repeating itself in endless cycles of creation and destruction, appeared in ancient Greek philosophy, in Hindu cosmology, in the myths of countless indigenous cultures. The Maya believed in great cycles of time, ages that ended in cataclysm and renewal. The Norse spoke of Ragnarok, the twilight of the gods followed by rebirth and a new beginning. The Hopi described multiple worlds, each one destroyed and replaced by the next as humanity failed to live in harmony with the cosmic order. What if these myths of cyclical time reflected some deeper truth about the universe, some pattern that operated on scales far larger than human history? What if civilizations rose and fell across the galaxy in great waves, each one reaching a peak of development before declining or transforming, making way for the next? And what if the first civilization, the one that arose when the galaxy was young, had established markers and messengers that travelled through space on trajectories timed to return to certain systems at intervals measured in millions of years, checking to see what new forms of life and intelligence had emerged in their absence? If 3 Atlas was such a messenger, then its arrival in our solar system at this particular moment in human history might not be coincidence. Perhaps it had been here before, passing through when Earth was a lifeless ball of molten rock, or when the first single-celled organisms were beginning to metabolize and reproduce in ancient oceans, or when dinosaurs ruled the continents. And now it was returning again, arriving at a time when one of Earth's species had developed technology, had begun to look outward toward the stars, had reached the threshold where it might be ready to receive the message that 3i Atlas carried. But what was that message? If the object was indeed artificial, if it carried information or instructions from its creators, how would we access it? The surface of 3i Atlas, if we could ever examine it up close, might reveal structures or patterns that didn't occur now. If such encounters had occurred, if Earth had been visited by representatives of an ancient civilization at various points in human prehistory and history, then what evidence would we expect to find? The visitors themselves would be long gone, returned to wherever they came from. Any technology they brought would have degraded over millennia, corroded and scattered and lost. But there might be traces, anomalies in the archaeological record, artifacts that didn't fit the expected progression of human technological development, structures that required capabilities beyond what the cultures that built them were supposed to possess. Such anomalies did exist, though their interpretation remained controversial. The Antikythera mechanism, recovered from a shipwreck off the coast of Greece, was a sophisticated astronomical calculator dating to the 2nd century BCE, far more complex than any other known device from that era. The precision of its gears and the sophistication of its design suggested knowledge of astronomy and mechanical engineering that seemed out of place in the ancient world. Conventional explanation held that it represented a peak of Greek technological achievement that was subsequently lost, but it raised questions about what else might have been known and forgotten. The megalithic structures scattered across the world, Stonehenge, the pyramids of Egypt and Central America, the massive stones of Baalbek and Puma Punku, demonstrated engineering capabilities that challenged our understanding of ancient technology. How were stones weighing hundreds of tons quarried, transported, and precisely fitted together using only the tools and techniques that conventional archaeology attributed to these cultures? Various explanations had been proposed, from sophisticated use of simple machines to large labour forces working over extended periods. But the precision of the work, the astronomical alignments, the sheer scale of the undertaking, left room for questions about whether these cultures had access to knowledge or assistance that wasn't reflected in the conventional historical record. These anomalies didn't prove that Earth had been visited by an ancient civilization, but they kept the possibility alive. They prevented the question from being definitively closed. And now, with 3i Atlas passing through our solar system, with its ambiguous nature and its mythologically resonant name, the question took on new urgency. If there was an ancient civilization, if they had visited Earth in the past, if they had left behind myths and legends and perhaps physical traces of their presence, then might 3i Atlas be connected to them? Might it be a probe or marker from that same civilization, still following its programmed trajectory millions of years after it was launched? The concept of the first civilization implied not just temporal priority, but also a kind of cosmic significance. If one civilization had arisen billions of years before all others, if they had spread across the galaxy when it was young and empty, then they would have shaped the development of everything that came after. They might have seeded worlds with the building blocks of life, or protected emerging civilizations from cosmic threats, or established protocols and guidelines that governed how advanced species interacted with primitive ones. They would be, in effect, the elder race, the progenitors, the ones who set the patterns that all subsequent civilizations would follow or rebel against. Science fiction had explored this concept extensively. Arthur C. Clarke's 2001 A Space Odyssey featured mysterious monoliths left by an ancient alien civilization, artifacts that influenced human evolution and eventually led humanity to the stars. The monoliths were inscrutable, their purpose and origin never fully explained, but they served as markers and catalysts, guiding humanity's development according to some vast plan. Other stories featured ancient civilizations that had transcended physical existence, or that had withdrawn from the galaxy to allow younger species to develop, or that had left behind vast networks of technology waiting to be discovered and activated. These fictional scenarios provided frameworks for thinking about what a real first civilization might be like, what traces they might leave, how they might interact with younger species like humanity. But they were just stories, imaginative explorations of possibilities that might or might not reflect reality. The question was whether 3i Atlas represented the transition from fiction to fact, whether we were finally encountering evidence of something that had previously existed only in speculation and myth. The trajectory of 3i Atlas, traced backward through space and time, pointed toward a region of the galaxy that contained thousands of stars, any one of which might have been its origin point. But the uncertainties were enormous. Small errors in measuring the object's current position and velocity propagated backward into huge uncertainties about where it had been millions of years ago. It might have originated from a star system relatively close to our own, or it might have travelled halfway across the galaxy. Without more precise data, without some way to narrow down the possibilities, the question of its origin remained unanswerable. But perhaps the origin didn't matter as much as the destination. If 3i Atlas was artificial, if it was following a programmed trajectory, then what mattered was where it was going, what it was meant to observe or accomplish. And right now it was passing through our solar system, moving through the space where Earth orbited, where humanity had built its civilization, and was beginning to reach outward toward other worlds. If the object was a probe, if it was gathering data and transmitting it back to its creators, then what was it observing? What would it report about us? The thought was both thrilling and unsettling. To be observed by an intelligence far older and more advanced than our own, to be judged by standards we couldn't comprehend, to have our civilization evaluated and found either worthy or wanting. These possibilities touched on deep human anxieties about our place in the universe. We wanted to believe we were special, that our achievements mattered, that our existence had significance beyond the brief flicker of our individual lives. But we also feared that we might be insignificant, that the universe was indifferent to our struggles and aspirations, that we were alone in a vast emptiness that cared nothing for our hopes and dreams. The possibility that 3i Atlas might be a messenger, from the first civilization offered a middle path between these extremes. It suggested that we were not alone, that other intelligences existed or had existed, that the universe was populated with minds that could observe and understand and perhaps even care about what happened to emerging species like humanity. But it also suggested that we were not the centre of the story, that we were latecomers to a galaxy that had been shaped by forces and events that preceded us by billions of years, that our role was to be discovered rather than to discover, to be observed rather than to observe. This reversal of perspective was profound. For centuries, human civilization had been expanding its understanding of the universe, pushing back the boundaries of the known, discovering new worlds and new phenomena. We had been the observers, the explorers, the ones who looked outward and catalogued what we found. But if 3i Atlas was artificial, if it was observing us, then suddenly we were the ones being studied, the ones being catalogued, the ones whose behaviour and development were being recorded and analysed by intelligences we couldn't see or communicate with. The feeling was similar to what ancient peoples must have experienced when they looked up at the stars and imagined gods watching them from the heavens. But this wasn't imagination or superstition. This was a real object detected by real telescopes, following a real trajectory through our solar system. If it was observing us, then the observation was happening right now, in the present moment, using technologies and methods we could only guess at. And if it was transmitting data back to its creators, then somewhere in the galaxy, perhaps light years away, perhaps in a star system we had never observed, perhaps in a form of existence we couldn't comprehend, something was receiving that data and learning about us. What would they learn? What would they see when they looked at Earth through whatever sensors 3i Atlas possessed? They would see a world teeming with life, a biosphere of extraordinary complexity and diversity. They would see a species that had developed technology, that had split the atom and sent machines into space, that had begun to understand the fundamental laws of physics and chemistry and biology. But they would also see a species in crisis, struggling with environmental degradation and resource depletion, divided by conflicts and inequalities, uncertain about its future and its place in the cosmos. Would they judge us harshly for our failures and shortcomings? Or would they remember their own early history, their own struggles and mistakes, and view us with compassion and understanding? Would they see potential in humanity, the possibility that we might overcome our current challenges and eventually join them among the stars? Or would they see us as just another species that would rise briefly and then fall, one more failed experiment in the galaxy's long history of life and intelligence? These questions had no answers, only speculation and hope and fear. But they mattered because they forced us to think about who we were and who we wanted to become. The possibility that we were being observed, that our actions and choices might be recorded and evaluated by an intelligence far greater than our own, gave weight and significance to decisions that might otherwise seem purely local and temporary. If 3 Atlas was watching, if the first civilization was paying attention, then what we did now, in this moment of human history, might echo across the galaxy and down through time in ways we couldn't predict or control. The object continued its journey, indifferent to human speculation and wonder. It followed the laws of physics, responding to gravitational forces and solar radiation pressure, moving along its predetermined path whether anyone was watching or not. But for those who did watch, for the astronomers who tracked its position night after night, for the theorists who tried to model its behaviour, for the dreamers who imagined what it might represent, 3i Atlas had become more than just an object. It had become a symbol, a focal point for humanity's deepest questions about existence and meaning and purpose. As the weeks passed, and 3i Atlas drew closer to perihelion, the intensity of observation increased. Telescopes around the world and in space focused on the object, gathering data across the electromagnetic spectrum. Radio telescopes listened for any signals it might be emitting, any transmissions that might reveal artificial origin. Infrared observations measured its temperature and thermal properties. Spectroscopic analysis searched for unusual chemical signatures. Every available technique was brought to bear on the question of what 3i Atlas truly was. The data accumulated, but clarity remained elusive. Some measurements suggested one interpretation, others pointed in different directions. The object remained stubbornly ambiguous, refusing to fit neatly into either the natural or artificial category. It was as if it existed in a liminal space, neither fully one thing nor the other, or perhaps both simultaneously, depending on how you chose to look at it. This ambiguity was itself significant. If 3i Atlas was artificial, if it was designed by an intelligence that understood how primitive civilizations like humanity would react to its presence, then perhaps the ambiguity was intentional. Perhaps the object was meant to be noticed but not fully understood, to raise questions without providing definitive answers, to serve as a test or challenge for emerging species. Only those civilizations that had developed sufficient technological capability and intellectual sophistication would be able to detect the subtle signs of artificial origin, and only those civilizations that were ready for contact, that had matured beyond their initial xenophobia and fear, would be able to interpret those signs correctly and respond appropriately. This interpretation suggested that 3i Atlas might be a kind of filter or screening mechanism, a way for the first civilization to identify which younger species were ready to join the galactic community and which needed more time to develop. The object's ambiguous nature would ensure that only civilizations that had achieved a certain level of scientific understanding would even recognize it as potentially artificial, and the lack of obvious signals or messages would prevent premature contact with civilizations that weren't yet ready to handle the implications of knowing they weren't alone. If this was true, then humanity's response to 3i Atlas was itself a kind of test. Were we approaching the object with open minds and rigorous scientific methods, or were we dismissing it prematurely because it challenged our assumptions? Were we willing to consider unconventional explanations, or were we clinging to familiar categories because they felt safer? Were we ready to accept that we might not be alone in the universe, or would we retreat into denial and skepticism when confronted with evidence that didn't fit our expectations? These questions applied not just to the scientific community but to humanity as a whole. How would the general public react if it was confirmed that 3i Atlas was artificial? Would there be panic and fear, or wonder and excitement? Would religious institutions see it as a threat to their teachings? Or would they find ways to incorporate the discovery into their existing frameworks? Would governments cooperate to study the object and prepare for possible contact? Or would they compete and conflict, each trying to gain advantage from whatever knowledge or technology might be gleaned? The history of human civilization suggested that the response would be mixed and complicated. The different groups would react in different ways based on their beliefs and interests and fears. But there was also hope that the discovery of artificial origin for 3i Atlas might serve as a unifying force, a reminder that humanity shared a common identity as an emerging species in a galaxy that might be populated with other intelligences. The petty conflicts and divisions that plagued human society might seem less important when confronted with the reality of a cosmos far larger and stranger than we had imagined. As Through Atlas approached perihelion and then began its long journey back toward interstellar space, the window for intensive study began to close. The object would remain visible for months or even years, but it would grow progressively fainter and more difficult to observe as it receded from the Sun. Eventually it would pass beyond the orbit of Neptune, beyond the Kuiper Belt, beyond the heliopause where the Sun's influence faded into the interstellar medium, and then it would be gone, returning to the darkness between stars, continuing whatever journey it had been on for millions of years before it arrived here. But even after it was gone, even after it had vanished from our telescopes and our ability to study it directly, 3i Atlas would remain present in human consciousness. It would be remembered as the object that made us question our assumptions, that forced us to confront the possibility that we might not be alone, that reminded us that the universe was far stranger and more wonderful than our theories predicted. It would become part of human mythology, joining the ancient stories of visitors from the sky, of messengers from the gods, of signs and portents that marked turning points in human history. And perhaps, if the cyclical interpretation was correct, if 3i Atlas was indeed following a trajectory that brought it back to our solar system at regular intervals, then it would return. Perhaps millions of years from now, when humanity had either vanished or transformed into something unrecognizable, when Earth had been reshaped by time and evolution and cosmic events, 3i Atlas would pass through our solar system again. It would observe whatever had become of the species that had watched it so intently during its previous visit. It would record the changes and transmit them back to its creators, adding another data point to a record that stretched across billions of years of galactic history. The thought of such vast timescales, of cycles measured in millions of years, of civilizations rising and falling, while objects like 3i Atlas continued their patient journeys through the galaxy, was both humbling and awe-inspiring. It placed human existence in a context so large that individual lives and even entire civilizations seemed like brief flickers, momentary sparks in an eternal darkness. But it also suggested that those sparks mattered, that they were part of a larger pattern, that the universe itself was engaged in some vast process of observation and memory and perhaps even consciousness. The myths of Atlas holding up the heavens took on their deepest meaning in this context. Atlas was not just bearing a physical burden, but maintaining a connection, keeping open a channel between different realms of existence. He was the axis around which the celestial sphere rotated, the fixed point that allowed the stars to move in their eternal dance. And perhaps 3i Atlas served a similar function, not holding up the physical heavens, but maintaining some kind of connection between the first civilization and the younger species that arose after them, serving as a bridge across time and space, ensuring that the knowledge and memory of what had come before was not entirely lost. If the first civilization still existed, if they had not vanished or transcended or destroyed themselves but had merely withdrawn to some distant corner of the galaxy, or some higher plane of existence, then objects like 3i Atlas might be their way of staying connected to the physical universe they had left behind. The probes would be their eyes and ears, their way of monitoring the development of younger species, of watching to see which ones survived and which ones failed, of gathering data that might inform their own understanding of life and intelligence and the cosmos. And if they were watching, if they were paying attention to what happened on Earth and to how humanity responded to the passage of 3i Atlas through our solar system, then perhaps they were waiting for something. Perhaps they were waiting for humanity to reach a certain level of development, to demonstrate certain capabilities or qualities before they revealed themselves or made contact. Perhaps the arrival of 3i Atlas was itself a signal, a way of saying, "We see you, we know you're there, and when you're ready, we'll be here." The question of readiness was crucial. What would it mean for humanity to be ready for contact with an ancient civilization? It would require more than just technological capability, more than just the ability to detect and study interstellar objects or to send our own probes and spacecraft into the galaxy. It would require a level of maturity and wisdom that humanity had not yet achieved, the ability to think beyond our immediate interests and conflicts, to see ourselves as part of a larger cosmic community with responsibilities and obligations that extended beyond our own species and planet. The challenges facing humanity in the early 21st century, climate change, nuclear proliferation, inequality, environmental degradation, were all tests of our ability to act collectively for the common good, to prioritise long-term survival over short-term gain, to recognise that we shared a common fate on a small planet in a vast universe. If we couldn't solve these problems, if we destroyed ourselves or degraded our world to the point where civilization collapsed, then we would never be ready for contact with an ancient civilization. We would be just another failed species, another cautionary tale in the galaxy's long history of intelligence that arose and then vanished. But if we could solve these problems, if we could find ways to live sustainably on Earth and eventually expand to other worlds, if we could develop the wisdom and maturity to handle the responsibilities that came with advanced technology, then perhaps we would be ready. Perhaps we would be able to meet the first civilization as equals or at least as worthy successors as a species that had proven itself capable of surviving the challenges that destroyed so many others. The passage of 3i Atlas through our solar system might be remembered as a turning point, the moment when humanity first seriously confronted the possibility that we were not alone, that we existed within a larger context of galactic civilization and cosmic history. Whether the object was natural or artificial, whether it was connected to an ancient civilization or just a random fragment of rock and ice, it had already served a purpose by making us think about these questions, by forcing us to consider our place in the universe and our responsibilities to the future. The days after 3i Atlas reached perihelion and began its outward journey brought a strange mixture of frustration and exhilaration to the scientific community. The telescopes had captured their data, the spectrometers had recorded their readings, and now came the painstaking work of analysis and interpretation. But beneath the methodical process of science ran an undercurrent of something deeper, a sense that humanity stood at a threshold, that the passage of this object through our solar system represented more than just another astronomical event to be catalogued and filed away. In laboratories and observatories around the world, researchers pored over the data with an intensity that went beyond professional duty. They were searching for something, though many would have been hard-pressed to articulate exactly what. A sign, a signal, some definitive proof that would settle the question of 3 Atlas's nature once and for all. But the object remained elusive, its secrets encoded in subtle anomalies and ambiguous measurements that could be interpreted in multiple ways depending on one's assumptions and expectations. The debate spilled out of scientific journals and into the public consciousness. News outlets ran stories about the mysterious interstellar visitor, often accompanied by dramatic artist renderings that showed sleek alien probes or ancient artifacts drifting through space. Social media filled with speculation ranging from sober analysis to wild conspiracy theories. Some saw 3i Atlas as proof that aliens were watching us, that we were being evaluated for readiness to join some galactic federation. Others dismissed it as just another rock in space, remarkable only for its interstellar origin, nothing more than cosmic debris cast off from some distant planetary system. But there were those who occupied the middle ground, who recognized that the truth might be more nuanced than either extreme allowed. These were the people who understood that the universe was not obligated to conform to human categories, that something could be both natural and meaningful, that the boundary between random chance and intentional design might not be as clear as we like to believe. They looked at 3E Atlas and saw not just an object but a question, one that challenged humanity to think more carefully about what we meant by intelligence, by communication, by purpose. The historical record of scientific discovery was filled with moments when observations forced a revision of fundamental assumptions. The Earth was not the centre of the universe. Time was not absolute. Space could bend and warp. The universe had a beginning. Each of these revelations had seemed impossible, even absurd, before the evidence became overwhelming. Each had required scientists to abandon cherished beliefs and embrace new paradigms that better fit the observations. Perhaps 3i Atlas represented another such moment, another point where the universe was trying to tell us that our categories and assumptions were insufficient, that we needed to expand our thinking to accommodate possibilities we had previously dismissed. The question of artificial origin was particularly vexing because it touched on deep philosophical issues about the nature of design and purpose. When we looked at a human artifact, a tool, a building, a spacecraft, we recognized it as artificial because we understood the intentions behind it, because we could see how its structure served specific functions that couldn't be explained by natural processes alone. But what if we encountered an artifact created by an intelligence so different from our own that we couldn't recognize the intentions behind it? What if the functions it served were so subtle or so long-term that they didn't appear purposeful to our limited perspective? A probe designed by the first civilization might not look like anything humans would design. It might not have obvious sensors or antennas or propulsion systems. It might be engineered to operate on timescales of millions of years, using principles of physics we hadn't yet discovered, serving purposes we couldn't yet comprehend. It might be designed to appear natural, to blend in with the cosmic background, revealing its true nature only to civilizations that had achieved sufficient sophistication to notice the subtle signs that marked it as artificial. This possibility suggested that the search for artificial origin should focus not on looking for familiar signs of technology, but on looking for patterns that couldn't be easily explained by natural processes, anomalies that persisted despite our best attempts to account for them through conventional mechanisms. The trajectory deviations of 3i Atlas, the subtle perturbations in its motion that couldn't quite be explained by outgassing or radiation pressure or gravitational interactions, these might be the signatures of something artificial, the fingerprints of design that remained visible even after millions of years of travel through interstellar space. But even if 3i Atlas was artificial, even if it was a probe or marker left by an ancient civilization, that didn't necessarily mean it carried a message intended for humanity. It might be part of a vast monitoring network that, observed countless star systems, gathering data for purposes that had nothing to do with contact or communication. It might be a relic, still functioning according to its original programming long after its creators had vanished or moved on to other concerns. It might be automated to the point where no conscious intelligence directed its actions anymore, just algorithms and subroutines executing instructions that had been encoded billions of years ago. This scenario was in some ways more unsettling than the idea of active observation. It suggested a universe where intelligence could create things that outlasted it by eons, where the artifacts and systems built by long-dead civilizations continued to function with mechanical persistence, carrying out tasks whose original purpose had been forgotten or become irrelevant. It raised questions about what humanity might leave behind if we too vanished. What traces of our existence would persist long after the last human had died? What our own automated systems and space probes might still be doing millions of years from now? The Voyager spacecraft, launched in 1927, were already on trajectories that would carry them out of the solar system and into interstellar space. They would drift through the galaxy for billions of years, long after Earth itself had been consumed by the expanding sun, long after any trace of human civilization had been erased from the cosmos. Each carried a golden record, a message from humanity to any intelligence that might eventually find them, containing sounds and images meant to represent the diversity of life and culture on Earth. But the chances of those records ever being found were infinitesimally small, and even if they were found, the civilization that discovered them would encounter not living humans, but only these fossilized remnants of a species that had existed in the distant past. Was 3i Atlas something similar? A message in a bottle cast into the cosmic ocean by a civilization that had hoped someone might eventually find it, even if that discovery came millions of years after they themselves were gone. The idea was both poignant and profound. The notion that intelligence, once it arose, felt compelled to reach out, to leave some mark of its existence, to assert that it had been here, that it had lived and thought and wondered about its place in the universe. The ancient human impulse to leave marks and messages visible in cave paintings and monumental architecture and written texts might be a universal characteristic of intelligence. The need to say, "I was here," might transcend species and culture, might be a fundamental aspect of consciousness itself. And if that was true, then the galaxy might be filled with such messages, with artifacts and monuments and probes left by civilizations throughout cosmic history, most of them never found, most drifting in the darkness between stars until they were destroyed by collision or radiation, or the eventual heat death of the universe. But some might be found, and when they were found, they would create moments like this one, moments when a younger civilization encountered evidence of something older and perhaps wiser, something that had travelled further along the path of development and left behind traces of its journey. These moments would be rare, separated by vast stretches of time and space, but they would matter enormously to those who experienced them. They would be the points where different threads of cosmic history intersected, where the stories of separate civilizations briefly touched before diverging again into the darkness. The mythological resonances of this idea were powerful. The concept of inheritance, of receiving wisdom and knowledge from ancestors or predecessors, appeared in every human culture. We built on the achievements of those who came before us, learning from their successes and failures, carrying forward their discoveries and insights. What if this process of inheritance operated not just within human history, but across galactic history? What if the first civilization had left behind a legacy that subsequent civilizations could learn from? A repository of knowledge and experience accumulated over billions of years of existence. The ancient library of Alexandria had been conceived as a repository of all human knowledge, a place where the wisdom of every culture and every era would be collected and preserved. Its destruction was mourned as one of the great tragedies of history, the loss of knowledge that could never be fully recovered. But what if somewhere in the galaxy there existed a library far grander than Alexandria, a collection of knowledge accumulated not just from one species, but from countless civilizations that had risen and fallen across cosmic time? What if the first civilization had created such a repository, and what if objects like 3i Atlas were part of the system that maintained and updated it? This speculation led to questions about the nature of knowledge itself, and how it might be preserved across the vast expanses of time and space that separated civilizations. Information encoded in physical media would degrade over millions of years, corrupted by radiation and cosmic rays, eroded by the slow but inexorable processes of entropy. Even the most durable materials would eventually break down, their structures randomized, their information lost. How could knowledge be preserved for billions of years, across timescales that dwarfed the existence of any single civilization? Perhaps the answer lay not in preserving information in static form, but in encoding it in dynamic systems, in patterns that could maintain themselves through active processes rather than passive storage. Life itself was such a system. DNA preserved information across billions of years of evolution, not through static storage, but through continuous replication and error correction, through the constant activity of living cells that read and copied the genetic code. Perhaps an advanced civilization could create artificial systems that operated on similar principles, self-replicating probes that carried information encoded in their design and behavior, that could repair and maintain themselves across cosmic timescales. If 3i Atlas was such a system, then its very existence, its trajectory and behavior, might constitute a form of information storage and transmission. The object itself would be the message, its physical properties and motion through space encoding data that could be read by any civilization with sufficient technological sophistication. The anomalies in its trajectory, the deviations from purely gravitational motion, might not be accidental but intentional, carefully programmed variations that carried meaning to those who knew how to interpret them. This interpretation transformed the scientific study of 3i Atlas from mere observation to an act of potential translation. The researchers analysing the object's motion weren't just measuring an astronomical phenomenon, they were potentially decoding a message from an ancient civilization, reading a text written in the language of orbital mechanics and physics. Every data point, every measurement, every observation might be part of that message, a letter in an alphabet we were only beginning to recognise. But even if this was true, even if 3i Atlas was broadcasting information in its very existence, the message might be incomprehensible to humanity at our current level of development. Imagine trying to teach calculus to someone who had never learned arithmetic, or trying to explain quantum mechanics to someone who believed the world was flat. There were levels of understanding that had to be achieved in sequence, foundations that had to be laid before more advanced concepts could be grasped. Perhaps the message encoded in 3i Atlas required knowledge or perspectives that humanity hadn't yet achieved, mathematical frameworks or philosophical concepts we hadn't yet discovered. This possibility was simultaneously frustrating and hopeful. Frustrating because it meant we might be staring directly at profound truths without being able to recognise them, that the answers to our deepest questions might be right in front of us but beyond our current ability to comprehend. But hopeful because it implied that there was more to discover, that humanity's intellectual journey was far from complete, that we had heights of understanding still ahead of us that would eventually allow us to decode the messages left by elder civilizations. The educational function of such messages would be crucial. If the first civilization wanted to pass on their knowledge to younger species, they would need to do so in ways that guided those species through the necessary stages of development. They couldn't simply hand over advanced technology or profound insights. That would be like giving a child a loaded gun, or a book written in a language they couldn't read. Instead, they would need to create a curriculum, a sequence of discoveries and revelations that built on each other, that led younger civilizations step by step toward greater understanding. Objects like 3i Atlas might be part of that curriculum. Their ambiguity might be intentional, designed to make younger civilizations think and question and debate. The process of studying the object, of wrestling with its anomalies and trying to determine its nature, might be more important than any specific answer. It might be teaching us how to think about the universe in new ways, how to question our assumptions, how to remain open to possibilities we hadn't previously considered. This pedagogical interpretation suggested that the first civilization, if they existed, took their role as elder species seriously. They weren't content to simply exist in isolation, hoarding their knowledge and allowing younger species to struggle blindly toward enlightenment. Instead, they actively worked to educate and guide, creating systems and objects that would appear at appropriate times in the development of emerging civilizations, providing hints and clues and challenges that would push those civilizations toward greater wisdom and capability. The myths of divine teachers and culture heroes took on new meaning in this context. Prometheus bringing fire to humanity, Quetzalcoatl teaching the arts of civilization to the Mesoamericans, Oannes emerging from the sea to instruct the ancient Sumerians. These stories all described beings who came from outside human society and provided knowledge that transformed human existence. What if these weren't just myths, but distorted memories of actual contact with representatives of an elder civilization, beings who had intervened at crucial points in human development to provide guidance and instruction? The prohibition against such intervention, the famous prime directive from science fiction that forbade advanced civilizations from interfering with less developed ones, might not reflect the actual ethics of real elder civilizations. Perhaps they had learned through long experience that some degree of guidance and intervention was beneficial, that younger civilizations left entirely to their own devices too often destroyed themselves or stagnated at primitive levels of development. Perhaps the first civilization had developed sophisticated protocols for intervention that provided just enough help to allow younger species to overcome critical challenges without robbing them of agency or the valuable lessons learned through struggle. If this was true, then human history might be dotted with such interventions, moments when our ancestors received crucial knowledge or assistance that allowed our civilization to advance past bottlenecks that might otherwise have proven insurmountable. The sudden appearance of agriculture in multiple locations around the world, the rapid development of mathematics and astronomy in ancient civilizations, the seemingly inexplicable leaps in technology and understanding that occurred at various points in history. Perhaps some of these had been nudged along by subtle interventions from elder species who watched over emerging civilizations and provided help when it was most needed. But such interventions would need to be subtle, disguised as natural developments or human achievements, so that the receiving civilization would still feel ownership of its progress. Too obvious an intervention would create dependence, would make the younger civilization look always to the elder for answers, rather than developing their own capabilities. The art would be in providing just enough help, just enough guidance to keep the civilization on a productive path, without taking away the struggle and effort that made growth meaningful. 3 Atlas might represent such a carefully calibrated intervention. Its ambiguous nature ensured that humanity would have to work to understand it, would have to develop new capabilities and new ways of thinking to determine its true character. We couldn't simply observe it and know immediately what it was. We had to struggle with the question, debate the possibilities, gather more data, refine our theories. And in that process, we were developing exactly the kind of scientific sophistication and intellectual flexibility that would be needed for eventual contact with elder civilizations. The timing of its arrival was also potentially significant. 3I Atlas appeared in our solar system at a moment when humanity had just developed the technological capability to detect interstellar objects, when we had built telescopes and survey systems powerful enough to spot these rare visitors as they passed through. A century earlier, we wouldn't have seen it at all. A century later, we might have developed enough capability to intercept it, to send a probe to rendezvous with it and study it up close. The object arrived in the narrow window when we could detect it and wonder about it, but not yet fully investigate it. A perfect moment to spark questions and drive the development of new capabilities. Was this timing coincidence? Or had the object been programmed to make itself noticeable at exactly this stage of human development, to arrive when we were ready to ask questions but not yet ready for easy answers? The orbital mechanics required to achieve such precise timing would be extraordinarily sophisticated, requiring the ability to predict the development of civilizations across timescales of millions of years. But perhaps that was exactly the kind of capability the first civilization possessed, the ability to model and predict the evolution of intelligent species, to calculate when they would reach various developmental milestones, to time interventions with precision measured in millions of years. This idea staggered the imagination. It implied a level of understanding of intelligence and civilization that went far beyond anything humanity had achieved. We could barely predict the development of our own society over decades, let alone model the evolution of other species over eons. But an ancient civilization with billions of years of experience, with observations of countless other species going through similar developmental arcs, might have discovered patterns and regularities that allowed such long-term prediction. They might have developed a science of civilizational development as rigorous and predictive as our physics or chemistry. If such a science existed, it would transform our understanding of intelligence and progress. It would suggest that the development of technological civilization followed certain predictable pathways, that there were common challenges every emerging species faced, common bottlenecks and critical points where civilizations either succeeded in overcoming obstacles or failed and declined. The first civilization might have mapped this landscape of developmental possibility, identifying the key moments when intervention could be most beneficial, creating systems that would provide appropriate guidance at each stage. This model of guided development stood in contrast to the more pessimistic interpretations of the Fermi paradox, which suggested that most civilizations destroyed themselves before achieving interstellar capability. Perhaps the paradox was resolved not by universal failure, but by universal guidance. Elder civilizations watching over younger ones, preventing the most catastrophic outcomes, ensuring that a certain percentage of emerging species successfully navigated the dangers of technological adolescence and matured into stable, long-lived civilizations. But such guidance couldn't prevent all failures. Some civilizations would inevitably make choices that led to their destruction despite the best efforts of their watchers. The guidance had to allow for free will, for the possibility of both success and failure, or it would be mere puppetry rather than genuine development. The first civilization might watch with regret as some younger species destroyed themselves, but they would respect the autonomy that made intelligence meaningful, the freedom that allowed for both growth and tragedy. Humanity in the early 21st century stood at exactly such a critical juncture. The challenges we faced, climate change, nuclear weapons, artificial intelligence, biotechnology, all carried the potential for both tremendous benefit and catastrophic harm. We had developed capabilities that could either elevate our civilization to new heights or destroy it entirely, and the choices we made in the coming decades would determine which outcome prevailed. If the first civilization was watching, if 3i Atlas was part of their monitoring system, then they would be observing humanity at this critical moment with keen interest, noting which choices we made and how we handled the responsibilities that came with our newfound powers. The weight of that observation, the sense of being watched and evaluated by an intelligence far greater than our own, could be either paralyzing or motivating. It could make us doubt our own judgment, make us wish for clearer guidance, make us long for the elder civilization to simply tell us what to do, or it could inspire us to rise to the occasion, to prove ourselves worthy of joining the community of advanced civilizations, to demonstrate that humanity deserved to survive and thrive and eventually take its place among the stars. The myths and religious traditions of humanity had long grappled with the idea of divine judgment, of being evaluated by higher powers, of needing to prove oneself worthy of salvation or enlightenment. Perhaps these spiritual frameworks were humanity's way of preparing itself for the moment when such evaluation would become literal, when we would actually be observed and assessed by elder intelligences who would determine whether we were ready for contact and inclusion in the galactic community. But the evaluation wouldn't be based on our adherence to any particular religious doctrine or moral code. The first civilization, having observed countless species across billions of years, would understand that morality and culture took many forms, that there was no single right way to organize a society or structure, a civilization. What they would be evaluating was something more fundamental, our capacity for wisdom, our ability to think long-term, our willingness to cooperate for common goals, our commitment to preserving rather than destroying the precious phenomenon of intelligence and consciousness. These qualities transcended any particular cultural or religious framework. They were the basics of mature civilization, the prerequisites for species that hoped to survive for millions of years rather than flaming out in a brief burst of technological prowess, followed by self-destruction. And they were qualities that could be observed and measured, patterns of behavior that revealed whether a civilization had achieved the stability and wisdom necessary for long-term survival. The study of 3i Atlas and humanity's response to it might itself be part of that evaluation. How did we react when confronted with something ambiguous and potentially revolutionary? Did we approach it with open minds and rigorous methods, or did we retreat into dogma and denial? Did we allow the discovery to inspire cooperation and shared purpose, or did it become another source of conflict and competition? The answers to these questions would reveal much about humanity's readiness for contact with elder civilizations. As months passed and 3i Atlas continued its outward journey, the initial excitement began to fade from public consciousness. The object became old news, replaced in the headlines by more immediate concerns and crises. But in the scientific community, and among those who'd been most deeply affected by its passage, the questions it raised continued to resonate. They had seen something that challenged their understanding of the universe, something that refused to fit neatly into existing categories, something that demanded they think more carefully about what was possible and what was real. For some researchers, 3i Atlas became an obsession, a puzzle they couldn't let go of despite the lack of definitive answers. They continued to analyse the data, searching for patterns and anomalies they might have missed on first examination. They developed new models and simulations, trying to find explanations that could account for all the observations without requiring exotic assumptions. They wrote papers and gave presentations trying to convince their colleagues that the object deserved more attention, more study, more theoretical consideration. Others moved on, filing 3i Atlas away as an interesting anomaly, but one that ultimately didn't change the fundamental picture of the universe. It was an interstellar object with some unusual properties, perhaps worthy of follow-up study if another one appeared, but not something that revolutionised our understanding of the cosmos. They returned to their regular research programs, to studies of exoplanets and galaxy formation and dark matter, to the questions that had occupied them before 3i Atlas appeared and would continue to occupy them after it was gone. But even those who moved on found that something had changed. The universe seemed less empty now, less purely mechanical. The possibility that intelligence might be scattered throughout the galaxy, that ancient civilizations might have left traces and markers and messages, had taken root in the collective consciousness of humanity. We couldn't unknow what 3i Atlas had taught us, that interstellar objects were real, that they passed through our solar system on timescales of years or decades, that the galaxy was more interconnected than we had realised. This new awareness began to influence humanity's approach to space exploration and the search for extraterrestrial intelligence. If interstellar objects were arriving at our solar system with some regularity, then we needed better systems for detecting and studying them. Proposals were developed for dedicated survey telescopes that could spot these visitors earlier, track them more precisely, characterise them more completely. Some researchers advocated for the development of rapid response spacecraft that could be launched to intercept particularly interesting objects, to study them up close before they receded beyond reach. The technical challenges were formidable, but the motivation was clear. Every interstellar visitor was a potential source of information about other star systems, other planetary environments, and potentially other civilizations. We couldn't afford to let them pass through unobserved, to miss opportunities for discovery, because we lacked the infrastructure to study them properly. 3i Atlas had been a wake-up call, a reminder that the universe brought gifts to those who were prepared to receive them. The search for extraterrestrial intelligence also evolved in response to 3i Atlas. Traditional SETI programs had focused primarily on detecting radio or optical signals, assuming that advanced civilizations would announce their presence through electromagnetic broadcasts. But 3i Atlas suggested another possibility, that evidence of extraterrestrial intelligence might come not through intentional signals, but through the physical artifacts that civilizations left behind or sent out into the galaxy. This approach, sometimes called artifact SETI, or the search for technosignatures, gained new prominence and funding. Researchers began developing methods for distinguishing artificial objects from natural ones, for identifying the subtle signatures of design that might be visible even in objects that had been engineered to appear natural. They studied the anomalies in 3i Atlas's behaviour, trying to understand what kinds of deviations from natural motion might indicate artificial origin. They considered what kinds of materials or structures would be most durable across interstellar timescales, what designs would be most likely to survive millions of years of travel through space, while still retaining recognisable artificial characteristics. This work required collaboration between astronomers, physicists, engineers, and even archaeologists and anthropologists who understood how to identify the traces of intelligence in ambiguous contexts. It was inherently interdisciplinary, requiring insights from multiple fields to address questions that didn't fit neatly into any single domain. and it forced researchers to think carefully about their assumptions regarding intelligence and technology, to recognise that their intuitions were based on limited experience with a single technological civilization and might not apply to species with radically different evolutionary histories and cultural frameworks. The philosophical implications were equally profound. If advanced civilizations were sending objects through the galaxy, if the cosmos was filled with ancient artifacts and monitoring systems, then intelligence was not a rare and isolated phenomenon, but a persistent feature of the universe. Consciousness had arisen not just once, but many times, and it had achieved capabilities that allowed it to extend its reach across interstellar distances, to leave marks that would persist for billions of years. The universe was not indifferent to mind. It had given birth to mind repeatedly, and those minds had shaped the cosmos in ways we were only beginning to recognise. This realisation offered a kind of cosmic comfort, a sense that humanity was part of something larger and longer lasting than our individual lives, or even our entire civilization. We were threads in a vast tapestry, woven across billions of years of galactic history, connected to other intelligences through the objects and messages that travelled between the stars. Our struggles and achievements mattered not just to us, but to that larger story, to the ongoing experiment of consciousness that the universe had initiated when the first stars formed and the first planets coalesced. But with that comfort came responsibility. If we were part of a larger community of intelligence, even if that community was separated by vast gulfs of time and space, then we had obligations to that community. We needed to ensure that our thread of the tapestry didn't end prematurely, that we survived long enough to contribute our own knowledge and experience to the cosmic repository. We needed to develop our own capabilities for interstellar communication and exploration, to eventually become not just recipients of messages from elder civilizations, but senders of our own messages to younger ones. The vision of humanity's future that emerged from contemplating 3i Atlas was ambitious and inspiring. We would solve our current crises, overcome the challenges that threaten to destroy us, and mature into a stable civilization capable of thinking across timescales of millions of years. We would develop the technology for interstellar travel, sending our own probes and perhaps eventually our own people to other star systems. We would discover other civilizations, some younger than us, and some older, and we would learn from them and teach them in turn. And perhaps, millions of years from now, we would ourselves become an elder civilization, watching over emerging species, sending our own artifacts through the galaxy to guide and inspire. This vision stood in stark contrast to the darker scenarios that often dominated discussions of humanity's future. The fears of environmental collapse, nuclear war, AI catastrophe, or slow decline into barbarism. It offered hope without being naive, acknowledging the challenges we faced while insisting that they could be overcome, that humanity had the potential for greatness if we could find the wisdom and will to realise it. 3i Atlas, whether natural or artificial, whether random or intentional, had become a symbol of that hope. It represented the possibility of contact and connection across the vast distances of space and time that separated civilizations. It suggested that the universe was not empty but filled with intelligence and purpose, that consciousness had a role to play in the cosmic story, that the work of thinking and wondering and striving to understand was not futile, but meaningful in ways that extended far beyond our immediate experience. As the object continued its journey back toward interstellar space, as it grew fainter and more distant with each passing day, those who watched it felt a mixture of sadness and anticipation. Sadness because a rare opportunity was slipping away, because the chance to study this mysterious visitor was coming to an end. But also anticipation, because 3i Atlas had shown that such visitors were possible, that the galaxy sent messengers to those who were ready to receive them. If one interstellar object had appeared, others would follow. And with each new arrival, with each new opportunity for study and wonder, humanity would learn more about the cosmos and our place within it. The myths of return, the ancient promises that the gods would come back, that the golden age would be restored, that the mysteries would finally be revealed, these took on new significance in light of 3i Atlas. Perhaps the promises were true, not in the literal sense that ancient peoples had understood them, but in a deeper sense. Perhaps the universe itself promised that intelligence would not remain isolated, that consciousness would find ways to bridge the gaps between stars, that the work of understanding would eventually connect minds across cosmic distances. Thurukis al-Atlas had passed through our solar system like a word spoken in the darkness, like a sentence in a conversation that had been going on for billions of years. We had caught only a fragment of that sentence, enough to know that something was being said, but not enough to understand the full message. But we had heard it, and we had responded by listening more carefully, by building better instruments, by asking deeper questions. And in that response, we had taken our first steps toward joining the conversation, toward adding our own voice to the cosmic dialogue between intelligences separated by space and time. The object receded into darkness, its light fading until it was lost among the countless other points that filled the night sky. But it had left something behind, not a physical trace, but a transformation in human consciousness, a shift in how we thought about ourselves and the universe. We would never look at the stars the same way again. We would always wonder what other objects might be passing through our solar system undetected, what other messages might be waiting for us if we only knew how to look. The sky had become a place of infinite possibility, and 3 Atlas had been our guide into that new understanding. What if it was the first civilization returning? What if the ancient cycle was beginning again, the pattern repeating as it had countless times before? We might never know for certain, but the question itself was enough to change us, to make us reach beyond our current limitations, to inspire us to become something more than we had been. And perhaps that was the real message of 3i Atlas, not any specific information encoded in its structure or trajectory, but simply the reminder that we were part of something larger, that the universe was alive with meaning and purpose, that the work of consciousness mattered across cosmic scales. The first civilization, if they existed, would be watching to see what we did with that reminder. They would be observing whether humanity rose to meet the challenge or fell back into comfortable certainty. They would be noting our choices and our commitments, evaluating whether we were ready to take the next steps toward maturity as a civilization. And 3i Atlas, the silent traveller from distant stars, would carry news of that evaluation back to wherever it was going, adding one more data point to a record that stretched across billions of years of galactic history. The nature of return across deep time. To speak of the first civilization returning required confronting a concept that human minds were not evolved to grasp. Deep time. Not the thousands of years of recorded history, not even the millions of years of human evolution, but the billions of years across which a truly ancient civilization might exist. If the first civilization had arisen when our galaxy was young, perhaps 10 billion years ago, then they had existed for a span of time more than twice as long as Earth itself had been a solid planet. What did return mean across such gulfs of time? What did continuity of identity mean for a civilization that had endured longer than most stars? The human conception of civilization was based on our own brief experience, a few thousand years of written history, perhaps 10,000 years since the agricultural revolution. Even our longest-lasting institutions, our most enduring religions and empires, measured their lifespans in mere centuries or millennia. We had no framework for understanding what a civilization might become after 1 billion years, let alone 10 billion. The changes would be so profound, so total, that the civilization that existed now might bear no recognizable relationship to the one that had begun so long ago. Consider what humanity had become in just a few 100,000 years of existence as a distinct species. We had evolved from small bands of hunter-gatherers in Africa to a global civilization of billions, had developed language and art and science, had split the atom and sent machines to other worlds, and yet biologically we were still essentially the same species that had painted caves at Lascaux and carved figurines from mammoth ivory. Our brains were the same size, our bodies the same shape. The real changes had been cultural, technological, social, but even those had occurred within the constraints of human biology and psychology. But a civilization that persisted for billions of years would not remain constrained by its original biology. The first civilization would have had eons to master genetics, to redesign themselves at the molecular level, to transcend the limitations of the flesh that had given birth to their consciousness. They might have uploaded their minds into substrates more durable than biological neurons, encoded their personalities and memories in crystalline matrices or quantum fields that could survive for geological ages without degradation. They might have dispersed themselves across the galaxy, each individual becoming a distributed intelligence spanning multiple star systems, thinking thoughts that took centuries to complete but comprehended scales of space and time that biological minds could never grasp. Or perhaps they had gone further still. Perhaps they had discovered that consciousness itself was a pattern that could be abstracted from any particular physical substrate, that mind was fundamentally a mathematical structure that could be instantiated in multiple forms simultaneously. They might exist now as pure information, as patterns of organization that propagated through the fabric of space-time itself, as conscious fields that permeated the galaxy, like an invisible ocean in which younger civilizations swam without knowing they were immersed in something alive and aware. The physics of such existence remained beyond human understanding, but that didn't make it impossible. 1,000 years ago, no human could have conceived of a computer, of information encoded in electronic states, of virtual worlds where minds could interact without physical presence. What might be possible with technologies developed over billions of years, with scientific understanding that had mapped every physical law to arbitrary precision, with engineering capabilities that could manipulate matter and energy at the quantum level as easily as humans shaped clay? If the first civilization had achieved such transcendence, then 3 Atlas represented something more complex than a simple probe or monitoring device. It might be an interface, a point of connection between realms of existence so different that direct contact would be impossible. The object's physical form, its rock and ice and whatever else it was made of, might be the tip of something that extended into dimensions of reality that human instruments couldn't detect, that human concepts couldn't describe. We saw a visitor from another star system. They might see a sensory organ, an eye that allowed them to observe the physical universe they had left behind eons ago. This interpretation suggested that the first civilization hadn't so much departed from the physical universe as transcended it, moving into states of being that still maintained some connection to the realm of matter and energy, but were no longer primarily located there. They would be like adults who had grown beyond childhood, but still occasionally visited the playground where they had played, not to return to what they once were, but to remember, to observe, to perhaps guide younger children through the same developmental stages they had once traversed. The concept resonated with mystical and religious traditions from across human cultures. The idea of transcendence, of spiritual evolution toward higher planes of existence, appeared in Buddhism and Hinduism, in Gnosticism and Kabbalah, in indigenous shamanic traditions worldwide. These frameworks described reality as layered, with the physical world being merely the lowest or densest level, and consciousness capable of ascending through progressively more refined states of being. What if these weren't just metaphorical or psychological maps, but actual descriptions of something real, something that advanced civilizations discovered and achieved through technological or evolutionary means? The Tibetan Buddhist concept of the tulku, a being who had achieved enlightenment but chose to return to the physical world to help others, offered a particularly apt parallel. The tulku was not bound by the limitations of ordinary existence but voluntarily adopted them to serve a compassionate purpose. Perhaps the first civilization operated on a similar principle, maintaining connections to the physical universe, not because they needed to, but because they chose to, out of some sense of responsibility or care for the younger civilizations still struggling through the challenges they had long ago overcome. But this raised questions about motivation that were perhaps even more difficult than the technical questions about capability. Why would a civilization that had transcended physical existence care about species like humanity? What would motivate them to maintain monitoring systems, to send probes like 3i Atlas, to watch over the development of beings so far below them in capability and understanding that we might as well be insects? The gulf between the first civilization and humanity would be vastly greater than the gulf between humans and bacteria. What did bacteria matter to us, except when they threatened our health or proved useful for our purposes? Perhaps the answer lay in memory. The first civilization would remember what it was like to be young, to struggle with existence, to face the challenges that threatened to destroy them before they achieved stability. Those memories, preserved across billions of years, might generate a kind of cosmic empathy, a recognition that every form of consciousness was precious because it recapitulated something of their own journey. They might see in humanity a version of themselves as they once were, and that recognition might motivate them to provide the kind of help they wished they had received during their own difficult adolescence as a species. Or perhaps their motivation was more abstract, rooted in values and purposes that had evolved over billions of years into something human minds couldn't recognize as motivation at all. A civilization that old would have had time to contemplate the deepest questions of existence, to develop philosophical and ethical frameworks of extraordinary sophistication, to arrive at conclusions about meaning and purpose that transcended the biological imperatives that drove younger species. They might help younger civilizations not out of empathy or self-interest, but out of commitment to principles so refined that they appeared to us as something like cosmic dharma, the natural order of how consciousness should relate to itself across the universe. The possibility that Three-Eye Atlas was returning implied that the first civilization had visited before, that there was a history of contact stretching back into Earth's past. But what would such contact have looked like? If they had been watching Earth for billions of years, they would have observed its entire history from barren rock to living world. They would have seen the first self-replicating molecules emerge in ancient oceans, watched as single cells evolved into complex multicellular life, observed the explosion of diversity in the Cambrian, witnessed the rise and fall of the dinosaurs, noted the emergence of mammals and primates, and eventually humans. At what point would they have begun to take special interest? When the first neurons fired in the first nervous system, creating the earliest glimmers of subjective experience? When the first primate looked up at the night sky and wondered what those lights were? When the first human stood upright and freed their hands to make tools? When language emerged and humans could share their thoughts, creating culture that could be transmitted across generations? Or only recently, when we developed technology sophisticated enough to detect objects like Three-Eye Atlas and wonder about their nature? Each of these moments represented a threshold, a qualitative change in the complexity and capability of consciousness on Earth. An ancient civilization monitoring the development of life on countless worlds might have developed sophisticated metrics for identifying such thresholds, algorithms for determining when a planet had crossed from one category to another, protocols for how to respond at each stage. Earth might be one of millions of worlds they tracked, each at different stages of development, each requiring different levels of attention and intervention. This suggested not a binary state of contact versus non-contact, but a spectrum of engagement that varied based on the developmental stage of the younger civilization. In Earth's distant past, when life was simple, the engagement might have been minimal. Occasional observations, basic data collection, perhaps subtle adjustments to conditions that would favour the evolution of complexity. As life became more sophisticated, as nervous systems and brains evolved, the attention might have increased, with more frequent monitoring and more detailed study. And now, as humanity approached the threshold of becoming a technological civilization capable of spreading beyond its home planet, the engagement might be entering a new phase, one that required different protocols and raised the possibility of more direct contact. Three-Eye Atlas might be part of that transition, a signal that humanity had been noticed, that we had achieved a level of development that warranted a different kind of attention. The object's ambiguous nature, hovering between natural and artificial interpretations, might be exactly appropriate for this moment. Obvious enough to be detected by our best instruments, strange enough to provoke serious investigation, but not so clearly artificial that it would cause the kind of societal disruption that premature contact might trigger. This gradualist approach to contact made sense from the perspective of a civilization that thought in timescales of billions of years. They wouldn't be impatient, wouldn't force the pace of development, would be willing to wait centuries or millennia for humanity to mature to the point where contact could be productive rather than destructive. From their perspective, a few thousand years was nothing barely worth noting. They could afford to be patient, to let younger civilizations develop at their own pace, intervening only subtly when necessary to prevent catastrophic outcomes or provide crucial hints at key moments. But this raised uncomfortable questions about human agency and autonomy. If the first civilization had been guiding humanity's development for thousands or millions of years, then how much of what we thought of as our own achievement was really ours? Had we developed agriculture and mathematics and science through our own ingenuity, or had we been nudged toward these discoveries by interventions so subtle we couldn't recognize them? Were we truly free agents shaping our own destiny, or were we following a path that had been laid out for us by intelligences that knew far better than we did where that path should lead? The question was similar to old theological debates about free will versus divine providence, but with the abstract concept of God replaced by the concrete possibility of an ancient alien civilization. The emotional response was similar too, a mixture of gratitude for guidance and resentment at manipulation, comfort in knowing someone wiser was watching over us, and anger at the implication that we weren't fully in control of our own fate. Perhaps the truth lay somewhere between the extremes. The first civilization might have set up conditions that made certain developments more likely, protecting Earth from asteroid impacts that would have sterilized the planet, ensuring that the sun's output remained stable enough for complex life to evolve, perhaps even seeding the primordial oceans with organic molecules that would kickstart the origin of life. But once those initial conditions were set, they might have stepped back, allowing evolution and history to unfold according to their own logic. The guidance would be at the level of enabling conditions rather than specific outcomes, like a parent who provides a safe environment and educational opportunities but allows their child to make their own choices and mistakes. Under this model, humanity's achievements were genuinely our own, but we had benefited from a cosmic context that was less hostile than it might otherwise have been. The first civilization hadn't told us what to discover or how to organise our societies, but they had ensured we had the time and stability to figure these things out for ourselves. Through Atlas might be their way of checking in, of seeing how we had developed, of determining whether we were ready for the next stage of whatever process they had initiated when they first set up the conditions that would allow Earth to become a living world. This perspective suggested that there might be many Earths, many worlds where the first civilization had established similar conditions and then watched to see what emerged. Most might have produced nothing, or only simple life that never evolved beyond bacterial mats. Some might have developed complex ecosystems but never given rise to intelligence. A few, like Earth, might have successfully produced technological civilizations, and perhaps an even smaller number had gone further, had survived their own crises and matured into stable civilizations that were themselves now part of the network of intelligences that populated the galaxy. This vision implied a kind of galactic ecology, a layered system of civilizations at different stages of development, with the first civilization at the apex, the newest and youngest at the base, and multiple intermediate levels in between. Each level would have responsibilities to the levels below: guidance without interference, observation without control, help without dependence. And each level would have achieved its position by successfully navigating the challenges that destroyed so many others, by making the right choices at critical moments, by developing the wisdom and maturity that allowed them to survive long enough to join the community of elder species. Humanity, in this framework, was an infant civilization, barely aware of the larger context in which we existed. We saw ourselves as alone in the universe because we lacked the capability to detect the more subtle signs of intelligence that surrounded us. We interpreted the silence of the cosmos as evidence of our isolation, when in fact we were being observed and evaluated, our development tracked and analysed by intelligences that had learned long ago to make their presence unobtrusive. Threat Atlas might be one of the first signs visible to us precisely because we had finally developed instruments sensitive enough to detect it. A reward for progress, a hint that there was more to discover if we kept looking and thinking and questioning. But this optimistic vision had to be balanced against darker possibilities. What if the first civilization's interest in younger species wasn't benevolent? What if they monitored developing civilizations not to help them, but to exploit them, to harvest their resources or knowledge, or creativity? What if 3i Atlas was a scout for an invasion, a preliminary survey before the arrival of forces that would colonize Earth and subordinate or destroy humanity? The history of contact between civilizations on Earth offered little comfort. More advanced societies had repeatedly conquered and exploited less advanced ones, justified by ideologies of superiority and manifest destiny. Why would the pattern be different at a galactic scale? The difference perhaps lay in the timescales involved and the resources available. When European powers colonized the Americas, they were motivated by competition with each other, by the need for resources that were scarce in their home territories, by pressures that operated on timescales of years and decades. But a civilization that had existed for billions of years, that had access to the resources of countless star systems, that thought in timescales of millions of years, such a civilization would not be driven by the same desperate competition for scarce resources. they would have achieved a level of abundance that made exploitation of younger species economically pointless. Moreover, a civilization that old would have had billions of years to work through the ethical implications of their actions, to develop moral frameworks sophisticated enough to handle the responsibilities that came with their power. They would have seen the consequences of exploitation and domination, would have observed countless examples of civilizations that destroyed themselves through unchecked aggression, would have learned that cooperation and mutual support led to better long-term outcomes than predation. Their ethics might have evolved beyond anything humans would recognize, but at minimum they would likely have developed strong prohibitions against actions that harmed other forms of consciousness. Unless, of course, they didn't recognize younger species as truly conscious in a morally relevant sense. This was perhaps the most troubling possibility, that the first civilization, having evolved so far beyond their origins, might have lost the ability to see creatures like humans as deserving of moral consideration. We might be to them what insects were to us, vaguely interesting from a scientific perspective, but not beings whose suffering or death mattered in any deep way. They might study us the way we studied ants, with clinical detachment, noting our behaviours and social structures without feeling any obligation to consider our interests or protect our well-being. Yet this seemed inconsistent with the effort implied by sending objects like 3i Atlas across interstellar distances. Why bother monitoring civilizations if you didn't care about them in some way? Even our study of insects involved some level of interest and respect for the forms of life we examined. A civilization sophisticated enough to maintain a galactic monitoring network would presumably have developed frameworks for understanding and valuing. Consciousness in its many forms would have arrived at the conclusion that all forms of awareness were part of the same fundamental phenomenon and deserved protection and support. Perhaps the key was to recognize that benevolent might not be the right word. The first civilization's interest in humanity might not be warm or caring in the way humans understood those terms. It might be more like the interest a gardener took in their garden, a practical concern for maintaining conditions that allowed diverse forms of life to flourish, not out of emotional attachment to any individual plant, but out of commitment to the overall health and beauty of the ecosystem. They might not love us, but they might still work to ensure we had the opportunity to develop and thrive, because that served larger purposes we couldn't yet understand. This utilitarian approach was cold comfort for those who wanted to believe the universe was fundamentally caring, that consciousness was cradled in a cosmos that valued its existence. But it was better than the alternative, a universe actively hostile to intelligence, where older civilizations exploited younger ones without compunction, where survival required constant vigilance against threats from the darkness between stars. At least a gardener wanted their plants to grow, even if the individual flowers didn't matter as much as the overall display. The question of what had happened to civilizations that arose after the first, but before humanity, added another layer of complexity to these speculations. If the first civilization was 10 billion years old, and the universe had continued producing stars and planets throughout that time, then there should have been countless opportunities for other civilizations to emerge. Some might have arisen 8 billion years ago, or 5 billion, or 2 billion, each of them ancient beyond human comprehension, but young compared to the first. What had become of these intermediate civilizations? Had they all followed similar trajectories, evolving and transcending until they joined the first civilization in whatever higher plane of existence they had achieved? Or had some chosen different paths, developing in ways that diverged from the pattern established by the first? There might be a rich ecology of ancient civilizations, each with their own character and capabilities, each occupying different niches in the galactic ecosystem. Some might focus on physical engineering, building megastructures and reshaping star systems. Others might specialize in biological or genetic work, seeding life and guiding evolution across countless worlds. Still others might be primarily devoted to information and knowledge, maintaining vast archives and libraries that preserved the accumulated wisdom of galactic history. 3. Atlas might be part of a system maintained not by one civilization, but by a coalition or network of elder species, each contributing their own capabilities and perspectives to the project of monitoring and supporting younger civilizations. The object might have been designed collaboratively, incorporating technologies and knowledge from multiple sources, representing a collective effort rather than the work of a single species. This would explain some of its strangeness. It wasn't designed according to any one species' logic, but reflected a compromise or synthesis of multiple design philosophies, multiple ways of thinking about what a monitoring probe should be and how it should function. This vision of a galactic community of ancient civilizations working together to maintain and support the emergence of new consciousness across the universe was deeply appealing. It suggested that intelligence, once it matured beyond its violent and competitive origins, naturally evolved toward cooperation and mutual support. It implied that the universe, whatever its physical indifference, had been shaped by conscious effort into something more hospitable to life and mind. The work of billions of years had created an infrastructure of observation and guidance that increased the chances that younger species would survive and thrive. But it also raised questions about why this community remained hidden, why they didn't simply reveal themselves and offer direct assistance to struggling civilizations like humanity. The answer might lie in hard-learned lessons from their own past. Perhaps early attempts at direct contact had gone badly, with younger civilizations becoming dependent on the help of their elders, never developing their own capabilities, because they could always turn to more advanced species for solutions, or perhaps premature contact had caused civilizations to collapse under the psychological weight of knowing how far they had to go, losing the motivation to develop when they realized how inadequate their own achievements were compared to what elder civilizations had accomplished. The protocol of subtlety, of hints and suggestions rather than direct revelation, might have been developed over billions of years of experience with thousands of emerging civilizations. The elder species would have learned what worked and what didn't, would have refined their approaches based on outcomes, would have developed sophisticated theories about optimal intervention strategies. They would know that civilizations needed to struggle, needed to feel that their achievements were their own, needed to develop confidence and capability through successfully meeting challenges. Too much help was as harmful as too little. 3-Psi Atlas represented a point along that carefully calibrated spectrum of revelation, enough to notice if you were looking carefully, strange enough to provoke serious thought, but not so obvious that it removed all doubt or made the answer too easy. It was a test and a gift simultaneously, challenging humanity to develop better capabilities for detection and analysis, while rewarding us with new mysteries to contemplate. The response it generated would tell the elder civilizations much about humanity's readiness for greater contact, about whether we approach the unknown with curiosity or fear, with open minds or closed assumptions. Time itself functioned differently at these scales. For humans, a generation was roughly 25 years. For the first civilization, thinking in terms of billion-year epochs, a generation might be measured in millions of years. The time required for stars to evolve, for planetary systems to fully develop, for life to emerge and evolve to intelligence. From their perspective, human history from the first stone tools to the present day had occurred in the blink of an eye, barely long enough to register as a distinct event. They would observe us the way we might observe time-lapse photography of a flower blooming, watching our entire civilization unfold in a compressed time frame that revealed patterns and structures invisible to us because we were embedded in the moment-to-moment flow. What patterns would they see? Would they recognize in humanity's development a familiar story, one they had witnessed countless times before? Would they note the specific variations that made Earth's history unique? Or would it all blend together into a general category of emerging technological civilization that followed predictable pathways? Would they feel anything like nostalgia when they looked at us, remembering their own origins billions of years ago? Or had they transcended so completely that such emotional responses no longer occurred? Perhaps the most profound change that occurred over billions of years was not technological but psychological. The first civilization might have long ago solved the problem of individual death, might have achieved practical immortality through technology, or evolution, or uploaded consciousness. But they would have had to confront something even more challenging: the problem of memory and identity across timescales longer than any biological brain was designed to handle. Human memory was notoriously unreliable even across a single lifetime. We forgot vast amounts of what we experienced, remembered other things incorrectly, constructed narratives that served our current needs rather than accurately reflecting the past. This wasn't a flaw but a feature. Memory was designed for organisms that lived decades, not eons, and had to prioritize information that was relevant to immediate survival. But for a being that lived millions or billions of years, memory would become an overwhelming burden if all experiences were preserved with equal fidelity. The sheer volume of accumulated experience would be crushing. The first civilization must have developed solutions to this problem, technologies or practices for managing memory, for compressing and storing experiences, for maintaining identity despite changes that would have seemed to completely replace every aspect of their original nature. They might have become beings of layered consciousness, with core memories that defined their essential identity preserved in something like permanent storage, while more recent experiences were processed and integrated through sophisticated systems that decided what to keep and what to forget. Or perhaps they had embraced a more fluid concept of identity, recognizing that the self was not a fixed thing but a process, a pattern that maintained continuity through change rather than despite it. They might have learned to let go of attachment to their past selves, to accept that the being they were now had only the most tenuous connection to the being that had first achieved consciousness billions of years ago. In a sense, they might have died and been reborn countless times, each iteration building on the last but not identical to it. A chain of consciousness that stretched across time like a river that was never the same water, twice but remained recognizably the same river. This perspective offered a different understanding of what it meant for the first civilization to return. They weren't the same beings that had visited Earth in the distant past. Those individuals or iterations of consciousness might be long gone, preserved only in archives or compressed memories. But the current version of the first civilization maintained continuity with those earlier versions, carried forward their knowledge and purposes, continued the work they had begun. The return was less like an individual person coming back, and more like a wave that had travelled across an ocean, not the same water that had left the distant shore, but still carrying the energy and pattern of that original disturbance. Humanity would face similar questions if we survived long enough. Already we grappled with issues of identity in the face of technology. If consciousness could be uploaded to computers, was the upload the same person as the biological original? If someone's body was gradually replaced with synthetic parts, at what point did they stop being human? These questions would only become more pressing as our capabilities grew, as we developed technologies that could radically alter or extend consciousness beyond its biological roots. The first civilization, having lived through billions of years of such transformations, would have answers to these questions, or at least frameworks for thinking about them that were more sophisticated than anything humanity had yet developed. Part of what they might offer to younger civilizations was guidance on these philosophical and existential challenges, help in navigating the transitions that accompanied technological transcendence. They would know from experience what pitfalls to avoid, what choices led to flourishing and what choices led to decline or extinction of consciousness, even if the physical substrate persisted. 3-Society Atlas might carry encoded within it not just data but wisdom, insights about the nature of consciousness and identity, about how to preserve what was essential while allowing for growth and change, about how to remain recognizably yourself across transformations that would seem to completely alter every aspect of your being. This wisdom couldn't be transmitted directly, couldn't be reduced to instructions or formulas. It had to be learned through experience, through struggling with the questions and discovering the answers in ways that were authentic to each civilization's own nature and circumstances. But hints could be provided, clues that might make the journey less dangerous, signposts that marked paths that others had successfully travelled before. In the end, the question of whether Through-Eye Atlas represented the first civilization returning was inseparable from deeper questions about the nature of identity, continuity, and purpose across deep time. What did it mean to be the same civilization after billions of years? What connected the first consciousness to arise in the galaxy to whatever that consciousness had become after eons of evolution and transformation? The answer couldn't be found in physical continuity, or even in direct memory, but perhaps in commitment to certain values, certain purposes, certain ways of being in the universe that persisted across all the changes. If the first civilization was returning, they were returning not as they once were, but as they had become. Beings of such complexity and capability that we could only glimpse fragments of their nature, could only perceive the tiny portion of their existence that intersected with the physical dimensions we inhabited. Thirsty Atlas was like a fingertip reaching through a two-dimensional plane into a three-dimensional world. The inhabitants of that plane would see only a small circle, would have no concept of the hand and arm and body that extended beyond their perceptual abilities, would struggle to understand what that circle represented or what purposes it served. We were the inhabitants of that plane, and 3i Atlas was the fingertip. Behind it extended dimensions of existence we couldn't perceive, purposes we couldn't fathom, a consciousness so vast and ancient that we related to it the way bacteria related to humans, utterly incapable of comprehending the nature of the intelligence that observed them. But unlike bacteria, we had the capacity to know that we didn't understand, to recognise our own limitations, to ask questions even if we couldn't yet grasp the answers. And that capacity, that self-aware ignorance combined with persistent curiosity, might be exactly what the first civilization was looking for. The sign that humanity was ready to take the first steps toward joining the community of conscious beings that shaped the galaxy's long history. In the end, 3i Atlas was not just an object but a mirror, reflecting back to us our own hopes and fears, our assumptions and aspirations. What we saw in it revealed as much about humanity as it did about the universe, and in choosing how to respond to its passage, in deciding whether to remain open to extraordinary possibilities or retreat into comfortable explanations, we were shaping not just our understanding of this one object, but our entire future as a species. The choice was ours, and the consequences would echo across the stars. Right now, you're looking at a monument older than history itself. 3 colossal pyramids rising from the desert sands, aligned with celestial precision as if built by gods, not men. These are the pyramids of Giza, eternal sentinels standing for over 4,000 years, guarding secrets carved in limestone and starlight. Each block, each shadow, whispers of an ancient intelligence we are only beginning to comprehend. Tonight we journey beyond the myths, through hidden chambers, lost texts, and cosmic alignments that defy coincidence. From the pharaoh's divine ambitions to the messages they may have left for the future, we'll uncover what the ancients tried to tell us. If you're ready to see the pyramids as never before, let the journey begin. What if the Great Pyramids were not built just to honour the dead, but to speak to the living, to send a message across time? Stand before them now, in your mind. 3 colossal monuments rising from the desert sand, their limestone faces catching the first light of dawn. They have stood there for more than 4,000 years, silent and immovable, watching empires rise and crumble into dust. Pharaohs, conquerors, scholars, and dreamers have all gazed upon them, and each has asked the same question. Why? Why were they built with such impossible precision? Why do they endure when everything else has fallen away? The pyramids are not simply tombs. They are not merely monuments to vanity or power. They are something else entirely, something deliberate, something encoded. They stand at the edge of the known world and the forgotten one, bridging the gap between what we understand and what we have lost. And perhaps, just perhaps, they were never meant for the people who built them. Perhaps they were meant for us. The desert wind moves across the Giza plateau, carrying with it the whispers of millennia. The sand shifts and settles, revealing and concealing in equal measure. And beneath it all, the pyramids remain, patient, eternal, waiting for someone to finally understand what the ancients tried to tell us. The story begins in the 4th dynasty of ancient Egypt, around 2580 BCE. When a pharaoh named Khufu ascended to the throne. His reign would last only 23 years, a brief flicker in the long history of Egypt, yet what he left behind would outlast every kingdom that followed. The Great Pyramid, his pyramid, would become the largest structure on Earth for nearly 4,000 years, a record unbroken until the construction of medieval cathedrals in Europe. But even those pale in comparison to the sheer audacity of what was accomplished on the Giza plateau. Imagine the world as it was then. No cranes, no steel, no engines. The wheel had barely been invented, and yet somehow the ancient Egyptians moved more than 2 million limestone blocks, each weighing between 2 and 15 tons, across miles of desert, and lifted them into place with such precision that a razor blade cannot fit between the joints. The base of the Great Pyramid covers 13 acres, and its 4 sides are aligned almost perfectly with the cardinal directions: north, south, east, and west, with an error of less than 4 minutes of arc. To put that in perspective, modern architects with laser technology would struggle to achieve such accuracy. The pyramid originally stood at 481 feet tall, its apex crowned with a capstone that may have been covered in gold or electrum, gleaming like a beacon across the desert. The outer casing stones were polished white limestone, so smooth and reflective that ancient travellers reported seeing the pyramid shine like a jewel under the sun, visible from miles away. Most of those casing stones are gone now, stripped away over centuries to build the mosques and palaces of Cairo, but a few remain near the top, hinting at the magnificence that once was. Inside, the pyramid is a labyrinth of passages and chambers. The Grand Gallery rises at a steep angle, its corbelled ceiling soaring 28 feet high, each stone perfectly fitted to create a space that feels both monumental and intimate. At the heart of the structure lies the King's Chamber, a room of red granite transported from quarries 500 miles away. The chamber contains a granite sarcophagus, empty and unadorned, its purpose still debated by scholars. Was it truly meant to hold the body of Khufu, or was it something else? A vessel for transformation, a gateway, a symbol of something we no longer understand? The construction itself defies easy explanation. Egyptologists tell us that the pyramid was built over 20 years by a workforce of tens of thousands, skilled labourers, not slaves, as popular myth suggests. They lived in workers' villages nearby, fed and housed by the state, their efforts coordinated with the precision of a military campaign. Copper tools, wooden sledges, and ramps of mud, brick and limestone chips. These were the technologies available, and yet, with these simple means, they created something that still baffles engineers today. How did they quarry the stones with such uniformity? How did they transport them across the Nile during the flood season, then drag them up the plateau? How did they lift blocks weighing as much as 70 tons to heights of hundreds of feet? Theories abound: straight ramps, spiral ramps, internal ramps, counterweights, levers, but none fully explain the speed and precision of the work. 20 years to place 2 million blocks means setting one block every 2 minutes, working day and night without pause. The mathematics alone seem impossible, and yet the pyramid stands as proof that it was done. But the Great Pyramid is not alone. Beside it stand two others, the Pyramid of Khafra, Khufu's son, and the Pyramid of Menkaure, his grandson. Together they form a trinity on the plateau, their placements seemingly deliberate, their sizes descending in a careful progression. Khafra's pyramid appears taller because it sits on higher ground, but it is actually slightly smaller than Khufu's. Menkaure's pyramid is the smallest of the three, yet it was built with the same meticulous care, its lower courses clad in red granite that must have glowed like fire at sunset. Around them sprawl the remnants of a vast necropolis, smaller pyramids for queens, mastaba tombs for nobles and officials, causeways and temples where rituals were performed to ensure the pharaoh's journey to the afterlife. And watching over it all, carved from a single outcrop of limestone, sits the great Sphinx, a creature with the body of a lion and the face of a king, its gaze fixed eternally on the eastern horizon where the sun rises each morning. The Sphinx is older than the pyramids, some researchers claim, its weathering patterns suggesting it was carved thousands of years before Khafra's reign. Others argue it was built alongside the pyramids, its features eroded by wind and sand rather than water. The debate continues, but the Sphinx remains silent, keeping its secrets as it has for millennia. This is the world the ancient Egyptians created, a landscape of stone and symbol, where every angle and measurement carried meaning, where the boundary between the earthly and the divine was deliberately blurred. They built not just for their own time, but for eternity. They built to be remembered, and they built perhaps to be understood. But understood how, and by whom? The ancient Egyptians did not see the world as we do. For them, the universe was alive with meaning, every star and stone connected by invisible threads of divine order. The pyramids were not simply architectural achievements, they were cosmic machines, designed to align the earthly realm with the heavens above. To understand what the ancients tried to tell us, we must first understand how they saw the sky. Look up on a clear night, far from the lights of the modern world, and you will see what they saw. The Milky Way stretching across the darkness like a river of light. The Egyptians called it the Nile of the sky, a celestial mirror of the great river that gave them life, and within that river they saw patterns, constellations that told stories of gods and creation. One constellation held special significance: Orion. The Egyptians knew it as Sa, the celestial form of Osiris, the god of death and resurrection. Osiris was the first pharaoh, murdered by his brother Set and resurrected by his wife Isis, becoming the lord of the underworld and the judge of souls. Every pharaoh was believed to become Osiris in death, journeying through the underworld to be reborn among the stars, and the pyramids, some believe, were built to facilitate that journey. In the early 1980s, a researcher named Robert Bauval proposed something extraordinary. He noticed that the three pyramids of Giza are not arranged in a straight line, but in a pattern that mirrors the three stars of Orion's belt: Alnitak, Alnilam, and Mintaka. The two larger pyramids align almost perfectly with the two brighter stars, while the smaller pyramid of Menkaure sits slightly offset, just as Mintaka sits slightly offset from the other two stars. The correlation is striking, and it raises a tantalizing question. Did the ancient Egyptians deliberately position the pyramids to reflect the constellation of Osiris? Bovell went further. He calculated that around 10,500 BCE, the constellation of Orion would have reached its lowest point in the precessional cycle, sitting directly on the southern horizon at the meridian. At that same moment, the Sphinx, if it was indeed that old, would have been facing the constellation of Leo, the lion rising in the east. Was this the moment the pyramids were meant to commemorate? A time when the sky and the earth were in perfect alignment, when the gods walked among mortals? Mainstream archaeology dismisses this theory, pointing out that the pyramids were built around 2500 BCE, not 10,500 BCE, and that the alignment with Orion's belt, while intriguing, may be coincidental. The ancient Egyptians left no written records explicitly stating that the pyramids were meant to mirror the stars, and yet the correlation remains, undeniable and haunting. But the stellar alignment is only one layer of the mystery. The pyramids are also aligned with extraordinary precision to the cardinal directions: north, south, east, and west. The Great Pyramid's north-south axis deviates from true north by only 3/60ths of a degree, an accuracy that would require sophisticated astronomical observations. How did the ancient Egyptians achieve this? They had no compasses, no GPS, no satellites. They had only the stars. One method they may have used is called the Indian Circle method, which involves tracking the rising and setting points of a star over the course of a night and bisecting the angle between them to find true north. Another method involves observing the circumpolar stars, stars that never set below the horizon, and using their circular path to determine the celestial pole. Either way, the process would have required patience, precision, and a deep understanding of the heavens. The interior of the Great Pyramid also reveals astronomical alignments. The so-called air shafts in the King's Chamber and Queen's Chamber are not air shafts at all, but narrow passages that point towards specific stars. The southern shaft of the King's Chamber aligns with Alnitak, the brightest star in Orion's belt, while the northern shaft points toward Thuban, which was the pole star in ancient Egypt. The southern shaft of the Queen's Chamber aligns with Sirius, the brightest star in the sky, associated with the goddess Isis. These alignments are not random, they are deliberate, encoded into the very structure of the pyramid. What were the ancient Egyptians trying to achieve? Some believe the shafts were meant to guide the pharaoh's soul on its journey to the stars, providing a direct path to the realm of the gods. Others suggest they served a more practical purpose, allowing priests to observe the stars from within the pyramid and perform rituals at specific astronomical moments. Still others propose that the shafts were part of a larger system of energy or resonance, channeling forces we no longer understand. The geometry of the pyramids also carries symbolic weight. The Great Pyramid's dimensions encode the mathematical constant pi, the ratio of a circle's circumference to its diameter. The pyramid's perimeter divided by twice its height equals 3/14, a number the ancient Egyptians were not supposed to know. They also encoded the golden ratio, phi, a proportion found throughout nature, and considered aesthetically perfect. The slope of the pyramid's sides, the dimensions of the chambers, the placement of the passages, all of these follow geometric principles that suggest a sophisticated understanding of mathematics and proportion. Was this knowledge intuitive, developed through trial and error over centuries of pyramid building, or was it inherited from an earlier, more advanced civilization, now lost to history? The ancient Egyptians themselves spoke of a time before the pharaohs, a golden age when the gods ruled directly over the land. They called it Zep Tepi, the first time, a mythical epoch when the foundations of civilization were laid. Could the pyramids be remnants of that forgotten age built by hands we no longer remember? The questions multiply the deeper we look. The pyramids are not just monuments. They are puzzles, riddles carved in stone. Every measurement, every alignment, every chamber and passage seems to whisper of something greater, something hidden just beyond our understanding. The ancients built them to last forever, and they built them to be read. But the language they used is not one of words. It is a language of stars and stone, of geometry and light. And if we could learn to read it, what would it say? The pyramids of Giza do not stand alone in the world. Across oceans and continents separated by thousands of miles and thousands of years, other civilizations built pyramids of their own. In the jungles of Mesoamerica, the Maya and the Aztecs raised stepped pyramids to honor their gods. In the deserts of Sudan, the Nubian kings constructed steep-sided pyramids as tombs. In China, massive earthen mounds shaped like pyramids hold the remains of emperors, and in the Pacific on remote islands, stone platforms and terraces echo the same geometric forms. Why? Why did so many cultures with no apparent contact choose the pyramid as their sacred shape? Was it simply the most stable structure to build with primitive tools? Or was there something deeper, a shared memory, a universal symbol, a message passed down through the ages? The Maya pyramids of Central America are perhaps the most striking parallel. The Temple of Kukulkan at Chichen Itza, the Temple of the Inscriptions at Palenque, the towering structures of Tikal, all of them share the same monumental ambition as the pyramids of Egypt. They were built as stairways to the heavens, places where priests could ascend to commune with the gods. They were aligned with astronomical events, solstices, equinoxes, the movements of Venus and the moon. They were tombs, temples and observatories all at once. The Temple of Kukulkan is a masterpiece of astronomical engineering. It has 4 staircases, each with 91 steps, which together with the platform at the top total 365, the number of days in a solar year. During the spring and autumn equinoxes, the setting sun casts shadows on the pyramid's northern staircase that create the illusion of a serpent descending from the heavens, a representation of the feathered serpent god Kukulkan. The Maya built this pyramid not just as a monument, but as a calendar, a cosmic clock marking the passage of time. The similarities to the Egyptian pyramids are undeniable, yet the differences are equally striking. The Maya pyramids are stepped, not smooth-sided, and they were built with a different purpose. Not as tombs for individual kings, but as communal temples where rituals were performed for the entire society. The Maya also developed a sophisticated writing system, a complex calendar, and advanced mathematical concepts, including the use of zero, achievements that rival those of ancient Egypt. Could the Maya and the Egyptians have shared knowledge? Conventional history says no. The Maya civilization flourished between 2000 BCE and 1500 CE, overlapping with ancient Egypt, but separated by an ocean that, as far as we know, neither culture crossed. There is no archaeological evidence of contact, no Egyptian artifacts found in Mesoamerica, no Maya glyphs discovered in Egypt. And yet, the parallels persist. Some researchers point to the legend of Atlantis, the lost civilization described by Plato, as a possible link. According to Plato, Atlantis was a powerful maritime empire that existed around 9600 BCE, before being destroyed in a cataclysmic event. If such a civilization existed, could it have spread its knowledge to both Egypt and Mesoamerica before its fall? Could the pyramids be remnants of that lost wisdom, built by cultures trying to preserve what they had learned? Mainstream scholars dismissed the Atlantis theory as myth, noting that Plato likely invented the story as a philosophical allegory. There is no geological evidence for a sunken continent in the Atlantic, and the timeline Plato gives does not match the known history of human civilization. But the idea persists, fueled by the tantalizing similarities between ancient cultures and the sense that something is missing from the historical record. In China, the pyramids are less well known but no less impressive. Near the city of Xi'an, dozens of massive earthen mounds rise from the plains, some as tall as 300 feet. These are the tombs of ancient Chinese emperors, built during the Qin and Han dynasties. The most famous is the tomb of Emperor Qin Shi Huang, guarded by the Terracotta Army. Thousands of life-sized clay soldiers buried to protect the emperor in the afterlife. The tomb itself has never been fully excavated, but ancient texts describe it as a vast underground palace, complete with rivers of mercury and a ceiling studded with pearls to represent the stars. The Chinese pyramids are not as geometrically precise as those in Egypt, but they share the same symbolic purpose: to bridge the gap between earth and heaven, to ensure the ruler's immortality, to encode cosmic order into physical form. The Chinese also developed sophisticated astronomical knowledge, tracking the movements of planets and stars, predicting eclipses, and aligning their structures with celestial events. In Sudan, the Nubian pyramids stand as a testament to a civilization that was once Egypt's rival, and, at times, its conqueror. The Nubian kings built more than 200 pyramids, smaller and steeper than their Egyptian counterparts, but no less significant. These pyramids were tombs, filled with treasures and inscriptions honouring the dead. The Nubians adopted many aspects of Egyptian culture, including the worship of Egyptian gods and the use of hieroglyphic writing, but they also maintained their own distinct identity. The fact that the Nubians built pyramids is less surprising, given their proximity to Egypt and their long history of cultural exchange. But it raises another question. If the pyramid form was so powerful, so meaningful, why did it eventually disappear? Why did later civilizations abandon it in favour of other architectural styles? Perhaps the answer lies in the changing nature of belief. The pyramids were built during a time when the boundary between the human and the divine was thin, when kings were seen as gods, and the afterlife was as real as the world of the living. As religions evolved, as empires rose and fell, the need for such monumental expressions of faith diminished. The pyramids became relics of a bygone age, admired but no longer understood. Or perhaps the pyramids served a purpose that was fulfilled. Perhaps the message they were meant to convey was delivered, and there was no need to build more. Perhaps they were never meant to be replicated, only remembered. But what if the pyramids were not just monuments to the past? What if they were also messages to the future, to us? In the modern age, the pyramids have become the subject of countless theories, some grounded in science, others veering into the realm of speculation and wonder. They have been called power plants, energy generators, acoustic chambers, astronomical computers, and even landing markers for extraterrestrial visitors. Each theory attempts to explain the same fundamental mystery. How could a civilization with such limited technology create something so advanced? One of the most intriguing theories involves the idea that the Great Pyramid was designed to harness energy. Proponents of this theory point to the pyramid's construction materials: limestone, which contains calcite crystals that can generate electricity under pressure, and granite, which contains quartz and is slightly radioactive. The king's chamber is built entirely of granite, and some researchers have detected unusual electromagnetic readings within it. Could the pyramid have been designed to generate or amplify energy in some way? The theory suggests that the pyramid's shape itself acts as a resonator, focusing energy at specific points within the structure. The Grand Gallery, with its towering corbelled ceiling, may have functioned as an acoustic chamber, amplifying sound waves to create resonance. Some experiments have shown that certain frequencies produce standing waves within the pyramid, creating patterns of vibration that could theoretically be harnessed for various purposes. But what purposes? Advocates of the energy theory propose that the pyramid could have been used for healing, communication, or even levitation, using sound and vibration to manipulate matter. Ancient texts speak of priests using sound to move heavy objects, and some researchers believe the pyramids were built using acoustic levitation, a phenomenon where sound waves create enough pressure to lift objects off the ground. Modern science has demonstrated acoustic levitation on a small scale, but whether it could be used to move multi-ton blocks remains unproven. Another theory focuses on the pyramid's alignment with Earth's geography. The Great Pyramid sits almost exactly at the centre of the Earth's landmass, with equal amounts of land in all directions. Its latitude and longitude coordinates encode the speed of light, 299,458 meters per second, a number the ancient Egyptians were not supposed to know. Coincidence, or evidence of knowledge far beyond what we attribute to them? The pyramid's dimensions also encode the size and shape of the Earth. The perimeter of the pyramid's base multiplied by 43,200 equals the circumference of the Earth at the equator. The height of the pyramid multiplied by the same number equals the polar radius of the Earth. The number 43,200 is significant in many ancient cultures. It appears in Hindu cosmology, in Babylonian astronomy, and in the precessional cycle of the equinoxes. Could the pyramid be a scale model of the Earth, built to preserve geodetic knowledge? Mainstream archaeologists argue that these numerical correlations are the result of selective interpretation, that if you look hard enough, you can find mathematical patterns in any structure. They point out that the ancient Egyptians used a different system of measurement, the royal cubit, and that converting their measurements to modern units inevitably produces approximations and errors. The speed of light encoded in the coordinates, they say, is a coincidence, a product of our modern numbering system rather than ancient intent. But the theories persist, fueled by the sense that the pyramids are more than they appear. Some researchers have proposed that the pyramids were part of a global network of ancient structures, all aligned with each other and with specific points on the Earth's energy grid. Ley lines, they call them, invisible lines of power that crisscross the planet, connecting sacred sites and ancient monuments. The pyramids of Giza, Stonehenge, the Nazca Lines, Easter Island, all of them, according to this theory, are nodes in a vast system of energy and communication. The idea of a global civilization, one that existed before recorded history and possessed advanced knowledge, has captured the imagination of many. Graham Hancock, a journalist and author, has spent decades researching this possibility, arguing that a cataclysmic event around 12,000 years ago, possibly a comet impact or rapid climate change, destroyed this civilization, leaving only scattered remnants and myths. The pyramids, he suggests, may be survivors of that lost age, built by people who knew the world was ending and wanted to preserve their knowledge for future generations. Hancock points to geological evidence of rapid sea level rise at the end of the last ice age, which would have flooded coastal areas where early civilizations might have thrived. He also notes the prevalence of flood myths in cultures around the world, the story of Noah's Ark, the Epic of Gilgamesh, the Hindu tale of Manu, the Greek legend of Deucalion. Could these myths be memories of a real event, a global catastrophe that reset human civilization? Critics argue that Hancock's theories lack concrete evidence and rely too heavily on speculation. They point out that the archaeological record shows a clear progression of human development, from simple hunter-gatherer societies to complex civilizations, with no need to invoke a lost advanced culture. The similarities between ancient myths, they say, can be explained by the universal human experience of natural disasters, floods, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, rather than a single global event. And yet, the questions remain. Why do the pyramids exist? Why were they built with such precision, such ambition, such permanence? What were the ancient Egyptians trying to achieve, and what did they want us to know? Perhaps the answer is simpler than we think. Perhaps the pyramids were built not to encode secret knowledge or harness mysterious energies, but to inspire awe, to remind us of what humanity is capable of when we work together toward a common goal. Perhaps they were built to last forever because the ancients understood something we have forgotten, that civilizations rise and fall, that empires crumble, that everything we build will eventually turn to dust. Everything except the pyramids. They stand as a testament to human ambition, human ingenuity, human faith. They stand as a reminder that we are part of something larger than ourselves, something that stretches back through time and forward into eternity. They stand as a question, carved in stone, waiting for us to answer. What if the message the ancients tried to tell us is not hidden in the measurements, or the alignments, or the chambers? What if the message is the pyramids themselves, the simple, profound fact that they exist, that they endure, that they refuse to be forgotten? But perhaps we've been asking the wrong questions all along. We ask how they were built, as if understanding the engineering would unlock the mystery. We ask why they were built, as if discovering the purpose would satisfy our curiosity. We measure and calculate and theorize, treating the pyramids as problems to be solved rather than mysteries to be experienced. And in doing so, we may be missing what the ancients actually wanted us to see. Because the pyramids were not built in isolation. They were not constructed in a vacuum of history, dropped fully formed onto the Giza Plateau by some inexplicable force. They emerged from a culture, a civilization, a way of seeing the world that was fundamentally different from our own. To understand what the ancients tried to tell us, we must first understand who they were, not just as builders or engineers or priests, but as human beings living in a world alive with meaning. The Egypt of the Fourth Dynasty was not the Egypt of popular imagination. It was not a land of slaves toiling under the whip, building monuments to tyrannical pharaohs drunk on power and vanity. That image, perpetuated by Hollywood and centuries of misunderstanding, bears little resemblance to what archaeology has revealed. The people who built the pyramids were skilled workers, craftsmen, and labourers who took pride in their work. They lived in purpose-built villages near the construction sites, with bakeries, breweries, and medical facilities. They were fed with meat and bread, a diet far richer than what most Egyptians consumed. Their bones show evidence of medical care. Broken limbs that were set and healed, infections that were treated, workplace injuries that were tended to with surprising sophistication. These were not expendable slaves, but valued members of society, participating in what they believed to be the most important work in the world. Graffiti left by work gangs inside the pyramids reveals something even more striking. These workers organised themselves into teams with names like Friends of Khufu and Drunkards of Menkaure. They competed with each other, marking their accomplishments in red ochre on the stones they placed. There is humour in these inscriptions, pride, camaraderie. These were not people coerced into labour, but people who believed they were building something sacred, something that would ensure the prosperity of Egypt and the eternal life of their king. Why would they believe this? Why would tens of thousands of people devote decades of their lives to moving stones? The answer lies in the Egyptian understanding of Ma'at, a concept that has no direct translation in English, but encompasses truth, justice, harmony, and cosmic order. Ma'at was not just a philosophical idea, it was the fundamental principle that held the universe together. The pharaoh was the guarantor of Ma'at, the living link between the human world and the divine realm. When the pharaoh died, the entire cosmic order was threatened. The pyramid was not just a tomb, it was a machine for maintaining Ma'at, for ensuring that the king could be transformed into a god and continue to protect Egypt from the chaos that lurked at the edges of creation. This is why the pyramid had to be perfect. This is why every measurement mattered, why every stone had to be precisely placed, why the alignment with the stars could not be off by even a fraction of a degree. The pyramid was not a monument to ego. It was a cosmic necessity, a ritual performed in stone to keep the universe functioning. The religious texts of ancient Egypt support this interpretation. The pyramid texts carved into the walls of later pyramids are among the oldest religious writings in human history. They describe the pharaoh's journey after death, how he ascends to the sky, how he joins the circumpolar stars that never set, how he becomes one with the gods. The pyramid is described as a ladder, a ramp, a stairway to heaven. The pharaoh climbs the rays of the sun, sails across the sky in the solar bark, passes through the gates of the underworld, and emerges transformed. These texts are not metaphorical. To the ancient Egyptians, this journey was as real as any physical voyage. The pyramid was the vehicle that made it possible, and every element of its construction served this ultimate purpose. The passages and chambers were not arbitrary. They were maps of the afterlife, recreations of the cosmic landscape the pharaoh would traverse. The sarcophagus in the king's chamber was not just a box for a body, it was a womb of regeneration, where the dead king would be reborn as a star. Understanding this changes everything about how we interpret the pyramids. The air shafts are not ventilation, they are soul channels, pathways for the K, life force, and Bear, personality, to travel between the burial chamber and the stars. The Grand Gallery is not just an architectural feature, it is a representation of the ascending path to heaven, a physical embodiment of the moment of transformation. The empty sarcophagus is not evidence of tomb robbery. It may never have been meant to hold a physical body at all, only to serve as a symbolic vessel for spiritual rebirth. This religious context also explains something else that has puzzled researchers: why the interior of the Great Pyramid is so austere. There are no paintings, no decorations, no gold or jewels. Later Egyptian tombs would be filled with treasures and adorned with elaborate paintings depicting the deceased's life and afterlife. But the Great Pyramid is bare stone, its chambers unadorned except for a few marks left by construction workers. Why? Perhaps because the pyramid itself is the message. Perhaps because the geometry, the proportions, the alignments, these were the decorations more meaningful than any image could be. Perhaps because the pyramid was meant to function, not to impress, and every element served a purpose beyond the aesthetic. Or perhaps because the pyramid was built for an understanding of the divine that transcended images, that saw the sacred in number and proportion, and cosmic correspondence rather than in representation. Yet even within this religious framework, mysteries persist. The more we learn about the ancient Egyptians, the more sophisticated they appear, and the more questions arise about where their knowledge came from. Consider their understanding of medicine. The Edwin Smith Papyrus, dating to around 1600 BCE but likely copied from much older sources, describes 48 surgical cases with a rational, empirical approach that would not be seen again until the classical Greek period. The Egyptians performed surgery, set broken bones, treated infections, and even conducted a form of brain surgery. They understood the pulse and recognized it as connected to the heart. They used honey as an antibiotic, willow bark as a painkiller, and mouldy bread as a treatment for infections, techniques that modern science has confirmed as effective. Their understanding of mathematics was equally advanced. They used a decimal system and could solve complex problems involving fractions, areas and volumes. They calculated the area of a circle using a formula that approximates pi to within less than 1% of accuracy. They understood the Pythagorean theorem 1,000 years before Pythagoras. The Moscow Mathematical Papyrus shows calculations for the volume of a truncated pyramid, the exact knowledge needed to plan the construction of the pyramids themselves. Their astronomy went far beyond simple observation. They tracked the movement of the sun, moon and planets with precision. They identified the heliacal rising of Sirius, the moment when the star becomes visible again after a period of being obscured by the sun's light, and used it to predict the annual flooding of the Nile. They divided the year into 365 days, with 12 months of 30 days each plus 5 extra days, a calendar system so accurate it formed the basis for the Julian calendar used throughout Europe until the Renaissance. They mapped the night sky into 36 decans, 10-degree segments of the celestial sphere, and used them to tell time at night. Each decan would rise above the horizon at a specific time, allowing the Egyptians to divide the night into hours. This system required not just observation but calculation, accounting for the precession of the equinoxes and the slow shift of the stars over decades and centuries. Where did all this knowledge come from? The standard historical answer is that it developed gradually, through generations of observation and experimentation. The Egyptians built smaller pyramids before they built the Great Pyramid, learning from their mistakes and refining their techniques. They studied the stars because they needed a calendar for agriculture. They developed mathematics because they needed to survey land after the annual floods. Each advance built upon the previous one in a logical progression. But some researchers see gaps in this narrative. The first pyramid ever built, the Step Pyramid of Djoser, was already a massive and sophisticated structure, rising 200 feet into the air and incorporating complex internal passages. It appears almost fully formed, with no obvious prototype or failed experiment preceding it. The Great Pyramid itself represents a level of ambition and precision that seems to leap beyond what the earlier pyramids would suggest as possible. And after the Fourth Dynasty, pyramid construction rapidly declined in quality. Later pyramids were smaller, cruder, built with inferior materials and less skill. It is as if the knowledge peaked and then faded, rather than building continuously over time. This pattern suggests to some that the knowledge might have been inherited rather than developed, passed down from an earlier period, or even an earlier civilization. The ancient Egyptians themselves spoke of the Zep Tepi, the first time when gods ruled directly over the land and taught humanity the arts of civilization. They attributed their knowledge to these divine teachers. Thoth, the god of wisdom; Ptah, the god of craftsmen; Imhotep, the architect of the Step Pyramid who was later deified. Were these gods simply mythological figures, personifications of abstract concepts? Or were they memories of real individuals, wise teachers or leaders whose accomplishments were so remarkable they were remembered as divine? Every culture has flood myths. Many cultures have legends of culture heroes who brought knowledge from somewhere else. The Sumerians spoke of the Apkallu, 7 sages who emerged from the sea to teach humanity. The Mesoamericans spoke of Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent who brought wisdom. The Indians spoke of the rishis, enlightened beings who composed the Vedas. Are these all independent inventions or echoes of something real? Mainstream archaeology remains skeptical, pointing out that myths are not evidence, and that the archaeological record shows a clear developmental sequence. But the question lingers: why did the ancient Egyptians, at the very beginning of their civilization, build the most sophisticated and enduring structures they would ever create? Why does their greatest achievement appear at the start rather than the culmination of their culture? The mysteries deepen when we look beyond the pyramids themselves to the entire Giza complex, a landscape of stone and symbol that may encode layers of meaning we are only beginning to glimpse. The Great Sphinx is perhaps the most enigmatic element. Carved from a single outcrop of limestone, It sits in a hollow surrounded by walls of bedrock, staring eternally toward the east. Egyptologists traditionally date it to the reign of Khafre, around 2500 BCE, based on its proximity to Khafre's pyramid and the stylistic similarity of its face to known images of the pharaoh. But the Sphinx bears signs of weathering that some geologists argue could only have been caused by prolonged exposure to water. Not the occasional rain that falls in Egypt today, but sustained rainfall of the kind that ended in the region around 10,000 BCE. Robert Schoch, a geologist from Boston University, examined the Sphinx in the early 1990s and concluded that the erosion patterns on its body and the walls of its enclosure were characteristic of water weathering rather than wind and sand erosion. If true, this would mean the Sphinx is far older than the pyramids, carved during a wetter climate when the Sahara was still green. The implications are staggering. It would suggest that sophisticated stone carving was practiced in Egypt thousands of years before the emergence of the pharaonic civilization. Orthodox Egyptologists dispute this interpretation, arguing that the weathering could be explained by other factors: underground water seepage, variations in the limestone's quality, or differences in how the stone was exposed and protected over millennia. They point out that there is no archaeological evidence of a civilization capable of carving the Sphinx before 3000 BCE. No tools or settlements or other monuments from that period. The debate remains unresolved, with each side marshalling evidence and neither willing to concede. But whether the Sphinx is 4,500 or 12,000 years old, its purpose remains mysterious. Its body is that of a lion, a creature that held powerful symbolic meaning in ancient Egypt, representing strength, protection, and the fierce heat of the sun. Its face is human, creating a hybrid creature that bridges the animal and divine realms. In Egyptian tradition, the Sphinx was a guardian, a protector of sacred places, a creature that posed riddles to those who approached. What riddle does the Sphinx of Giza pose? What is it guarding? Some believe the Sphinx sits above hidden chambers, secret rooms that contain the lost knowledge of ancient Egypt, or of an even older civilization. In the 1990s, ground-penetrating radar and seismic studies suggested the presence of voids beneath the Sphinx and in the bedrock around it. Edgar Cayce, the famous American psychic, claimed in the 1930s that a hall of records lay hidden beneath the Sphinx, containing the wisdom of Atlantis. When the chamber was opened, he predicted, humanity would gain access to advanced knowledge about energy, healing, and the nature of consciousness itself. Excavations have been limited by the Egyptian government, which is cautious about potentially damaging one of the world's most iconic monuments. Small explorations have revealed shafts and cavities, but nothing matching the grand chamber Cayce described. Yet the possibility haunts researchers and enthusiasts alike. What if there is something down there, waiting to be discovered? What if the ancients really did hide their most important knowledge beneath their most enigmatic monument? Around the Sphinx and pyramids, other structures add to the mystery. The Valley Temple and the Sphinx Temple, built from massive limestone blocks weighing up to 200 tons, display a style of construction distinctly different from the pyramids, more ancient, some argue, with stones fitted together so precisely that no mortar was needed. The causeway that once connected the Valley Temple to Khafre's pyramid stretched nearly a quarter mile and was roofed with stone slabs, creating a processional corridor where rituals were performed. And then there are the boat pits, long trenches carved into the bedrock around the pyramids, some containing disassembled cedar boats sealed in limestone blocks. One of these boats, excavated in 1954, was reassembled and found to be 143 feet long, one of the largest and oldest ships ever discovered. It had never been in water. It was built specifically to be buried. Was it meant to carry the pharaoh's spirit across the celestial Nile? Or did it serve some other symbolic function we no longer understand? Every element of the Giza complex seems to carry meaning, to be part of a larger design. The three pyramids, the Sphinx, the temples, the causeways, the boat pits, all of them aligned, positioned, built according to a master plan that unified earth and sky, life and death, the human and the divine. The Giza Plateau was not just a burial ground. It was a sacred landscape, a three-dimensional map of Egyptian cosmology. And perhaps, just perhaps, it was also a message, encoded in stone, meant to be read by those who came after. In recent decades, technology has allowed us to see the pyramids in ways the ancient Egyptians never could, and in ways that, raise new questions even as they answer old ones. In 2017, an international team of researchers used muon tomography, a technique that detects cosmic ray particles passing through solid matter, to scan the interior of the Great Pyramid. They discovered a previously unknown void above the Grand Gallery, a space at least 100 feet long with a similar structure to the Grand Gallery itself. The discovery made headlines around the world. A hidden chamber in the Great Pyramid, unseen for 4,500 years. But what is it? Why is it there? The researchers were careful to call it a void rather than a chamber, noting that they couldn't determine its function without further exploration. Egyptologists suggested it might be a structural feature, a relieving chamber meant to reduce the weight pressing down on the Grand Gallery below. Others speculated it could be a sealed room containing treasures or inscriptions, deliberately hidden by the pyramid's architects. As of now, the void remains unexplored. The Egyptian authorities have been reluctant to allow invasive techniques that might damage the pyramid, and there is no easy way to access the space without drilling or excavating. So it sits there, a tantalizing mystery within the greatest mystery of the ancient world, waiting. Other technologies have revealed different secrets. LiDAR scanning, using laser light to create detailed three-dimensional maps, has shown that the pyramids are not quite as smooth and regular as they appear to the naked eye. The Great Pyramid's sides are actually slightly concave, curving inward by about a foot on each face. This feature is invisible from the ground, but becomes apparent from aerial photographs taken at the right angle and time of day. Why would the ancient Egyptians build this concavity into the structure? Some believe it was meant to create an optical effect, making the pyramid appear to shimmer or glow when the sun hit it at certain angles. Others suggest it served a structural purpose, distributing weight more evenly. Still, others wonder if it carries symbolic meaning, representing the curvature of the Earth or the path of light rays from the sun. Thermal imaging has revealed that different blocks within the pyramids retain heat at different rates, suggesting they came from different quarries or were treated differently during construction. Some blocks contain fossils of ancient marine creatures, proof that the limestone was formed from the beds of prehistoric seas. Analysing these fossils allows researchers to trace where specific stones came from, mapping the supply chains that brought materials to Giza from across Egypt. Even more remarkable, archaeologists have discovered the remains of ramps, workshops, and harbour facilities that supported the pyramid construction. At Wadi al-Jarf on the Red Sea coast, researchers found papyrus scrolls written by a man named Mera, an overseer who helped transport limestone blocks from the quarries at Tura to Giza. The scrolls, dating to the reign of Khufu, describe the logistics of moving stone, the number of workers, the routes taken, the time required. They are the only contemporary written records of pyramid construction ever found, and they confirm what archaeology has suggested. The pyramids were built through meticulous planning, vast organisational effort, and the coordinated labour of thousands. But even with all these technological advances, even with new discoveries and better data, the fundamental mystery remains. We know more about how the pyramids were built, but we still don't entirely understand why they were built the way they were. We can see the stones, measure the angles, trace the supply chains, but we cannot fully grasp the vision that motivated their creation. Because the vision was not technological. It was not even primarily architectural. It was spiritual, cosmological, an attempt to capture something eternal in temporary materials, to build a bridge between the finite and the infinite. And that is something no technology can measure. Perhaps the most profound mystery of the pyramids is not what they are, but what they represent, what they reveal about the human condition and our relationship with time, mortality, and meaning. We build because we must. It is in our nature to create, to shape the world around us, to leave something behind that says, I was here, I mattered, I existed. Every culture in history has built monuments, from the standing stones of Neolithic Europe to the skyscrapers of modern cities. We build to honour our gods, to remember our dead, to celebrate our achievements, to mark our territory, to express our dreams. But the pyramids are different. They were not built to serve a temporary need or to impress a contemporary audience. They were built to last forever, and they have succeeded. They have outlasted the language that named them, the religion that sanctified them, the civilization that created them. They have become universal symbols, recognized by every culture on Earth, transcending their original context to speak to something fundamental in the human experience. What do they speak of? They speak of the desire to transcend death, to create something that will endure when our bodies have turned to dust. They speak of the human need for order, for structure, for permanence in a world of chaos and change. They speak of our fascination with the heavens, our conviction that we are connected to something larger than ourselves. They speak of the power of collective effort, of what can be achieved when thousands of people work together toward a shared goal. But perhaps, most profoundly, they speak of the human relationship with mystery itself. We live in an age that values answers, that seeks to explain everything, to reduce the unknown to the known. We sequence genomes, map the cosmos, peer into the quantum realm. We accumulate data, build models, predict outcomes. We have grown uncomfortable with uncertainty, with questions that have no clear solutions. The pyramids remind us that mystery is not something to be eliminated, but something to be honoured. They remind us that there are things we may never fully understand, and that this is not a failure, but a gift. They remind us that the search for meaning is often more important than the meaning itself, that the questions we ask shape who we are just as much as the answers we find. The ancients who built the pyramids understood this. They created a mystery deliberately, encoding layers of meaning that would reveal themselves slowly, over centuries, to those who looked with patience and humility. They knew that future generations would wonder at their achievement, would ask questions, would search for answers, and they knew that in that searching something important would happen. A connection would be made across time, between the living and the dead, between the known and the unknown. That connection is what the pyramids offer us. Not answers, but connection. Not certainty, but wonder. Not explanation, but inspiration. When we stand before the pyramids, we stand in the presence of something that has witnessed the full sweep of recorded history. We stand before a monument that was already ancient when Rome was founded, already legendary when Athens flourished, already mysterious when medieval pilgrims came to marvel at it. We stand before something that will likely still be standing when our own civilization has become history, when our skyscrapers have crumbled and our digital archives have decayed into corruption. And in that moment, we are confronted with our own mortality, not as individuals, but as a species, as a civilization, as a moment in time. We are forced to ask, what will we leave behind? What will future generations find when they dig through the ruins of our age? Will they wonder at our achievements as we wonder at the pyramids? Will they ask questions about us as we ask questions about ancient Egypt? Will they find meaning in what we have created, or will they see only the debris of a culture that lost its way? The pyramids challenge us to think beyond our own lifetimes, beyond our own moment in history. They challenge us to create not just for ourselves, but for the future, to build things that matter, that endure, that carry meaning across generations. They challenge us to reach for something greater than comfort or convenience, to invest our energy in something that transcends the immediate and the practical. In this way, the pyramids are not just relics of the past. They are mirrors reflecting our own values, our own priorities, our own dreams and fears. What we see in them says as much about us as it does about the people who built them. As the 21st century unfolds, the pyramids continue to inspire new theories, new explorations, new interpretations. Each generation brings its own questions, shaped by its own concerns and shaped by its own understanding of the world. In an age of environmental crisis, some see the pyramids as lessons in sustainability. Structures built without machines, without fossil fuels, without the industrial processes that have brought our own civilization to the brink of ecological collapse. They wonder, could we build something as enduring today, using only human labour and simple tools? Or have we become so dependent on technology that we have lost the fundamental skills and patience required for such a feat? In an age of artificial intelligence and digital technology, some see the pyramids as embodiments of encoded information, massive solid-state storage devices built to preserve knowledge across millennia. They speculate about what might be hidden in the ratios, the measurements, the astronomical alignments, data waiting to be decoded by minds equipped with the right tools and the right perspective. In an age of space exploration, some see the pyramids as Earth's first monuments to the cosmos, our earliest attempt to reach toward the stars, to connect our terrestrial existence with the celestial realm. They imagine future civilizations building pyramids on Mars or the Moon, carrying forward an architectural tradition that began on the Giza Plateau more than 4,000. The pyramids of Giza are not just monuments to the past. They are bridges to the future, connecting us to the people who built them, reminding us that we are part of a story that began long before we were born and will continue long after we are gone. They are proof that humanity has always looked up at the stars and wondered, always sought to leave a mark, always believed in something beyond the visible world. And as long as the pyramids stand, that belief will endure. The message will remain, waiting in the stone, waiting in the silence, waiting for the next person to stand before them and ask, what were the ancients trying to tell us? Perhaps the answer is that they were trying to tell us we're not alone in time, not alone in space, not alone in our dreams and our fears and our hopes. They were trying to tell us that we are part of something vast and ancient and eternal, something that connects us to every human who has ever lived and every human who will ever live. They were trying to tell us that we matter, that what we build matters, that what we believe matters, that the questions we ask matter, even if we never find the answers. The pyramids stand in the darkness now, their shapes barely visible against the night sky. But they are there, as they have always been, as they will always be. Silent witnesses to the passage of time, keepers of secrets we may never fully understand, monuments to the enduring human spirit. And somewhere in that silence, in that darkness, in that eternal stone, the message waits. The message the ancients tried to tell us. The message we are still learning to hear. What if the pyramids were not built just to honour the dead, but to speak to the living, to send a message across time? The question echoes across the desert, across the centuries, across the vast expanse of human history. And the pyramids, patient and eternal, wait for us to answer. The search for answers has never stopped. Each generation brings new tools, new methods, new ways of peering into the ancient stones. And with each advance, we discover not just answers, but more questions, deeper, stranger, more challenging questions that force us to reconsider everything we thought we knew. In recent years, the pace of discovery has accelerated. Between 2021 and 2023, researchers employed ground-penetrating radar and electrical resistivity tomography to study areas near the Great Pyramid, revealing an anomaly combining a shallow L-shaped structure connected to a deeper structure, with the shallow portion filled in with sand after construction. The purpose of this structure remains unknown, but its very existence suggests that the Giza complex holds secrets still waiting to be uncovered. The technology that made this discovery possible would have seemed like magic to the ancient Egyptians, machines that can see through solid rock, that can map what lies beneath the sand without disturbing a single grain. We send cosmic rays through the pyramids, tracking how they bend and scatter to reveal hidden voids. We bounce radio waves off underground structures, building three-dimensional maps of spaces no human eye has seen in millennia. We measure subtle variations in gravity and magnetism, detecting anomalies that hint at chambers, passages, corridors carved from the living rock. And yet, for all our technological sophistication, we remain humbled by what the ancients achieved. Every new discovery reveals not how simple the pyramids are, but how complex. Not how crude their construction was, but how refined. Not how much we have surpassed them, but how much we still have to learn from them. In 2024, researchers discovered that some 31 pyramids in Egypt may originally have been built along a 64-kilometre-long branch of the Nile, which has long since been buried beneath farmland and desert. This extinct river branch, called the Ahramat branch, had causeways from many pyramids ending at its proposed riverbanks, suggesting it was used for transporting construction materials. The discovery transforms our understanding of the logistical network that made pyramid construction possible. The stones did not have to be dragged across miles of desert. They could be floated on barges, carried by the river itself to the very foot of the construction site. But this raises new questions. When did this branch of the Nile disappear? Was it still flowing during the 4th dynasty, or had it already begun to dry up? Did the ancient Egyptians choose the Giza plateau because of the river, or did they build there despite its remoteness, for reasons we don't yet understand? And what other river branches might have existed connecting other pyramid sites, leaving no trace except in the placement of monuments, that now seem impossibly isolated. The landscape of ancient Egypt was not the landscape we see today. The climate was different, wetter in some periods, drier in others. The river itself wandered across the floodplain, changing course, splitting into branches, reuniting. The desert advanced and retreated. Forest grew where now there is only sand. The world the pyramid builders knew has been erased, buried beneath millennia of change, leaving us to reconstruct it from fragments and shadows. And beneath the surface, there may be more waiting to be found. In March 2025, a team of researchers made headlines with claims of discovering vast underground structures beneath the Khafra pyramid. The announcement spread rapidly across social media and news outlets, with some calling it evidence of an ancient underground city, extending hundreds of feet below the Giza Plateau. The researchers claimed to have used satellite-based radar technology to detect chambers, shafts, and interconnected passages far below the pyramid. The response from the archaeological community was swift and sceptical. Egypt's renowned archaeologist Zahi Hawass called the findings fake news, saying the researchers used techniques that are not approved and not validated and lack any scientific basis. Hawass noted that the Khafra pyramid was studied extensively and determined to have been carved directly from bedrock, making all claims regarding the existence of columns beneath it entirely unfounded. Other experts questioned the technical feasibility of the claims. Radar specialists pointed out that the technology described would not be able to penetrate solid rock to the depths claimed, and that mapping detailed structures hundreds of feet underground from satellite imagery would be impossible with current methods. The research had not been published in peer-reviewed journals, and the methodology remained unclear. Yet the episode reveals something important about our relationship with the pyramids. We want them to hold secrets. We need them to be more than they appear. The idea of hidden chambers, underground cities, lost knowledge waiting to be discovered. These narratives speak to something deep in the human psyche. We are drawn to mystery, to the possibility that beneath the known world lies another world, stranger and more wondrous. And sometimes, that need for mystery leads us astray. It tempts us to see patterns where none exist, to accept claims without evidence, to prefer speculation over science. The pyramids have spawned countless theories, many of them fanciful, some of them deliberately deceptive. Crystal skulls, alien architects, time machines, energy weapons. The pyramids have been credited with everything from healing powers to prophecies of the apocalypse. But separating fact from fiction, legitimate research from pseudoscience, is not always easy. The line between revolutionary discovery and wishful thinking can be thin. New technologies do reveal hidden structures. The 2017 muon tomography scan that found the void above the Grand Gallery was real science, published in peer-reviewed journals, confirmed by multiple independent teams. But claims must be tested, verified, scrutinized before they can be accepted. The pyramids deserve better than sensationalism. They deserve serious study, careful analysis, honest inquiry. They deserve our respect, not just for what we imagine them to be, but for what they actually are. Monuments built by real people, with real tools for real purposes that we're still learning to understand. Amid all the speculation about advanced technology and lost civilizations, it is easy to forget the most important truth about the pyramids. They were built by human beings, not gods, not aliens, not some vanished super race, but people, men and women who lived and worked and died on the Giza Plateau 4,500 years ago. Recent discoveries have brought these people into sharper focus. At the site of Tombos in Nubia, archaeologists unearthed skeletons buried within pyramids dating to between 1400 and 650 BCE, with some individuals showing signs of wear and tear likely caused by a lifetime of hard manual labour. This has led researchers to conclude that pyramid burials in Tombos were more inclusive than previously thought, and that the deceased came from both the upper and lower classes. The discovery challenges long-held assumptions about who was honoured with pyramid burial. For generations, archaeologists assumed that only the elite, royalty, nobility, high-ranking officials, were laid to rest in these monumental tombs. But the evidence suggests a more complex reality. Perhaps the pyramids were not just monuments to individual power, but communal projects that honoured all who participated in their creation. Perhaps the workers who dragged the stones, who carved the blocks, who mixed the mortar, were remembered alongside the kings they served. This fits with what we know about the workers' villages near the pyramids. These were not slave quarters, but organised communities with infrastructure, social hierarchies, and a sense of collective purpose. The people who lived there were farmers during the flood season, when their fields were underwater and agricultural work was impossible. They came to Giza to work on the pyramids as a form of labour tax, contributing their strength to the most important project in the kingdom. But they also came for other reasons. They came because working on the pyramid meant being part of something eternal, something that would outlast their brief lives. They came because it brought honour to their families, recognition to their villages. They came because they believed, genuinely, deeply believed, that the pyramid was necessary, that it would ensure the pharaoh's transformation into a god and thereby guarantee the prosperity of Egypt itself. We have lost this sense of collective purpose, this willingness to sacrifice for something beyond immediate benefit. Our societies are fragmented, individualistic, focused on short-term gains. We struggle to coordinate projects that span decades, let alone centuries. We cannot imagine devoting our lives to building something we will never see completed. Yet the pyramid builders did exactly that. The Great Pyramid took 20 years to build, an entire generation of workers who began the project knowing they might not live to see it finished. They laid stones that would be buried within the structure, invisible to future generations, yet they laid them with precision and care because the work itself mattered, not the recognition. This is perhaps the most profound lesson the pyramids teach us. That meaning is not found in personal glory or individual achievement, but in contributing to something larger than ourselves. The pyramid is greater than any single person who built it, greater than the pharaoh entombed within it, greater than the architects who designed it. It is the sum of thousands of individual efforts, coordinated toward a single vision, sustained across decades by shared belief. Can we do that today? Can we build our own pyramids? Not literal monuments of stone, but projects of comparable ambition and permanence? Can we think in centuries rather than quarters? Can we work toward goals we will not live to see achieved? Can we create things meant not for ourselves, but for the distant future? The question is not rhetorical. Humanity faces challenges that require exactly this kind of long-term thinking. Climate change, resource depletion, space exploration, the preservation of knowledge across generations. We need to build metaphorical pyramids, infrastructure, institutions, archives, that will endure long after we're gone. We need to rediscover the mindset that made the pyramids possible. The pyramids have stood for 45 centuries. Think about what that means. Think about everything they have witnessed. They were already ancient when the first Olympic Games were held in Greece. They were already monuments of unfathomable age when Julius Caesar came to Egypt and stood before them, marvelling at their antiquity. They were already older to the Roman Empire than the Roman Empire is to us. They watched as the ancient Egyptian civilization slowly declined, as the new kingdom gave way to foreign rule, as Greeks and Romans and Arabs conquered the land. They watched as the old religion was abandoned, as the temples were closed, as the hieroglyphic script was forgotten. They watched as Christianity spread across the region, as churches were built from the stones of ancient monuments, as the old gods were condemned as demons. They watched the rise of Islam, the Arab conquest of Egypt, the building of Cairo from the casing stones stripped from their sides. They watched the Crusades, the wars between Christian and Muslim powers fighting over this ancient land. They watched the Mongol invasions that devastated so much of the world, but somehow left Egypt intact. They watched as the Ottoman Empire absorbed Egypt into its vast domains, as European powers began to take interest in the ancient monuments, as Napoleon's soldiers fired cannons at the Sphinx's face, or so the legend says, though the truth is more prosaic. The face was already damaged by centuries of erosion and iconoclasm. They watched the birth of Egyptology as a discipline, as Western scholars descended on Egypt with shovels and dynamite, racing to unearth treasures for their museums. They watched as hieroglyphics were decoded, as ancient texts were translated, as the world began to understand, slowly, incompletely, what the ancient Egyptians had been trying to say. They watched as Egypt gained independence, as nationalism grew, as the modern nation struggled to balance reverence for its ancient past with the demands of the present. They watched as tourism became an industry, as millions of visitors came each year to stand before them, to take photographs, to add their own interpretations to the endless catalogue of theories and speculations. They watched wars fought over Suez, revolutions that toppled governments, the Arab Spring that swept across the region, promising change that never quite came. They watched the construction of the Aswan Dam, which controlled the Nile's flooding and ended the annual cycle that had defined Egyptian civilization for millennia. And through it all, they remained, silent, unchanging, patient. What will they witness in the centuries to come? Will humanity survive the challenges ahead, or will future archaeologists dig through the ruins of our civilization as we dig through theirs? Will the pyramids still be standing when our own greatest monuments have crumbled to dust? And if they are, what will they mean to whoever stands before them? Perhaps they will mean nothing. Perhaps they will be incomprehensible, their purpose forgotten, their builders nameless, their messages unreadable. We struggle to understand them now with all our knowledge of ancient Egypt, with all our technological tools and scholarly expertise. How much harder will it be for civilizations that come after, if the chain of knowledge is broken, if the memory of Egypt is lost? Or perhaps they will mean everything. Perhaps they will be the last surviving testament to humanity's existence. Proof that we were here, that we built, that we dreamed of eternity and came as close to achieving it as any civilization has ever come. The pyramids do not care what we think of them. They do not need our theories. Or we have spoken of the pyramids as monuments, as mysteries, as messages across time. But there is another story hidden within these stones, a story of economics, of resources, of the immense organizational machinery required to transform an entire kingdom into a pyramid-building civilization. This is not the romantic tale of pharaohs reaching for the stars, but the practical reality of how thousands of people were fed, housed, managed, and coordinated across decades. It is the story of how building for eternity shaped the world of the living. Consider the numbers. The Great Pyramid contains approximately 2.3 million blocks of stone, each weighing on average 2.5 tons. The total mass is estimated at 5.75 million tons. To build it in 20 years, the generally accepted timeline for Khufu's reign, means moving and setting roughly 12 blocks per hour, every hour, day and night, for 2 decades. Even if we assume they worked only during daylight hours, and only during the 8 months of the year when the Nile wasn't flooding the fields, the pace would still require setting a block every 2 to 3 minutes. But the pyramid itself is only part of the equation. For every stone placed, there were quarrymen cutting blocks from limestone cliffs, workers transporting them across the Nile, labourers dragging them up ramps, masons dressing and fitting them into place. There were surveyors ensuring the measurements remained precise, architects overseeing the design, scribes recording deliveries and tracking workers, priests performing rituals to sanctify the work, and all these people needed to eat. The logistics are staggering. Estimates suggest that between 20,000 and 30,000 workers were directly involved in pyramid construction at any given time, with perhaps another 60,000 to 100,000 people supporting them. Farmers growing food, bakers making bread, brewers fermenting beer, potters creating vessels, weavers making cloth, fishermen hauling catches from the Nile. The entire economy of Egypt, for those 20 years, was organised around the singular goal of building Khufu's monument. Archaeological evidence from the workers' villages tells us what they ate. The diet was surprisingly rich: bread and beer, the staples of Egyptian cuisine, but also beef, mutton, fish, and fowl. Bones found in the refuse heap show that the workers consumed huge quantities of meat, far more than the average Egyptian. One estimate suggests that to feed the workforce, Egypt needed to slaughter 21 cattle and 23 sheep per day. Over 20 years, that's more than 150,000 cattle and 170,000 sheep, not counting the fish and birds. Where did all this food come from? Egypt's agricultural surplus, generated by the annual flooding of the Nile, was legendary. The river's floods deposited nutrient-rich silt across the floodplain, creating some of the most fertile farmland in the ancient world. Egyptian farmers could produce far more grain than they needed for subsistence, and this surplus became the foundation of pyramid building. Farmers paid taxes in grain, which was stored in vast state granaries and redistributed to workers as rations. But the pyramid project demanded more than just the agricultural surplus. It required a complete reorganization of Egyptian society. During the Old Kingdom, Egypt transformed from a collection of regional powers into a highly centralized state with the pharaoh at its apex. The pyramid was both symbol and engine of this transformation. Building it required developing systems of taxation, labor conscription, resource allocation, and bureaucratic record-keeping that wouldn't be matched in complexity until the Roman Empire. The papyrus scrolls found at Wadi al-Jarf give us a glimpse into this bureaucratic machine. Written by Me'er, an inspector in charge of a work gang, they describe in meticulous detail how limestone blocks were transported from the Tura quarries to Giza. Me'er records the number of workers in his team, about 40, the routes they took, the time required for each journey, even the locations where they stopped for the night. This level of documentation suggests a sophisticated administrative system capable of tracking thousands of work gangs, managing supply chains across hundreds of miles, and coordinating their efforts with split-second precision. The economic impact rippled through every level of society. Quarries had to be opened and maintained. The Tura quarries, which provided the fine white limestone for the pyramid's casing stones, were located across the Nile from Giza. The Aswan quarries, source of the red granite used in the king's chamber, were 500 miles to the south. Opening these quarries required investment in tools, infrastructure, and permanent settlements for the quarry workers. Copper tools had to be manufactured in vast quantities, thousands of chisels and saws that would wear out and need replacement. Egypt's copper came primarily from the Sinai Peninsula, requiring mining operations and trade networks to keep the tools flowing. Transportation infrastructure had to be built and maintained. Harbours were constructed along the Nile to receive stone shipments. Canals may have been dug to connect the river to the construction site. Reducing the overland distance stones had to travel. Roads or sledgeways had to be prepared, levelled and kept wet so that wooden sledges could slide more easily. Ramps had to be constructed from mud brick and stone chips, requiring their own supply chains and labour forces. The construction site itself was a small city. Archaeological excavations near the pyramids have revealed bakeries capable of producing thousands of loaves per day, breweries with massive vats for fermenting beer, workshops for copperworking, carpentry, rope-making, and pottery. There were administrative buildings where scribes worked, storage facilities for tools and materials, and presumably hospitals or clinics where injured workers could be treated. The workers lived in organised housing, not luxurious but functional, with sleeping quarters, communal cooking areas, and access to fresh water. This infrastructure didn't appear overnight. It developed gradually over the course of the 3rd and 4th dynasties, refined with each successive pyramid. By the time Khufu began his pyramid, Egypt had been building pyramids for about 75 years. The Step Pyramid of Djoser, completed around 2650 BCE, was the first, and it was followed by several others of varying success, some completed, some abandoned, some that partially collapsed during construction. Each taught valuable lessons about engineering, logistics, and organisation. But the Great Pyramid represented the apex of this learning curve. It was the largest, most precise, most ambitious pyramid ever built, and perhaps not coincidentally, it marked the peak of Egypt's pyramid-building era. The pyramids that came after, those of Khafra and Menkora at Giza, and the later 5th and 6th dynasty pyramids at Saqqara and Abu Sir, were smaller, less precisely constructed, built with inferior materials and less ambitious designs. By the end of the Old Kingdom, around 2200 BCE, pyramid building had essentially ceased. Why? What changed? The decline of pyramid building is one of Egyptian history's great puzzles, and it may tell us as much about the pyramid's purpose as their construction does. The answer likely involves a combination of economic exhaustion, political fragmentation, and changing religious beliefs. Building the Great Pyramid was an enormous economic undertaking, perhaps the single largest infrastructure project relative to GDP that any civilization has attempted. Modern economists have tried to estimate the cost, and while exact figures are impossible, the scale is clear. For 20 years, perhaps a quarter to a third of Egypt's entire economic output was directed toward pyramid construction. That level of sustained investment is extraordinary. It's comparable to the United States devoting $7 to $10 trillion per year, roughly half the entire federal budget, to a single project for 2 decades. No modern nation could sustain such an effort without serious economic consequences. Ancient Egypt managed it, but the strain must have been immense. The pyramid required not just labour and materials, but opportunity cost. Every worker building the pyramid was a worker not building something else, not constructing temples or palaces, not clearing new farmland, not strengthening fortifications. Every ton of copper fashioned into chisels for quarrying was copper that couldn't be made into weapons or tools for agriculture. Every load of grain fed to pyramid workers was grain not available for other purposes. For a society to accept such costs, the perceived benefit must be enormous. And in the Fourth Dynasty, it apparently was. The pyramid wasn't just a tomb, it was the mechanism by which cosmic order was maintained, the device that transformed the dead king into a god who would continue to protect Egypt from chaos. Building the pyramid was thus a form of insurance, a massive collective investment in the kingdom's continued prosperity. But as pyramid followed pyramid, as generations of Egyptians devoted their labour to these monuments, something began to shift. Perhaps the economic burden became too great. Perhaps successive pharaohs found it harder to command the loyalty and resources that Khufu had enjoyed. Perhaps the very success of the early pyramids undermined the rationale for building more. If Khufu and Khafra had already achieved godhood through their pyramids, did every subsequent pharaoh need an equally massive monument? We see evidence of this shift in the pyramids themselves. Menkaura's pyramid, third of the Giza trio and last of the Fourth Dynasty giants, is less than half the height of the Great Pyramid and contains only about 1/10 the mass. The Fifth Dynasty pyramids are smaller still, built not from massive limestone blocks but from smaller stones and rubble fill, with only the outer casing constructed from fine stone. The quality of workmanship declined. The precision that characterized the Great Pyramid, stones fitted so tightly that a knife blade cannot pass between them, gave way to rougher construction, with mortar filling the gaps. This wasn't because the Egyptians had forgotten how to build properly. The decline was gradual, which suggests a conscious choice to reduce costs. Pharaohs still wanted pyramids. The symbolism remained important, but they could no longer or would no longer devote the same resources to them. The pyramid was being scaled back to a more sustainable level. By the Sixth Dynasty, the pyramids had become almost hollow shells, small in stature and filled with rubble. But something else appeared. Texts. The pyramid. Texts carved into the walls of the chambers were dense collections of spells, hymns, and instructions for the dead king's journey through the afterlife. Perhaps as the physical pyramid diminished, the word became more important, the magic of language compensating for the reduced magic of monumental architecture. Then came the collapse. Around 2200 BCE, the Old Kingdom fell apart in what historians call the First Intermediate Period. Central authority dissolved, Egypt fragmented into competing regional powers. The causes are debated: climate change leading to reduced Nile floods, internal political struggles, economic exhaustion from pyramid building, or some combination of all three. For over a century, Egypt had no strong central government, no powerful pharaohs, and no pyramids. When centralized rule was eventually restored in the Middle Kingdom around 2000 BCE, pyramid building resumed, but it was never the same. Middle Kingdom pyramids were built primarily of mud brick with stone casings, and most have eroded away to shapeless mounds. The passion for massive stone monuments had been extinguished. By the New Kingdom, 1550 to 1070 BCE, the era of Egypt's greatest imperial power, when pharaohs conquered vast territories and accumulated unimaginable wealth, pyramid building had ceased entirely. The great pharaohs of this period, Hatshepsut, Thutmose III, Rameses III, built magnificent temples instead, vast columned halls decorated with intricate reliefs, but no pyramids. They were buried in the Valley of the Kings, in tombs cut deep into the bedrock of desert cliffs, hidden from view and, theoretically, safe from robbers. The economic calculus had changed. A hidden tomb required far less labour and material than a massive pyramid. It could be built quickly and secretly. And in an era when tomb robbery had become endemic, by the New Kingdom, even the Great Pyramid had been thoroughly plundered. Visibility was a liability rather than an asset. But perhaps there was also a theological shift. The New Kingdom religion was different from that of the Old Kingdom. The sun god Ra had always been important, but now he merged with Amun to become Amun-Ra, the supreme deity, and pharaohs emphasized their role as his servant rather than his equal. The pyramid, which symbolized the rays of the sun and the pharaoh's direct ascent to the heavens, may have seemed presumptuous in this new religious context. The pharaoh was still divine, but perhaps not quite in the same way. Or perhaps more prosaically, the Egyptians had simply learned that massive visible monuments attracted looters. The pyramids' most famous quality, their eternal endurance, worked against their purpose as tombs. You cannot steal from a tomb you cannot find, but everyone knew where the pyramids were. Yet to view pyramids purely through the lens of economics and theology misses something crucial. The pyramids weren't just drains on resources or expressions of religious belief. They were identity-forming exercises, massive communal projects that united Egypt and defined what it meant to be Egyptian. Consider what it meant for a farmer from a small village in the Delta to be conscripted for pyramid building. He would leave his home during the flood season, when his fields were underwater and he couldn't work them anyway, and travel to Giza. There he would encounter Egyptians from every region, from Upper Egypt in the south, from the Fayoum oasis, from settlements along the Mediterranean coast. He would hear different accents, learn different customs, eat communal meals with strangers who would become comrades. For 4 months, he would participate in the most important project in the kingdom, working alongside thousands of others toward a common goal. He would see the pyramid rising block by block, witness priests performing rituals, hear scribes reading proclamations from the pharaoh. He would understand himself as part of something vast, something that transcended his village and his individual life. Then he would return home with stories to tell, having helped build something that would last forever. This experience was repeated across generations, involving hundreds of thousands of Egyptians over the course of the Pyramid Age. It created a shared identity, a sense of national unity that might not have existed otherwise. Egypt in the Old Kingdom was a relatively new state, formed from the unification of Upper and Lower Egypt only a few centuries earlier. Regional identities remained strong. The Pyramid Project helped forge these disparate peoples into something resembling a nation. The pyramid also created a shared landscape of memory. Every Egyptian knew the pyramids. They dominated the skyline, visible from miles away, constant reminders of pharaonic power and divine protection. They were reference points, literally and figuratively, monuments that helped Egyptians orient themselves in space and time. Events could be dated in relation to pyramid construction. In the year that Pharaoh's pyramid was completed, or when my grandfather worked on the Great Monument, stories accumulated around the pyramids. Even in ancient times, they became the subjects of legends. By the time Herodotus visited Egypt in the 5th century BCE, more than 2,000 years after the Great Pyramid's construction, the Egyptians were telling him tales about its building, some accurate, some wildly embellished. They told him 100,000 men worked on it for 20 years, which may be roughly correct for the total workforce, including support staff. But they also told him the pharaoh was so wicked he forced his own daughter into prostitution to raise funds, which is almost certainly fiction. Perhaps a story invented by Egyptians who no longer understood or approved of the immense resources devoted to these monuments. The pyramid became a screen onto which later Egyptians projected their own values and concerns. During periods of strong central authority, the pyramids were celebrated as symbols of Egypt's greatness and the pharaoh's power. During periods of fragmentation, they might be viewed more ambiguously, as symbols of excess, of pharaonic pride, of resources that could have been better spent. But they remained central to Egyptian consciousness, impossible to ignore or forget. Even as pyramid building ceased, the pyramids themselves continued to shape Egyptian culture. Later pharaohs often built their tombs or temples in sight of the Great Pyramids, as if seeking to borrow some of their power. The pyramids became pilgrimage sites, places where Egyptians would go to pray or leave offerings, even though they no longer fully understood their original purpose. The Great Pyramid in particular seems to have remained a focus of popular reverence throughout Egyptian history. This continued even after Egypt ceased to be ruled by ethnic Egyptians. The Persian conquerors respected the pyramids. The Ptolemaic Greeks, who ruled Egypt after Alexander's conquest, were fascinated by them and commissioned studies of their construction. Cleopatra, last of the Ptolemaic rulers, would have seen the pyramids as ancient monuments to a civilization that was already more distant from her in time than she is from us. Yet they remained symbols of Egypt, fundamental to the country's identity in a way that transcended political changes. But the pyramids also reinforced and perpetuated a particular social order, one based on extreme hierarchy and the absolute supremacy of the pharaoh. To build a pyramid required not just organization but obedience, not just coordination but submission to centralized authority. The pyramid was possible only because thousands of people accepted the premise that the pharaoh was divine, that his needs superseded theirs, that their labor was owed to him as surely as the Nile's floods were owed to the gods. This social contract, if we can call it that, was neither simple nor unchanging. It required constant reinforcement through ritual, through art, through the physical presence of monuments like the pyramids. The pyramid itself was an argument made in stone. The pharaoh is godlike, capable of commanding forces beyond normal human capacity, deserving of worship and sacrifice. Consider the visual rhetoric of the pyramid. It dominates everything around it, reducing humans to insignificance. When you stand before the Great Pyramid, you feel small. That's not accidental. The pyramid's massive scale creates an emotional response, a sense of awe that easily shades into submission. This is the architecture of power, designed to overwhelm and impress. The same message was conveyed through every aspect of pyramid construction. The work gangs had names like Friends of Khufu, emphasizing their personal relationship to the pharaoh. The graffiti they left behind expresses pride in their service to him. The entire enterprise was framed as an act of devotion, a gift to the god-king who guaranteed Egypt's prosperity. Whether the workers genuinely believed this or whether they simply accepted it as the natural order of things, we cannot know. But the system worked. For centuries, Egyptians devoted their labor to these monuments with apparently minimal coercion. Yet there was always tension in this arrangement. The pharaoh's divinity was both absolute and fragile. It required constant performance, constant demonstration of capability and divine favor. A weak pharaoh, one who could not maintain mayat or command respect, undermined the entire system, and a pyramid half-built or poorly constructed would be evidence of that weakness, visible to everyone. This may explain why some pyramids were never completed or were abandoned in favor of new ones. If a pharaoh died before his pyramid was finished, or if the project encountered insurmountable difficulties, it called into question his divine status. Better to start fresh, to demonstrate strength through a new monument, than to struggle with a compromised one. The pyramid also reinforced class distinctions beyond just the pharaoh's supremacy. The workers' villages show clear hierarchies. Some workers lived in better housing than others. Some ate better food. Foremen and skilled craftsmen occupied a different social stratum than common labourers. Scribes and administrators, though they might never touch a stone, were considered more important than the men who moved them. And of course, the vast majority of Egyptians never worked on the pyramids at all. Women, who comprised half the population, were largely excluded from construction labour, though they surely participated in the supporting economy, weaving cloth, preparing food, managing households while men were away. Children were too young to be conscripted. The elderly, the infirm, those with specialised roles that couldn't be spared, all were exempted. So the pyramid workforce was a particular cross-section of society, adult men in their prime, temporarily removed from their normal roles and reconstituted as builders. But this temporary status was important. Unlike slaves, these workers retained their identities, their families, their places in their home communities. They worked on the pyramid for a few months and then returned home. This rotation system may have been crucial to the pyramid's success. It distributed both the burden and the honour across the kingdom rather than concentrating them. Yet this system also had limits. It required a strong state capable of organising conscription, transporting workers, providing them with tools and food, and ensuring they returned home safely. When the state weakened, the system collapsed. The end of pyramid building may have been both cause and effect of state decline. The inability to mobilise labour for pyramids was a sign of failing central authority, while the absence of pyramid projects removed one of the mechanisms that had reinforced that authority. But the pyramid's impact on Egyptian life didn't end when construction finished. A completed pyramid required ongoing maintenance and religious observance, creating permanent institutions that persisted for centuries. Each pyramid complex included not just the pyramid itself, but mortuary temples where priests performed daily rituals to sustain the dead pharaoh's care in the afterlife. These weren't occasional ceremonies, but daily obligations, offerings of food and drink, recitations of prayers, burning of incense. The priests who performed these services were full-time professionals, supported by endowments of land and resources that the pharaoh had established specifically for this purpose. These pyramid cults, as Egyptologists call them, were substantial economic enterprises. The mortuary temple of Khufu, for instance, had extensive agricultural lands assigned to it, worked by farmers whose produce went to feed the priests and provide offerings. There were also personnel beyond the priests, bakers to prepare ritual bread, brewers for beer offerings, florists to provide fresh flowers, guards to protect the complex, scribes to manage accounts. Archaeological evidence suggests these institutions were remarkably durable. The pyramid cult of Khufu continued functioning for at least 500 years after his death, possibly longer. 5th and 6th dynasty texts mention officials with titles like Inspector of Priests of the Pyramid of Khufu, indicating that centuries after his death, the Great Pyramid still had an active religious establishment. This means that for ordinary Egyptians living near Giza, the pyramids were not just ancient monuments, but living religious centres. People would have seen priests coming and going, witnessed ceremonies, smelled incense burning, heard prayers and hymns. The pyramids were woven into the fabric of daily religious life. Moreover, ordinary Egyptians apparently had some access to these cult centres. We know from inscriptions that people left graffiti at pyramid sites, including prayers requesting the dead pharaoh's intercession. Some scholars believe that during certain festivals, pyramid complexes may have been open to pilgrims, allowing common people to approach and make offerings. The pyramid was thus not just a symbol of pharaonic power, but a site of popular religious devotion. Maintenance was also an ongoing concern. The pyramid's limestone casing required care to remain pristine and reflective. Sand would blow against the bases, requiring periodic clearing. The mortuary temples needed repairs. Causeways had to be kept passable. All this required labour and resources, providing employment for generations of Egyptians who never worked on the original construction, but spent their lives maintaining it. There are records of later pharaohs sponsoring restoration work on older pyramids, sometimes centuries after they were built. This served multiple purposes. It demonstrated respect for ancestors, showcased the pharaoh's piety and resources, and maintained the pyramid as a functioning religious site. But it also suggests that the pyramids, for all their durability, were not maintenance-free. Left unattended, they would deteriorate. The reason they survived is partly because Egyptians actively preserved them for many centuries, but eventually the pyramid cults did cease. The records grow sparse after the Old Kingdom's collapse. Some cults were revived during the Middle Kingdom, when centralized authority was restored, but never with the same vigor. By the New Kingdom, most Old Kingdom pyramids had abandoned mortuary temples, their priests dispersed, their endowments reassigned. What happened to these institutions? Several factors likely contributed to their decline. The economic disruptions of the First Intermediate period may have destroyed the administrative systems that supported them. Land endowments could have been seized by local warlords or repurposed by new authorities. The priests lacking support would have dispersed to find other employment. There may also have been a crisis of belief. If the pyramid was supposed to ensure the pharaoh's eternal life and Egypt's continued prosperity, but Egypt descended into chaos anyway, did that not suggest the pyramid had failed? Perhaps later Egyptians began to question whether all that investment had been worthwhile, or perhaps, more pragmatically, later pharaohs simply had different priorities. Why continue supporting the cult of a pharaoh from 1,000 years ago when resources were needed for current projects? The New Kingdom was an age of empire, of military campaigns and monumental temple building. The old pyramids, their pharaohs long dead and largely forgotten, may have seemed like relics from another world. Whatever the reasons, by the time of the New Kingdom, the Giza pyramids had become essentially what they are today, imposing monuments from the distant past, admired and wondered at but no longer functioning as religious centres. They had transitioned from living institutions to historical artefacts, from active temples to passive monuments. This transition was gradual and uneven. Some pyramid cults lingered longer than others. The Great Pyramid seems to have retained religious significance even when its cult ceased. People continued to visit it, leave offerings, treat it as sacred space. But the daily rituals, the professional priesthood, the vast supporting apparatus, all that slowly eroded away. And then came the looters. The pyramids had always been targets for thieves, Tomb robbery was apparently widespread even in ancient times, and severe punishments attest to how common the problem was. But as long as the pyramid cults functioned, as long as priests and guards were present, the tombs retained some protection. Once those institutions collapsed, the pyramids were vulnerable. We know that by the Middle Kingdom, probably earlier, the pyramids had been thoroughly plundered. The treasures that once filled their chambers, gold, jewels, fine furniture, ritual objects, were stolen. Even the pharaoh's mummies were torn apart in the search for amulets and jewellery wrapped in the bandages. The Great Pyramid's sarcophagus was found empty when medieval Arabs first entered the king's chamber. Whether it had ever held a body is now uncertain. Later still, the pyramids were quarried for building materials. The fine white limestone casing stones were particularly prized. They were already cut and dressed, ready to be used in new construction. Medieval Cairo was built partly from pyramids, with casing stones from Giza repurposed for mosques, palaces, and fortifications. This wasn't vandalism in the sense of purposeless destruction. It was practical recycling. Stone was valuable, and here were millions of tons of it, already quarried and shaped. By this process, the pyramids that had been built to last forever were slowly dismantled by the very civilizations they were meant to outlast. The irony is profound, yet enough remained, the massive core blocks were too large and heavy to be worth moving, that the essential pyramid form survived. The smooth, gleaming pyramids of the Fourth Dynasty became the rough-stepped structures we see today, stripped of their casings, weathered and worn, but still recognizable, still imposing, still inspiring awe. Despite their decline, the pyramids left a lasting economic and organizational legacy. The systems developed to build them, bureaucratic record-keeping, resource management, large-scale labor mobilization, didn't disappear when pyramid building ceased. They were adapted for other purposes. The New Kingdom's military campaigns required similar organizational capacity, moving armies of thousands across great distances, supplying them with food and equipment, coordinating complex operations. The temples built during this period, while different in form from pyramids, required comparable resources and planning. The tomb-building projects in the Valley of the Kings, though smaller in scale, drew on the same tradition of skilled stoneworking and architectural precision. In a sense, every major project in Egyptian history afterward bore the pyramid's imprint. Egypt had learned how to think big, how to plan across decades, how to coordinate vast numbers of people toward a single goal. That capacity, once developed, remained part of Egyptian civilization's repertoire, even when pyramids ceased to be the goal. The pyramids also established Egypt's reputation. For the rest of antiquity, and into the medieval period, Egypt was famous for its monuments, its ancient wisdom, its mysterious and powerful past. This reputation drew scholars, travellers, and traders. It made Egypt attractive to conquerors who wanted to rule such a storied land. It created a form of cultural capital that Egypt could trade on long after its actual power had waned. And perhaps most importantly, the pyramids established the very idea that such projects were possible. They proved that human beings could build on a monumental scale, could create structures that would endure for millennia, could organize society to achieve seemingly impossible goals. Every civilization afterward that built grand monuments, from Rome's aqueducts to China's Great Wall to medieval Europe's cathedrals to modern skyscrapers, is in some sense heir to the pyramid builders. The pyramids taught humanity that we are capable of greatness, that we can reach beyond mere survival to create works of lasting significance. That lesson, encoded in stone on the Giza Plateau, may be their most important legacy of all. What if the greatest secret on Earth isn't hidden in the stars but buried beneath us? We spend our lives looking upward. We build telescopes that peer into distant galaxies. We send probes to Mars, to the moons of Jupiter, to the edge of the solar system. We search the cosmos for signs of intelligence, for proof that we're not alone. But what if we've been looking in the wrong direction all along? What if the most profound mystery isn't light years away, but miles below our feet? What if an ancient civilization never vanished at all? It just went deeper. The ground beneath you feels solid, permanent, known. But the truth is far stranger. Beneath the thin crust we walk upon lies a world we've barely touched. The deepest hole ever drilled, the Kola Super Deep borehole in Russia, reached only 7.5 miles down. That's less than scratching the surface. The Earth's crust extends up to 30 miles in some places, and beneath that lies the mantle, stretching nearly 1,800 miles deeper still. We know more about the surface of the moon than we do about what exists in those lightless depths. And in that darkness, in those unmapped regions where no human eye has ever seen, could something be waiting? Could something be watching? Tonight, we descend into one of humanity's oldest and most haunting ideas, the notion that Earth is not just a planet, but a shell. That beneath the mountains and oceans, beneath the bedrock and stone, there exists another world entirely. A world of vast caverns and underground seas. A world of forgotten cities and sleeping civilizations. A world that remembers what we have forgotten. This is not just myth. It's not just legend. Throughout history, across every continent and culture, stories have emerged of beings who retreated beneath the earth, of kingdoms hidden in the deep places, of tunnels that stretch for thousands of miles, of lights seen flickering in caves that should be empty. And while science tells us one story about what lies below, the myths tell another. And sometimes, just sometimes, the two begin to overlap in ways that make you wonder. So let's begin this journey together. Let's descend into the earth itself, layer by layer, story by story, until we reach the question that haunts every explorer who has ever stood at the mouth of a cave and felt the cold air rising from below. What if they're still down there? What if they never left? And what if, after all these centuries of silence, they're beginning to wake up? The stories are older than writing itself. Long before humans carved the first symbols into stone, before the first cities rose along the Tigris and Euphrates, there were tales of the world below. The ancient Sumerians spoke of the Anunnaki, beings who descended from the heavens but also dwelled in the depths of the earth. In their mythology, the underworld wasn't just a place of the dead, it was a realm of power, of knowledge, of gods who moved between worlds. The goddess Inanna descended into this underworld, passing through 7 gates, shedding her divine garments one by one, until she stood naked before the throne of her sister Ereshkigal, queen of the deep places. What she found there changed her. What she learned there, the myths say, was never meant for mortal ears. The Greeks told similar stories. They spoke of Hades, yes, but also of deeper places. The Titans, those primordial beings who ruled before the Olympian gods, were cast down into Tartarus, a prison so far beneath the earth that an anvil dropped from the surface would fall for 9 days before reaching its floor. But Tartarus wasn't empty. It was alive with the imprisoned, with beings of immense power locked away in the dark. And the Greeks wondered, as humans have always wondered, whether those prison walls would hold forever. In Hindu tradition, the Nagas dwelled in Patala, a subterranean realm of jeweled palaces and underground rivers. These serpent beings were not demons but guardians of ancient wisdom, keepers of secrets that predated humanity itself. They lived in splendor beneath the earth, in cities more magnificent than anything on the surface. And occasionally, the myths say, they would emerge. They would walk among humans, sharing knowledge, teaching arts and sciences that seemed to come from nowhere. Then they would vanish again, descending back into their hidden kingdom, leaving only stories behind. The Hopi people of North America have their own accounts. They speak of the ant people, beings who lived in vast underground cities and who saved humanity during times of great catastrophe. When fire rained from the sky, when the world above became uninhabitable, the ant people opened their tunnels and brought humans down into the safety of the earth. There, in the cool darkness, humanity survived. And when the surface world healed, when it was safe to return, the ant people sent them back up, but the tunnels remained, the cities remained, and some say the ant people are still down there, waiting for the next time they'll be needed. These aren't isolated stories, they appear everywhere. The Tibetan Buddhists speak of Shambhala, a hidden kingdom that exists either in a remote valley or beneath the earth itself. Accounts vary, but all agree it is a place of enlightenment, of advanced beings who have transcended the limitations of ordinary existence. The Norse had their own underworld realms, places like Svartalfheim, where the dark elves dwelled in caverns lit by strange fires. The Celts told of the Tuatha De Danann, a race of godlike beings who, after being defeated in battle, retreated into the hollow hills and mounds of Ireland, creating an entire civilization beneath the green fields. And then there's Agartha. The legend of Agartha is perhaps the most persistent of all. It speaks of a vast underground kingdom, a network of tunnels and cities that spans the entire planet. According to the stories, Agartha is ruled by a being known as the King of the World, a figure of immense wisdom and power who guides the destiny of humanity from below. The capital city, Shambhala, is said to be a place of crystal towers and advanced technology, where beings of light have preserved the knowledge of ancient civilizations that fell long ago. Some versions of the legend claim that Agartha is home to survivors of Atlantis, Lemuria, and other lost continents, refugees who fled underground when their worlds were destroyed. The idea gained particular traction in the 19th and early 20th centuries. Explorers, mystics, and writers became obsessed with the notion of a hollow earth. In 1818, a former American Army officer named John Cleves Sims Jr. proposed that the earth was hollow and habitable within, with openings at the north and south poles. He petitioned Congress to fund an expedition to find these polar openings and explore the inner world. His petition was denied, but his ideas spread. They captured imaginations. They inspired novels like Jules Verne's Journey to the Center of the Earth and Edgar Rice Burroughs' At the Earth's Core. But these weren't just fantasies. Throughout the 19th century, serious scientists debated the structure of the Earth's interior. Without the ability to see below the surface, without seismology or modern geology, anything seemed possible. Could there be vast caverns, underground oceans, entire ecosystems thriving in the dark? The Earth was a mystery, and the idea that it might contain hidden worlds wasn't considered absurd, it was considered plausible. And then there were the accounts, the stories from people who claimed to have found entrances. In 1908, a Norwegian sailor named Olaf Jansen published a book called The Smoky God, in which he described sailing through an opening at the North Pole and discovering a land inside the Earth, lit by a small interior sun. He claimed to have spent 2 years there, living among tall, advanced beings who spoke an ancient language and possessed technology far beyond anything on the surface. His story was dismissed as fiction, but Jansen insisted until his death that every word was true. In the 1940s, Admiral Richard Byrd, a respected American naval officer and polar explorer, allegedly made a similar claim. According to some accounts, during a flight over the North Pole in 1947, Bird's plane was drawn into a strange opening in the ice. He descended into a warm green land where he encountered beings who warned him about humanity's use of atomic weapons. They told him that they had been watching, that they had always been watching, and that if humanity continued down its current path, they would intervene. Bird supposedly recorded this encounter in his diary, though the diary's authenticity has been hotly debated. The official records of his expedition make no mention of any such event. But the story persists, and those who believe it ask, why would a decorated admiral risk his reputation on a lie? These myths and legends share common threads. They speak of beings who possessed great knowledge and power. They describe underground realms of beauty and advancement. They suggest that these civilizations didn't die. They simply withdrew. They went deeper, and they're still there, hidden beneath layers of rock and earth, watching the surface world from below. But why would any civilization choose to live underground? What could drive an advanced society to abandon the sunlight, the open sky, the surface of the world? The myths offer answers. They speak of great catastrophes, of floods that covered the earth, of fires that fell from the sky, of wars so terrible that the only way to survive was to retreat into the depths. They speak of a choice, adapt or perish. And those who went below chose adaptation. They chose survival. They built new cities in the dark. They learned to live without the sun. And over time, they became something else. Something that no longer needed the surface world at all. Could there be truth in these stories? Could ancient civilizations have actually retreated underground? The idea seems impossible. But then again, we've found cities buried beneath other cities. We've discovered entire civilizations that were lost for thousands of years, hidden beneath jungle and sand. We've learned that human history is far older and more complex than we once believed. And if civilizations can be lost on the surface, where we can see them, what might be hidden in places we've never looked? The earth keeps its secrets well, and the deeper you go, the more secrets there are. But that was only the beginning of the mystery. Because while the myths speak of underground kingdoms and hidden civilizations, modern science has revealed something equally strange. The Earth's interior is far more complex, far more mysterious than anyone imagined. And in that complexity, in those vast unexplored regions beneath our feet, there is room for possibilities that blur the line between legend and reality. Let's start with what we know. The Earth is not solid. It's layered, like an onion, with each layer possessing different properties, different compositions, different mysteries. The crust, where we live, is the thinnest layer, a fragile shell of rock that floats atop something far more dynamic. Beneath the crust lies the mantle, a thick layer of semi-solid rock that flows like honey over geological timescales. Deeper still is the outer core, a sea of molten iron and nickel that generates Earth's magnetic field. And at the very center lies the inner core, a solid sphere of iron under such immense pressure that it remains frozen despite temperatures hotter than the surface of the sun. This is the standard model. This is what we teach in schools. But here's what they don't always mention. We've never actually seen any of this. Everything we know about the Earth's interior comes from indirect measurements. Seismic waves from earthquakes travel through the planet, and by measuring how these waves bend and reflect, scientists can infer what lies below. It's like trying to understand the inside of a locked box by shaking it and listening to how the contents rattle. You can make educated guesses. You can build models, but you can't be certain. And sometimes the data doesn't fit the models. In 2014, scientists discovered something that shouldn't exist. A massive reservoir of water trapped in the mantle, about 400 miles below the surface. This wasn't liquid water. It was water molecules locked inside a mineral called ringwoodite. But the amount was staggering. Some estimates suggest there's more water in this underground reservoir than in all the oceans on the surface combined. The discovery challenged everything we thought we knew about the Earth's water cycle. It raised questions. If there's that much water down there, what else might be hidden in the mantle? What other reservoirs exist that we haven't detected? Then there are the caves. The Earth's crust is riddled with them, vast networks of tunnels and chambers carved by water over millions of years. The Mammoth Cave system in Kentucky stretches for over 400 miles of mapped passages, and new sections are still being discovered. The Sun Dung Cave in Vietnam is so large that it has its own weather system, with clouds forming inside the cavern. These caves are ecosystems unto themselves, home to species found nowhere else on Earth. Creatures that have adapted to eternal darkness, that have never seen the sun. But these are just the caves we've found. How many more exist, unmapped and unexplored? How deep do they go? In 2018, scientists discovered a network of caves beneath Antarctica, warmed by volcanic activity, where the temperature remains comfortable enough for life to thrive. They found moss, algae, and DNA from unknown organisms. If life can exist in caves beneath the ice of Antarctica, what might exist in deeper, warmer caves elsewhere? The Krubera Cave in Georgia is the deepest known cave on Earth, descending over 7,000 feet below the surface. Explorers who have reached its depths describe an alien world. Vast chambers filled with strange formations, underground rivers that disappear into cracks too narrow to follow, and a silence so profound it feels like pressure against your ears. And even at that depth, they haven't reached the bottom. The cave continues downward into darkness that no light has ever touched. What lies at the end of that descent? Where does it lead? Some researchers have proposed that vast cave systems might exist throughout the Earth's crust, connected by networks of tunnels that span continents. These wouldn't be natural caves in the traditional sense, but rather voids created by geological processes we don't fully understand. Spaces between tectonic plates, gaps left by ancient volcanic activity, chambers formed by the movement of underground water. If such networks exist, they would create a hidden world beneath the surface, a labyrinth of passages and caverns that could theoretically support life. And then there's the question of underground oceans. The discovery of water in the mantle suggests that vast quantities of liquid water might exist deep within the Earth, trapped in pockets and reservoirs we can't detect from the surface. In 2007, scientists found evidence of a massive underground ocean beneath East Asia, estimated to be the size of the Arctic Ocean. It exists in the transition zone between the upper and lower mantle, held in place by immense pressure. Could there be others? Could there be entire seas hidden in the deep places, seas that have never seen the light of day? If such oceans exist, they would be warm, heated by the Earth's internal heat. They would be rich in minerals dissolved from the surrounding rock, and they would be isolated, cut off from the surface world for millions or even billions of years. In such an environment, life could evolve along completely different paths. It could develop forms and functions unlike anything we've ever encountered. It could become something we wouldn't even recognize as life. We've already found evidence that life can thrive in the deep Earth. Microbes have been discovered living in rock nearly 2 miles below the surface, surviving on chemical energy rather than sunlight. These organisms exist in a state of near stasis, reproducing perhaps once every 1,000 years, living in a slow-motion world where time moves differently. They've been isolated from the surface for millions of years, evolving in complete darkness, adapting to conditions that would kill any surface organism instantly, and yet they persist. They thrive. They prove that life doesn't need the sun. It doesn't need the surface. It only needs energy, and the Earth's interior has energy in abundance. So if microbes can live miles below the surface, what else might be down there? Could more complex organisms exist in the deeper caves, in the underground oceans, in the warm pockets of the mantle? Could evolution have taken different paths in those isolated environments, creating ecosystems we've never imagined? And if life can exist that deep, could intelligence? The idea seems far-fetched. But consider this. Intelligence evolved on Earth's surface because it provided an advantage. It helped organisms find food, avoid predators, cooperate with others. But in an underground environment, different pressures would apply. Different advantages would emerge. An intelligent species living in eternal darkness might develop senses we don't possess. Echolocation far more sophisticated than any bat. The ability to detect magnetic fields or seismic vibrations. Forms of communication that don't rely on sound or light. They might build their civilizations not upward, toward the sky, but downward, deeper into the earth. They might measure progress not by how high they can reach, but by how deep they can go. And if such a civilization existed, how would we know? We can't see into the earth. We can't send probes into the mantle. We can barely scratch the surface. If an intelligent species lived just 10 miles below us, in vast caverns warmed by geothermal heat, we might never detect them. They would be invisible to us, hidden behind miles of solid rock. And we would be invisible to them, unless they chose to look up. But what if they have looked up? What if they've been watching us all along? Throughout history, there have been accounts of strange sounds coming from beneath the earth, low-frequency hums that seem to emanate from the ground itself, booming noises with no apparent source. In 2011, people around the world began reporting a phenomenon they called the hum, a persistent low-frequency sound that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. Scientists investigated. They proposed explanations: industrial noise, tinnitus, ocean waves creating seismic vibrations, but none of the explanations fully accounted for the reports. And some of those who heard the hum insisted it was coming from below, from deep below. Then there are the seismic anomalies, earthquakes that don't fit expected patterns, vibrations detected deep in the earth that have no clear cause. In 2018, a strange seismic signal circled the globe, lasting for over 20 minutes. It was detected by sensors on every continent, but no one felt it. It was too low frequency for human perception. Scientists studied the data and concluded it was likely caused by volcanic activity near Madagascar. But the signal's regularity, its almost rhythmic pattern, struck some researchers as unusual, almost artificial, almost like a pulse. Could these sounds, these vibrations, be natural phenomena? Almost certainly. The Earth is a dynamic living planet, constantly shifting and moving. Magma flows beneath the crust. Tectonic plates grind against each other. Water moves through underground channels. All of this creates noise, vibrations, signals that we're only beginning to understand. But in that noise, in those signals, could there be something else? Could there be patterns we're missing, messages we're not equipped to hear? The Earth keeps its secrets in the deep places, and the deeper you go, the stranger those secrets become, and some believe they're not sleeping at all. Because while science explores the geological mysteries of the Earth's interior, another thread of investigation has emerged, one that exists in the shadows, in classified documents and whispered conversations, in the space between official explanations and persistent questions. This is where geology meets conspiracy, where ancient myths intersect with modern mysteries, and where the idea of a hidden civilization beneath our feet begins to feel less like fantasy and more like something that might, just possibly, be real. Let's talk about Antarctica. The frozen continent has always been a place of mystery. It's the most remote, most inhospitable place on Earth, a vast expanse of ice and rock where temperatures can drop to -100 degrees Fahrenheit, where winds howl at 200 miles per hour, where the sun disappears for months at a time. For most of human history, Antarctica was unreachable, unknown, a blank space on the map. Even today, despite decades of scientific research, much of the continent remains unexplored. The ice is too thick, the conditions too harsh, the terrain too dangerous. But beneath that ice, something strange has been found. In 1996, scientists discovered Lake Vostok, a massive body of liquid water buried beneath 2.5 miles of ice. The lake is enormous, roughly the size of Lake Ontario, and it's been sealed off from the surface world for at least 15 million years. The water is kept liquid by geothermal heat from below and the immense pressure of the ice above. When researchers finally drilled through the ice and sampled the water in 2012, they found something unexpected. Life. Thousands of species of bacteria, many of them unknown to science, thriving in complete darkness, in water that has been isolated from the rest of the planet since before humans existed. The discovery was remarkable. It proved that life could survive in the most extreme conditions imaginable. It suggested that similar lakes might exist elsewhere, under the ice of Mars, beneath the frozen surface of Jupiter's moon Europa. But it also raised questions. If complex ecosystems can exist in Lake Vostok, what else might be hidden beneath Antarctica's ice? What other lakes exist that we haven't found, and what might live in them? Then there are the anomalies. Satellite imagery of Antarctica has revealed strange features beneath the ice. Geometric patterns that look almost artificial, circular formations that don't match any known geological process, and what some researchers describe as possible structures. In 2001, a team using ground-penetrating radar detected what appeared to be a massive cavity beneath the ice near the Wilkes Land region. The cavity was enormous, stretching for hundreds of miles, and its shape was unusual, too regular, too symmetrical to be a natural formation. Some scientists suggested it might be the impact crater from an ancient asteroid strike, but others wondered if it could be something else, something built. The idea sounds absurd, but consider the history. Antarctica wasn't always frozen. Millions of years ago, it was a temperate continent, covered in forests and teeming with life. Ancient maps, like the Piri Reis map from 1513, appear to show the coastline of Antarctica as it would look without ice, a coastline that wouldn't be accurately mapped by modern explorers until the 20th century. How did a 16th century cartographer have access to such information? The official explanation is that the map is based on older sources now lost, but some researchers suggest a different possibility, that the map depicts Antarctica as it existed in the distant past, before the ice, and that whoever created the original source, had he actually been there? Could an ancient civilization have existed in Antarctica? Could they have built cities, developed technology, thrived in that temperate land before the ice came? And when the climate changed, when the glaciers began to advance, could they have gone underground? Could they have built vast shelters beneath the surface, using geothermal heat to survive, waiting out the ice age in the depths? It's speculation, but it's speculation that some people take very seriously. During World War II, Nazi Germany became obsessed with Antarctica. They launched expeditions to the continent, claiming a section they called New Swabia. According to official records, these expeditions were scientific in nature. focused on mapping and whaling. But rumours persisted of something more. Stories emerged of secret bases built beneath the ice, of advanced technology being tested in the frozen wastes, of expeditions searching for something specific, something the Nazis believed was hidden in Antarctica. After the war, these rumours intensified. Some claim that high-ranking Nazi officials had escaped to Antarctica, that they had established a hidden colony there, that they had discovered ancient ruins or technology left by a previous civilization. In 1946, the United States launched Operation High Jump, a massive military expedition to Antarctica led by Admiral Richard Byrd, the same Byrd who would later allegedly encounter beings inside the Earth. The official purpose of Operation High Jump was to establish a research base and test equipment in polar conditions. But the scale of the operation was unusual. It involved over 4,000 personnel, 13 ships, and multiple aircraft. It was the largest expedition to Antarctica ever mounted, and it ended abruptly, months ahead of schedule. Byrd returned and gave a press interview in which he made a cryptic statement, warning that in the event of a new war, America could be attacked by fighters that were able to fly from one pole to the other with incredible speed. What did he mean? What had he seen? The official records provide no answers. The details of Operation High Jump remain largely classified, and in the absence of official explanations, speculation has flourished. Some believe the expedition encountered something in Antarctica, something that forced them to retreat. Others suggest they found evidence of an ancient civilization or made contact with beings living beneath the ice. The theories range from plausible to fantastical, but they all share a common thread: the belief that Antarctica is hiding something important, something that powerful governments don't want the public to know. And then there are the restrictions. Today, Antarctica is governed by the Antarctic Treaty, signed in 1959 by 12 nations and now recognized by over 50 countries. The treaty designates Antarctica as a scientific preserve, bans military activity, and prohibits mineral mining. On the surface, it seems like a reasonable agreement designed to protect a fragile environment. But some researchers point out that the treaty also restricts